Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to make sense of it all. Got a lot for us to talk about here tonight, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fams, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep, dark void of space. All right, great to see you, space fams, here on this Sunday fun day. We had something of a false start, but thankfully we are back at it on the road. Better do some shout outs before we do anything else. Mozart, Chef Bongi, Hermit Horologist, 123 in the YouTube chat, HBX, a close fourth. Mike Toole is also here. Noep. Sammy, Orb Rumor, Christopher Tablante, PB, The Lucky Minute. It might be everybody in chat. Quiet chat. Probably because we totally deleted the entire chat before this and the first stream attempt. We got a lot to talk about tonight, like I mentioned. We're going to take a quick dive into the Epstein files. Talk Democratic politics. The New York City mayoral race. Whole lot of Sunday fun day action here for you as well, and entertainment and sports and music and other fun things. Yeah, environmental discussions, of course, among other things. But the place we're going to start today is with the Epstein files, and we are going to go back multiple decades to discuss the ongoings of the elite sex trafficker type. Yeah, so let's start in the United States, a place we start off all of our streams. But we're gonna start with technically the United States, but actually it's really just where the interview is done, because we're actually we're gonna leave the United States for a different country to talk about what, you'll see. Let's go back almost 40 years, okay? Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself for a moment in which we delve into the Twilight Zone. That's right, 1988. 60 Minutes interview with Diane Sawyer discussing American girls in Paris. Don't ask me how I found this. It literally just popped across my feed a few days ago. I was like, what the fuck is this? Okay, here we go. Secret Epstein stuff here. So this interview was done December of 1988. Look at that. Okay. Here we go, people.
It's a meat market. You are there for the purpose of somebody wanting to take you home to bed. And what happens if you say no? You don't work.
Illegal.
Every week, dozens of young American girls walk off airplanes in Paris and Milan, certain that their faces will be the next to beam from the covers of the fashion magazines. They are girls as young as 15 and 16, recruited by talent scouts or sent by their local modeling agencies, because Europe has more fashion houses and magazines, and it's easier to get that first big break there than in New York. The girls are told that they'll have a modeling agency in Europe, which will get them work and be their home away from home. They are girls like Sherry Bolts from Pompano Beach, Florida, a cheerleader who dropped out of high school and used her savings to buy a plane ticket to Europe when she was just 17. Her local modeling agency helped arrange it and still gets a percentage of her European income. And girls like Megan Douglas, who was a switchboard operator in Washington, D.C., when her photograph won her a spot in a modeling contest. And girls like Kimberly Barker of Nampa, Idaho, whose parents took out a loan to get the money to send her to Europe and to give her a shot at the big time. Though the odds are about 1,000 to 1 that a girl will end up a successful model. A model like Debbie Haggerty, who makes about $150,000 a year, and says the top models may do all right, but it's rough for all the others trying to break through.
Nasty business, and I don't think these parents have any idea what they're sending their girls into.
What the parents are told by those local modeling agencies and talent scouts is that their daughters have been signed up with European modeling agencies which will take care of everything and become the girls' family abroad.
How many girls are on option for this?
So it's something of a shock when the girls discover that a lot of those agencies routinely take as much as 3/4 of the girl's salary.
That's
for instance, charging fees on the photographs the girls need for promotion, and ostensibly deducting taxes and Social Security, even though most of the girls are working illegally without work permits.
Illegal. I have to check for that.
It's very confusing, though.
Servan Sherwat is president of a fledgling models union in Paris. She's helping some of the girls bring lawsuits against the agencies to learn just where all that money goes.
What happens if the girl goes to the agency and says, wait a minute, how much did the client...
They never want to explain it. They just say, okay, baby, you know, we have a lot of expense, and we have to pay the tax department, and we have to pay a lot of things, so don't try to understand.
So do the agencies really pay Social Security on an illegal work?
We don't even know exactly if they pay all the amounts. I'm sure they don't pay for that.
The modeling agencies also own apartments all around Paris, which they rent out to the new girls who come to town. Several girls to an apartment, and each girl paying a lot of rent.
I lived in an apartment that was by no means nice. There was 4 girls living there at the time. We did have our own rooms, but the rooms were like the size of boxes.
Courtney Powell is from Stoneboro, Pennsylvania.
And how much was the rent?
$900 a month.
And you probably...
$900 a month?
$900 a month. That was when the franc was low, and we were each paying that.
It is wild. Think about that. An apartment with 4 women all in it, all paying $900 a month in 1988. I mean, sure, Paris real estate was not cheap even in 1988, but $4,000 a month for an apartment where you have a closet to yourself? That doesn't seem to check out. Come on!
Oh, hi.
Eileen Ford runs the Ford Modeling Agency in New York, one of the largest agencies in the world. She's known for the way she protects her girls. She uses the European agencies to book work for her girls abroad, so a contract with her can have a profound effect on a European agency's business. We met her at the Ritz Hotel in Paris, where she was looking for new faces. We asked her about the girls' complaints that their rent is way overpriced.
I've heard that, and I know that it's true. It is true that they're overcharged for these apartments? Yeah, they're overcharged in New York, too. By the agencies? Sure.
The girls say not only do a lot of agencies take financial advantage of them, sometimes they're taken advantage of in other ways, too.
Oh, my God.
This is an agency owner named Claude Haddad. For years, his Paris agency, Mademoiselle Prestige...
The things that this guy says during this documentary are utterly fucking disturbing. Like, really fucking disturbing. So, brace yourself.
...welcomed teenage American girls. Like other agency heads, Haddad offered many of the new girls help with the transition, temporary housing, a room in his apartment.
Nice body, huh?
Do you sometimes feel you've awakened in a candy store?
Not in a flower shop. I'm a gardener. They're not candy, they are flowers.
And there
Just smell them, that's it. You smell the perfume.
And when they're staying in your apartment?
Yes.
You don't feel a temptation to walk in on them?
Absolutely not.
Not at all?
Not at all.
But Lorraine Irene was 16 when Claude Haddad discovered her in a Paris street and brought her to his agency and to his house.
He asked me to come to his room, and I wouldn't go to his room, so he had decided to get into bed with me in my room. And
illegal.
Just trying to kiss you, trying to block you, you know, in a corner or against a wall or anything. And you would just keep talking and trying to squiggle out of it, you know.
How many of the girls who came in told you that he had tried this sort of thing with them?
All the girls I lived with had all except one.
How many teenage models, Mr. Haddad, have you slept with?
What do you mean by teenage?
Oh my god, that's the worst. That is the worst possible answer you could give. How many teenage girls would you say you've slept with? Can you define teenage girl for me quickly? Huh?
A what now?
Have you slept with?
What do you mean by teenage?
The young girls, 16 to 19.
16, almost never.
Almost never. Almost. Oh, what a good guy. Almost never. I almost never sleep with 16-year-old girls.
Aren't I a good guy?
Wow. just wow.
These are letters.
I have a lot of letters too.
He walked in on me while I was in the bath, while I was changing in the room, and even did things like jumping in the bed with me while I was trying to sleep. Is it true? I'm asking.
No, most of this, it's always, you know, when people say something, it's always a little truth.
What's the little truth in this?
Yes, very little truth.
What do you mean little truth? What is the little truth?
That I hug them, that I try to flirt with them, but never more. They can say what they want.
Here's some of the words they used. Sexually disturbed, pervert. You had to sleep with him to work. You almost raped me.
I cannot. What do you say? How many almost raped me? You always use almost.
Oh boy. Oh my god. Almost rape. Wow. I love the semantics games that this guy is playing. Almost rape. You know, like like what? That term is problematic in of itself. Playing this game with the word almost is just wildly problematic.
But in this case, it was a 15-year-old girl.
Can I? Oh,
illegal.
15 years old?
I don't remember. Maybe it's possible.
Maybe it could have happened. Might have happened. Who
Then
knows?
Claude Haddad went on to say, what happens with the girls is not really his fault.
When a French girl starts to play with her body, she knows that she can have problem. She can start to have problem with men.
Like
and
you?
In America, I found out that when a girl does that, it's just, she doesn't even mean it. It's a game, but she's not thinking of what she's doing. It took me a long time to realize this.
Do you work with Claude Haddad? No, sir. No more.
No more.
Wouldn't
No
send your
more.
girls to him. No, ma'am. He knows why. Why?
Because what?
Because I don't think he behaved properly with some of them. I know he didn't.
He didn't behave properly?
What did he do?
This woman is incredibly creepy. The way, like, her attitude during the interview was kind of shocking to me. Like, it's this sort of, like, I don't even know what to call it. This sort of blithe sort of obfuscation that she seems to, like, sort of like, you know, she's got like she's like putting on this weird, like, smile and all this. It's like, it is real creepy. It is real creepy.
What did he do? No, and I know what he did. I have letters from girls telling you what he did.
So tell us.
To me, it's just so reprehensible. Just so appalling. That some old sleazebag would come along and touch a girl.
But one man Eileen Ford does associate with in Paris is this man, the head of Karen Models, one of the largest and most prestigious agencies in the country.
Yeah. So she said no to that other guy. She's like, I'm not going to work with you anymore. But continue to work with this man. Does anybody know who this man that we are looking at right now is? Anybody? This is Jean-Luc Brunel. that name might, you know, knock a, what do you call it? Like an eye, some references loose. I don't know. Look, we'll get to that in a second.
His name is Jean-Luc Brunel. The girls told us Brunel is very careful about the models who are under the protection of Eileen Ford. But Courtney and Sherry, who are not Ford models, told us about the dinners he invites his other girls to attend with his male friends.
It's a meat market. You are there for the purpose of somebody wanting to take you home to bed. He is acting as a matchmaker. He's got the agency. He's got the girls. His friends say, oh, Jean-Luc, I'd like to meet some girls, or we're having a party tonight. Can you bring some girls?
And what happens if you say no?
You don't work.
So you've actually known, be very careful on this, you actually have known that he has made someone pay a professional penalty for saying no.
I know, I paid a penalty for saying no. I was personally proposed to by himself, Jean-Luc, and I said, no way. I laughed in his face, and I had no more appointments, and I never worked.
What about the fact that people say when you come over here, you've come over knowing what you're getting into? I mean, everyone knows.
How can you know what you're getting into? How can you know what you're getting into? This is like a foreign country, you know? I mean, I'm from Florida, little city, Pompano Beach, you know? I mean, come on. How am I going to know what goes on in Paris, you know, or Milan? I mean, I don't even speak the language. I don't know anyone, you know? I'm in a new environment, you know? I don't know anyone. I have to trust the people that I come over here with. I mean, I'm naive, I'm young.
A lot of these bigwigs at the agencies literally have a scale where in this hand they have your career, and in this hand they have what they want. And your career can go up if they get what they want. If they don't get it, your career goes down.
Many girls ever come to you and tell you that Jean-Luc invites them to parties where he has male friends, and it's clear what the arrangement is when you get there, and that you are expected to be the friend of his male friends.
I don't believe that, I mean, I believe they said it.
But you don't believe it's true?
I find it hard to believe it's true.
We've been told
I have heard, oh, I'm sure you have. If you wouldn't be asking me if you weren't told that was true. But I like to think that our girls are not treated that way. And I like to think
Keep telling yourself that. Keep telling yourself that. I would just prefer to just think that they're not being treated that way rather than, you know, taking any of these claims seriously. Wow.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I would know it because I've broken off more than one association here in my life.
And you'd break it off
Yes,
immediately
I would.
if it were
You bet
true.
I would.
At discotheques like the Bandouche and the Palace, models are admitted free. When we filmed at the Bandouche, Jean-Luc Brunel was there. A number of models told us he has used cocaine heavily and offered it to the girls, along with help in their careers. Many of the girls who spoke with us said openly that they had been regular cocaine users, but some warned that there were things that went beyond cocaine. This one asked to be photographed in shadow.
So you first met Jean-Luc Brunel in a nightclub when he offered you drugs, cocaine. And
Illegal.
Did he use drugs?
Oh, yes.
You say, oh, yes, a
Yeah.
lot?
Well, that's why I used to like to see him, because he'd always give me a little vial of cocaine and say, you know, go have a good time in the bathroom. That was more or less, he did that with all the girls. And everyone else.
This girl told us a few years ago she went to Jean-Luc's house with a few of his friends. She said a powerful hallucinogenic drug was slipped into her drink, and that Jean-Luc kept urging her to go in and take a bath.
I started hallucinating, and at first, you know, I was very confusing because it was very scary, because if you don't know that you've been drugged and all of a sudden you start hallucinating, that's very scary.
She said she managed to get out of the house, but stayed disoriented for 24 hours. But this ex-model says several years ago she went to Jean-Luc's house and didn't get away. She asked to have her voice and face disguised.
He gave you a drink?
Yes.
You drank it, and then what?
I blacked out. I don't remember anything after that.
The next thing you remember
was being in this man's bed.
Who was he?
Do I have to say the name?
Say
It
the
was
name.
Jean-Luc from Karen's modeling agency.
You were
I see somebody asking about when this is from. Yes, this is from the 80s. This is 1988. Yeah, this is a 60 Minutes interview. Diane Sawyer interviewing models who had been taken advantage of by these modeling agency creeps.
Yes, I do know that.
You're sure?
Yes, I'm positive. I know.
You think everybody knows this about Jean-Luc Brunel?
Oh, yes. A lot of people know that. A lot of people.
They continue to deal with him.
Everyone continues to deal with it. I don't know why.
We played a tape of the second girl's story of drugs and rape to Eileen Ford.
I don't know what to tell you. That's horrible.
And this is the first time you've ever heard one of these stories.
Absolutely.
Because we have talked to 5 other girls who say that they have had drugs put in their drinks by Jean-Luc or Jean-Luc's friends.
I hope you're wrong. And for his sake, I hope you're wrong.
For his sake.
Eileen Ford says she's sure Jean-Luc has used drugs.
Wow, how thoughtful. That's like Donald Trump saying, I wish Ghislaine Maxwell very, very well. I think she's had a hard time, and I really wish her well. I think she's good. I think she's a great lady.
And she even warned him about it.
I have certainly asked him never to have drugs around in front of my models.
That's all you've ever said to him?
Well, that's a pretty fair warning.
But were you ever told about this and ever raised it with him?
The drugs? You mean being doped up and put to bed?
Getting girls drugged up and into bed with him or his friends?
No.
Have girls ever come back and complained to you that he took them to parties with people who dealt in drugs?
No.
So here they are, the fresh new faces from Omaha and Washington and Pompano Beach and Wichita. Every girl hoping for a lightning bolt that will transform an ordinary teenager into a superstar. While not far away, the wiser and older girls of 19 and 20 say someone has to warn them what may lie ahead.
I can't really see any solution to the problem that's in Paris at this moment, because I think there'll always be people who are sending their girls over thinking, well, she's different. Every mother believes that her daughter is different. And it's sad. I think it really is sad. When she could have been going to her junior prom, she was hanging out at the Bandouche with a bunch of playboys, shoving cocaine up her nose and ruining her reputation and her life. It's not worth it. It's really...
It's horrifying. It really is. It's a fucking horrifying situation. I just figured we would go way back in time to look at this stuff, to see just how pervasive and how long this all went on for, and nothing was done about it. We're talking about, this is 1988, and the way they're talking about this is like this has been going on for decades, right? I mean, it's fucking wild. Now, if you're not aware, Jean-Luc Brunel was also a frequent companion of Jeffrey Epstein. And they, you know, I mean, of course they were, right? it makes perfect sense. But when I saw this documentary, I was like, oh my God, 88. Is that really how long this all went on for? It's incredibly fucking troubling. Now, let's go here real quick to this, because if you're not aware, just like Jeffrey Epstein, Jean-Luc Brunel eventually was indicted for some of these crimes in France. And shock of shocks, Jean-Luc Brunel died in prison 3 years after Jeffrey Epstein died in prison. Let's go here. This is MSNBC. Let's go back. Let's go now to 3 years ago. This was 2022.
All right, let's get to some breaking news out of France, everybody. The Paris prosecutor's office has confirmed to NBC News that a former modeling agent linked to Jeffrey Epstein was found dead in his prison cell this morning. The office says that it appeared Jean-Luc Brunel, quote, died by suicide because he was discovered dead from hanging himself with his sheets. NBC's Raf Sanchez is joining us. This is astounding.
Some of the details of this, I try not to come up with conspiracy theories. I try to stick to the facts. So let's stick to the facts here. 3 years apart, Jeffrey Epstein and his good friend Jean-Luc Brunel, both sex traffickers and rapists, friends, and apparently Jean-Luc was also in Donald Trump's birthday book. We talked about the birthday book that Ghislaine Maxwell had compiled for Epstein. Apparently Jean-Luc was in that book along with Donald Trump and other people. Both of them died in jail by supposed hanging by bed sheets. It's just a little bit weird, don't you think?
To hear, Raf, this breaking news, especially considering the fact that he died exactly the same way Jeffrey Epstein did as well, and also that he wasn't necessarily on suicide watch facing these charges. Talk to us about what more we know and his association with Epstein.
Yasmin, these parallels are so striking. Here's what we know. French authorities say Brunel was found in his prison cell at 1:30 a.m. this morning in a prison in the south of Paris. He was being held in pretrial detention. He had been charged in France with raping a minor, but he was actually also being investigated for trafficking women to the United States for Epstein to abuse. Now, his lawyers have put out a statement saying he fought for his innocence to the end. I'm going to read that to you. It says, his distress was that of a 75-year-old man caught up in a media judicial system that we should be questioning. Jean-Luc Brunel never stopped claiming his innocence and had made many efforts to prove it. His decision was not driven by guilt, but by a deep sense of injustice. Now, Yasmin, he was a longtime friend of Epstein's. These two men knew each other for decades. They traveled together frequently. There are a lot of pictures of Brunel on Epstein's private plane. Epstein actually helped him set up that modeling agency in the United States, but they fell out when Epstein fell from grace, and Brunel actually ended up suing Epstein at one point, saying his association with him was damaging his modeling agency's business prospects. But one of the things that's so striking here...
What an accusation. Dude, you're making me look bad. Oh, God. Unbelievable.
Is, as you said, Epstein has been dead for 3 years, but the fallout from his abuse just continues to reverberate and reverberate. Just this week, you'll remember Prince Andrew here in Britain settled that abuse case with Virginia Giuffre, a victim of Jeffrey Epstein's, who said that the prince abused her. Ghislaine Maxwell, of course, back in December, convicted of sex trafficking, of bringing young women to Epstein. So this really...
There's a lot of suicides in this story that is just maybe too many. Honestly, it feels a little weird. Feels a little weird, if you ask me. Is this Serious Sunday? No, okay, very funny. All right, no, it's not Serious Sunday, but we gotta have some level of seriousness to Sunday Funday. You know, I do what I can. Not all videos can be fun. I'm sorry. Sometimes Sunday Fun Days. I mean, we don't even guarantee 100% valuation. You know, at very best, I've said in the past, Sunday Fun Days are gonna be at very best like 2/3 at valuetainment. Okay. Are you not entertained? I cannot guarantee anything more than 2/3 valuetainment.
You start, and I'm ready.
In the wake of questions and allegations about Donald Trump's behavior towards women, ET discovered this footage in our archive, which we provided to CBS News.
Soon. Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it? Okay.
Donald Trump picking out women before they even hit puberty.
Don't be creepy.
Now, one Epstein accuser is demanding the release of the files and went on to MSNBC to do just that. Yeah, this was earlier on Sunday. Whoa, what just happened? Where's my sound? What? Oh, there it is.
This week, top Trump administration officials, including Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel, met at the White House to discuss the Epstein case while Trump struggles to turn the page on the story. But what's continuously missing is the focus on those who were physically and emotionally hurt by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's actions. On Thursday, House Democrats called for a congressional hearing with victims and survivors, writing, quote, "If we are to hold powerful people to account, our investigation must center the voices they tried to silence." A survivor who will not be silenced is Alicia Arden, who accused Epstein of sexual battery in Santa Monica, California in 1997. She spoke out Wednesday alongside her attorney, Gloria Allred, demanding the Justice Department release the Epstein files.
Immediately, if not
I believe, yes, the files should be released. I'm tired of the government saying that they want to release them. So please just do it. Jeffrey's in my brain and I see him again and again and I remember what he did to me in that hotel room. And I feel pain in my heart for myself and all for the other victims everywhere.
And Alicia Arden and Gloria Aldridge join us now. Welcome, you guys. Alicia, this has been an ongoing fight for accountability and transparency. Talk to us about how you feel about this very personal fight and having to be public now.
Well, it continues to be a very upsetting matter. And I myself and probably the other victims, we didn't know that this would be ongoing for so long and in so many years. And now, why can't they just release the files? Because they keep talking about it. And Pam Bondi keeps talking about it since February. So if there is files and alleged pedophiles or people in them, then why can't I see them and the other victims? And we have a right to see that. So I don't know what they're protecting or if they don't want us to see that. It continues to be very upsetting for years later.
Gloria, this is Antonia here. I want to ask you, House Democrats right now are calling for a congressional hearing to give survivors the opportunity to speak. We also have coming out of the House Oversight Committee a number of subpoenas, although notably Alex Acosta is missing from that list of names. That's, of course, the person who back in 2008 helped make the sweetheart deal for Epstein happen. I want to know two things, I guess, from you is first, if you believe in our lawmakers to be able to provide an experience for survivors that would be respectful, but also if you trust that any of these endeavors, these pushes we see coming from the Hill, if they're actually going to bring us to anything that resembles justice.
Well, all they can really do is minimize the injustice that has been inflicted on victims for so many years. First, at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein, some at the hands of Ms. Maxwell as well, some both. And the failure, for example, of Alex Acosta, who was then United States Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, to proceed with the prosecution of Mr. Epstein in 2008, and instead kind of handed off to the state attorney, who entered into a sweetheart deal with Jeffrey Epstein, where he just pled guilty to soliciting prostitution from a minor, and then was able to work at his office during the serving of his sentence and just sleep in jail at night. That was not justice. And there has been injustice, of course, when the hopes of many victims were raised because Jeffrey Epstein was arrested and taken into custody. And then, in fact, I was there at the last hearing where he was present in federal court. And then to find that justice was denied because he either committed suicide or was a victim of homicide. The bottom line is he died in the custody of Metropolitan Center, so where he's being held. So once again, hopes are raised that perhaps with the release of the files, there will be some form of justice. But that's a battle that's taking place in the Congress, in the courts, and elsewhere. And
Okay. That's going to be it on the Epstein files today. But more and more people calling for the release of the Epstein files. And it would seem, I mean, who knows exactly how far back those things go. But it would seem his activities went back decades and decades, like we just saw. You know, this sex trafficking network that dates back literally to the 80s. Could be further back. I honestly don't know. I've honestly been trying to catch up with all of this stuff because it's been a while since it was like big news. You know, there was quite a few years in between his death and now, and it really kind of fell out of the news. And so, it's something I've just been trying to, re-educate myself on. As I do that, I've been finding things like that freaking interview from the 80s. Figured I'd share that with you today. Pretty disturbing, if you ask me. Now, let's move on from that. Go to talking about Democrats. What have Democrats been up to? Have they been trying to, improve their standings with Americans? Have they been trying to fight back against Trump? What's the future of Democrats? Are they going to win an election ever again? I don't know. Well, let's start off with one guy who's trying super hard. He's mad. He's so mad. What's he mad about? Might be nothing, actually, it turns out.
Cory Booker, he's taken a stand here. He's really, really angry. He gave a speech on the Senate floor yesterday. He's very upset, and then we'll tell you what about in just a second.
That's why I'm standing here. Don't question my integrity. Don't question my motives. I'm standing for Jersey. I am standing for my police officers. I'm standing for the Constitution, and I'm standing for what's right.
Jesus
and dear
Christ.
God, if you want to come at me that way, you're going to have to take it up with me. Because as people's due process rights and
if you want to come at me that way, you're going to have to take it up with me, I say.
to come at me that way, you're going to have to take it up with me. Because there's too much on the line right now in America. As people's due process rights and freedom of the speech rights and secret police are running around this country, picking people up off the streets who have a legal right to be here. There's too much going on in this country. When are we going to stand together? There's too much going on in this country that I just heard that we're agreed with. When are we going to stand together?
Yeah. He's a big nothing ever happens guy, so he doesn't like that like too much is going on.
Yeah, I'm very overstimulated right now.
That's too much.
I like how he puts the secret. I like how he puts the secret police are rounding people up like after all of the police funding. He's like, oh yeah, like we want to give funding to the police, but also there are separate police that are rounding people up and putting them in secret concentration camps. It's like, oh yeah. But like those are different police that we're not going to be giving this funding to apparently.
Right. So what this is all over is, first of all, like there's obviously discontent in like the Democratic base, and you have senators who are reacting to it. Cory Booker was one of the first to react in a way that he thought, was good, where he broke the record for that speech and took it from Strom Thurmond. And at the time, there were no Democrats really doing anything at all, and so we didn't cover it because it meant little except to take this title from a racist in the Senate, sure. But beyond that, it didn't mean too much. A few weeks later, Chris Van Hollen went down to El Salvador and got to meet with Kilmar Abrego Garcia when there was no leadership on that front at all, and that was an action that I think showed real fight with tangible results, because it made the pressure on the Trump administration, it heightened it, it turned up the heat, and the Supreme Court did rule that they had to return him. But I don't know, without Chris Van Hollen pushing the issue and other Democrats making this case, if that would have happened. A huge reason the administration's argument fell apart was because Van Hollen was able to see him in person, and it showed that they could get him out of CCOT, which was like a central claim saying, oh, we have no authority to make this happen. Well, a U.S. senator did it. Certainly the president could do so. So that was an example of real leadership. And it made Cory Booker's performative stuff, which was very much focused on an individual record, and it's his kind of, his rants there were very much about himself there too. It fell on deaf ears because people are looking for politicians not to speak about themselves or do these kinds of grand gestures that center themselves, but like Zohran or like what Van Hollen did.
Exactly. I mean, we don't need leaders to make things more about themselves, to, prove just how great they are all the time. Like, prove to us how great you are by standing for issues, right? Not just by making big speeches and sounding tough or whatever, right? Like, just speak out on the right issues, and honestly, you don't even have to speak. Just vote correctly. Like, actually, like, introduce important legislation. Like, fight in the Senate, fight in whatever committees you might be in to get good legislation passed, right? Like, do that. For the love of God.
Putting themselves on the line to stand up for people who don't have a voice, because that's what's necessary right now. And what we were talking about here was, let's put this up. This is Politico. It explains what this fight was over, and you'll laugh at how silly this is. New Jersey Senator Cory Booker scolded fellow Democrats Tuesday for not having enough backbone to resist President Donald Trump in a fiery floor exchange. That's the quote. We heard that. This is the reason. The bills in question are aimed at equipping police with trauma kits and protecting certain family death benefits, and Democratic Senators Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota and Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada sought to pass them by unanimous consent, but Booker sought to offer an amendment requiring the Trump administration to distribute public safety resources among red and blue states without political bias, a request that has threatened to upend the bill's passage. So let's just pause for a second. That speech was him fighting with Democrats over a procedural issue where Klobuchar and Masto wanted to pass this funding for policing equipment and death benefits by unanimous consent, and Cory Booker got on his soapbox because he wanted an amendment included that said that it would not be biased in the distribution of those resources.
This next bit is the how you can tell this is all bullshit for clips, which is Klobuchar and Masto both criticized Booker for bringing up his concerns on the floor where the cameras are, instead of raising them earlier in the Judiciary Committee, which he is a part of. Which approved the bills unanimously. Because he doesn't have any actual advice of what they should be doing.
It's fucking ridiculous, dude. So rather than just raising the issues before the bill ever reached the floor in the committee which he is on, Cory Booker voted yes on the bill. And then when it reached the Senate floor, decided to grandstand. Seems ineffective and inefficient. God damn it. So stupid. All right. Let's go to one Democrat who continues to fight and went on to a big time Twitch podcast. That's right. Rashida Tlaib and Hassan Piker.
All right, we're here with Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, and I'm very excited. We've had a conversation before. We talked about how to save our immigrant neighbors at a time when seemingly it was a very necessary conversation that had to take place. You're here at the DSA National Convention here in Chicago. You just delivered a keynote speech, and how are you feeling? Do you feel emboldened? Do you feel powerful? Do you feel like we have a movement?
It's like being with family and just being with people that understand. You know, when my tears come down, it's because it's just been very painful. Just watching not only what Trump is doing, but just even before that, the political systems have been set up in a way that continues to silence us or continue to, I don't know, just make us feel less than in our own country. So it's just been overwhelming. I mean, just watching everything online now, the ICE, thugs and just hearing all the stories, and I can tell you just images after images. You don't have to be an immigrant, you don't have to be Palestinian, you don't have to be a Democrat or part of a political party. People do not want to continue to watch people fund this kind of extraction and
this kind of violence.
Yeah, it's violence. And but here, I mean, I just feel like I'm with family. I mean, especially Metro Detroit DSA, I mean, they had my back when I first ran, and I don't know if the underdog is the right word, but a lot of people didn't know who I was. And they believed in my message of, we're not going to allow corporations to infiltrate our campaign. We're going to run on anti-poverty, right to clean air, clean water. And we won, I mean, by very little, but we created a movement, and now I'm there, fighting back against those that might have been there for decades and just don't get how hard it's been for so many of our families at home.
Let's just dive right into the main points of contention here that I feel like you probably get asked a lot. The election took place. Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party lost. Yeah. And not only did they lose the actual election, not only did they lose the Electoral College, they lost the general population vote as well. What do you think happened?
I mean, one, I think it's very important for folks to know it's 7 swing states lost. But it's the first time since 1994 the Democratic Party favorability has dropped. I want folks to know when he was elected the first time in 2017, the Democratic Party favorability just jumped, skyrocketed. That did not happen now in 2025, even though there's overwhelming opposition to the betrayal bill that literally kicks people off of health care and gives to the rich.
Yeah.
What I feel very much is there's been an abandonment to some of our core values. I grew up with a UAW dad. He was a Democrat. Didn't matter if there was a D next to their name, they voted Democrat because in many ways it was like hurt reduction. That person will hurt me less.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with that party. But now people, the lack of trust, but the lack of really feeling like the party has their back. They didn't want a Palestinian Muslim that said the G word campaigning with Vice President Harris. They wanted a campaign with Liz Cheney.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why they don't understand how terrible that was. And it's not just the vice president. We're not talking about, it's not her. It's the establishment, because the same people get latched on, got their claws into the next nominee, the next person that's going to run for president. You'll see it. It's the same names over and over again. And it's incredibly unfortunate. I said it in my speech, Hassan, like the same donors are funding both parties. And for me, the general population or worker, if you're watching this, you're thinking, well, do they even have my back? Which side are they on? And so I think it's a really important a moment in the Democratic Party establishment, and I hope they wake up, because doing the same thing over and over again is insane. We lost to a felon. We lost to Trump.
I know, twice.
Yes.
Yeah, after he already had, you can curse on here as well.
Yeah,
after he fucked everything up the first time, and then did January 6th.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party's performance was so
he
disastrous.
said everything he's going to do, and he's doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Project 2025.
Yeah.
It's being implemented. Project Esther also being implemented, specifically on the boundaries of attacking free speech.
Yeah, absolutely.
We saw this unfold with Mahmoud Khalil and many others who were arrested, apprehended for thought crimes, things that Republicans have routinely criticized. And as a matter of fact, it's actually what I wanted to talk about. You've been in these circles at this point. You've been a politician for a while. And my question to you is, this is definitely a question that I have and a question that people in my community have, like, is it cynicism? Like the ineptitude, is that deliberate? Is that by design? Because I go back and forth.
I don't think it's that simple. I think it really is denial.
So they're bubbled in.
They're bubbled in. When I tell people that over 50% of my colleagues are millionaires, they're like, what? I said, both Democrat, Republican. Like, if you talk to them, even a Democratic colleague, I remember this when the federal government shut down. Seriously, Piker, you know what? One of my Democratic colleagues goes to me, why are they in the food bank line? Why can't they just go get a loan? And I was like, what?
Jesus.
And again, it just, the longer,
such a detached.
This is ridiculous.
Oh my God, such a fucking, just complete, detachment from reality. Like, these people are so, far removed from the population. It's like, oh yeah, right. I'm sure that the people in the fucking food lines couldn't think of that one. Right. Maybe. They can't get credit. There's lots of people in the United States who cannot get a loan because their credit is too bad, or they already have too many loans outstanding, or they don't have enough income, or they don't have, enough assets to borrow against, right? Like, this is just this is baby shit. Like, if you don't know that, if you can't understand that, then you are just so far removed from the reality that many people live in. It's just so wildly out of touch.
And I was like, what? And again, it just, the longer, I've been there 7 years, the longer I'm there, I can see the disconnect. It's a class, right? They're in an income bracket that will never understand what it means to not afford that deductible when you go to the doctor, or, to live, there literally pollution all around you, and your kid has asthma and you can't afford the asthma. All of that to say is there is this real disconnect. And, when people say they're party elites and stuff, they're talking about very rich people that are in places of position making policies. And you saw it with the cryptocurrency. Let's talk about, the bill came through and a lot of Democrats supported the Republicans' proposal. And you saw it. People that are part of the Progressive Caucus supported that proposal. It was the #1 funder of this past presidential campaign. They funded Trump overwhelmingly.
And he's doing
just
open grift.
legitimized them.
Yeah. He's openly grifting as well. Like, I have some friends who track a lot of the cryptocurrency stuff, and they can't believe how rampant the corruption is and how in your face it is, like with the Donald Trump coin that came out, and then the subsequent DOJ and numerous other regulatory agency investigations that were dropped for people who specifically bought in the Donald Trump coin and was able to get a meeting with Donald Trump. And
Pay to play. That's,
it is. I'm Turkish. I grew up in Turkey. It's something that I've already seen. Even
I was
down
at the Pan American Congress, and I was just telling folks, I was there with folks from Venezuela, El Salvador, Ecuador, Brazil. They're all like, this happened to, you guys don't understand. This is real, and you guys need to understand what's coming. Fascism comes here. It's very clear that the unlawfulness of this administration is going to lead to breaking down even more rights.
For sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I don't know what if you talk to them, you know, they're mothers. I try to like, okay, they're human beings, but it's that lived experience that they lack, or this disconnect. And who's in their ear? They're donors who are people that extract from the community. These are the same people that continue to want the status quo continue. They don't want to fix shit.
So you're saying it's that they're mostly bubbled in, like they're mostly in this echo chamber, and I think the process of being in Congress kind of pushes you away from the average person, which is ironic because like as a public servant, you're probably supposed to be more in tune with the values of your constituents.
They need to go home to their districts. They need to go in their community.
But even that experience, because we've seen town halls with like Mike Flood and his constituents in Nebraska are basically like, we want to eat the rich. And
they want to tax the rich. It's very popular.
They're screaming tax the rich. They're
Medicare
screaming
for all,
Medicare
very
for all.
popular. Paid leave, very popular.
Exactly. These are incredibly popular pieces of legislation, and they've been popular for a very long time, in spite of the insurmountable media attention on the opposite side, the constant propaganda saying like this is actually bad for you, because the media is also backed by these very same corporate interests that also fund both parties. And I guess I saw a piece of that when I was at the DNC, where I was supposed to be at the heart of what everyone was paying attention to, and yet I never felt so out of touch in my entire life, because when you're there. And you're trying to make the news, like you're trying to explain what's going on there. You are so out of touch because every single person, like every single person that's there is just like invested in, I don't know, working through the Democratic Party machine.
It's just keep everything as it is. I've even heard one of the, I don't know, back in the day, political consultant for the Democratic Party. I think he was for Clinton or something. I can't remember his name. And he basically said, oh, everybody just don't do anything, Democrats. Just be still, let them miss us. That was his approach to fighting fascism. Is okay.
Yeah, it's also Chuck Schumer's plan, Hakeem Jeffries' plan. I don't know when they got the memo out to the Democrats to be, don't do anything. If you stand there and don't say anything and you don't move, nobody will notice you. And then they'll notice the Republicans being shitty. And then they'll be like, oh, look at that guy not doing anything. That would be better than this garbage over here. Ah, God.
But even when we had the trifecta, we couldn't get Voting Rights Act done. We couldn't get some of the major elements that I think would have touched people's lives immediately.
That's what I was saying earlier about the Biden administration. Is that, like she said, we had the trifecta. We had all the, we had Congress, the House, and the Senate, and we had the presidency, and didn't do anything. Like, I don't know, packing the Supreme Court or putting into law things like, like enacting Roe v. Wade into the law through legislation, or a whole host of other things. None of it got done. Instead, we just spent billions and billions of dollars on a genocide. Did a couple of good things in there, but really, most of that was, just typical democratic, politics, rather than actually any sort of reform, any sort of like genuinely future-looking stuff. And it's just sad. It's a pathetic state of affairs.
And get it done. I watched them botch the minimum wage increase. I've watched them continue to botch environmental protections. Again, throwing crumbs at us and saying, at least it's something. But our lives, it's not like we can get years back, right? You get sick, you get cancer. It's not like you can stop getting cancer. You need access to quality health care and not go bankrupt in our country if you get sick. And so I wish there was a way to explain anything, but everything that people might think right now out there of the bubble, the swamp, whatever the hell they call it, it is a part of its corruption, a part of its who gets to ears of the members of Congress, but it's also a part of the fact that many of them, again, are in an income class that will never, ever, no matter they have the gavel or not, understand the urgency of moving on these agendas that, to me, are nonpartisan. These are...
Their kids aren't the ones getting poisoned when the new like AI data center is like opening up next door, and then the water supply is destroyed.
That's right.
So they don't have these.
They're
they don't
not
have
in
these
Flint
same immediate
drinking poisoned
concerns.
water. You know, they're just,
Yeah.
they're never going to understand. They think press releases, letters, you saw me say it, tweets, all this, like that's enough to make it. People don't fall for that shit anymore.
Yeah.
They know. It's like, well, how'd you vote? You know, I think I was the only one to vote no, absolutely no. My son was with me on the floor, my 14-year-old, and he's like, Mom, you're the only no. I said, it's 14 acres of Forest Service land given to a concrete company in Wisconsin. I'm not going to support, especially if the Forest Service Department is like, no, you know, they don't want to give the land. 14 acres to a for-profit concrete company in, you know, Wisconsin. But it's this whole idea, not in my backyard, right?
Yeah.
Not in my backyard. As long as it's not in their backyard, I don't give a shit. And I, you know, functioning that way loses again more trust within the Democratic Party establishment. I mean, we already know the Republicans.
Yeah, absolutely. Democrats really need to decide on what side of the line they are on. They cannot continue to straddle the center. You know, it's not working out. And the more they do it, the more they just sort of seem to be tipping more and more to the right. You know, allowing Republicans to pull the goalpost further and further to the right. And really, honestly, I feel like in many ways it gives them the opportunity to not have to stand for anything. Like, look how much worse the Republicans are. It's like, look, it's not a fair or valid argument. They are terrible, and we shouldn't vote for them. But you know, the fact is, Democrats need to earn the vote. They need to go out and do the things that we deserve, that we want, that we are asking for. But speaking of loss of trust, this next thing we're going to talk about, really not good. If you want people to trust, if you want people to trust you, this next thing is really troubling. Not sure if everybody's heard of this before, but let's talk about an organization known as Mothership.
Sam Seder on the Majority Report. Emma Vigeland is out today. Want to welcome to the program Adam Bonica, Associate Professor of Political Science at Stanford, publisher of On Data and Democracy Substack. We'll put a link to that, of course. Adam, am I saying your last name right?
Bonica.
Bonica, okay. I always have to ask because 90% of the time I am not saying it right. Anybody's last name. This story, I mean, it's not so much, well, walk us through this. What is Mothership? Let's start with that.
Okay, so Mothership is a Democratic fundraising consulting firm. It is a outgrowth of the DCCC, so the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. So it's one of the big national party committees that focuses on fundraising to help.
By the way, speaking of fundraising, I would like to remind everybody that I have started the goal for this Sunday Fun Day. Started like 10 minutes ago, so that we can ensure we get all of the sweet galactic content today. Paige Larson using your galactic individual membership highlight. Democrats are shit out of luck if their policies don't change. Very true.
Democrats win elections and congressional seats. Mothership.
And we should say Mothership is a firm. It's an outgrowth in the sense that that people who used to work for the DCCC.
Yes, that's what it
essentially privatized. Decided they're not going to work for the DCCC anymore. They're going to do what they were doing at the DCCC, but they're just going to do it for themselves.
For profit, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and so they left the DCCC. There were 3 former staffers there, and they founded this firm. And they took the sort of dirtiest tactics that were being used by the party at the time to fundraise, and they just turned up the knob to like 11. And early on, what they did is they started up their own PAC, which was called End Citizens United. Some of you may have encountered it because they spam you all the time. And they started to use that as their first client, and they started to build a business off of this. fast forward, that was back in 2014 when they founded it, 2015 when Citizens United came out. And they have been sort of in the shadows of Democratic fundraising for quite some time now. And over time, they have sort of built this network of PACs that have been using these tactics, the spam tactics, to fundraise a lot of money. And most of it has either been spent on fundraising expenses or been funneled back to this Mothership strategies as a firm.
So it's almost like I'm trying to make an analogy that people would understand, but it would be, I start my podcast and then I also start an advertising business, and I pay myself the advertising. I pay the advertising business 35% of what podcast does. And then also I have a temp agency that sends out producers, and I pay the temp agency to send me producers. So I'm basically I'm dealing with myself. I've opened up all these different satellite shops around me that ultimately pay me in, like, I have 6 different revenue streams. So this is out there. We should also say, I think like End Citizens United right now, I read somewhere that they actually were like sending out an email with a poll talking about corruption, which
that is rich. Donald James X, 7 months of Galactic membership. That reminds me. Cheers. Cheers to you, Donald James. 7 months. I think that might be the maximum number of months that one could have been a member of the Galactic News Network. Impressive. Impressive stuff. Sarah Layla, also using her Galactic individual membership highlight. Cheers indeed. Yes, indeed. 4 months. It's beautiful.
Was rather poetic. So this Mothership, these guys come from the thing, and I remember that era of DCCC emailing. There was a lot of concern by activists and people sort of like in the fundraising world that this whole strategy of sending emails saying like, we're gonna lose. We're and every 15 minutes
we're doomed.
Yes. There's a term for it that you use in your piece, like churn and burn, essentially.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So churn and burn.
Yeah. Go ahead. Tell us the different philosophies that you could have theoretically for fundraising before we get to the sort of really the most grotesque part about Mothership.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I should state up front that in terms of the fundraising strategies, the reason I started looking into all this is because this approach to fundraising, where you're essentially being deceptive, predatory, and trying to find marks who will donate to you, is just hugely detrimental to the party's reputation. And so one of the strategies that has really taken hold among a lot of these sort of powerful fundraisers is this churn and burn strategy, where you just say whatever you need to say. You make up stuff. You try to confuse people to like click on your links. You say that there's an $800 match. These are all lies, right? These are very deceptive tactics. So that churn and burn is basically do anything you can to raise a buck.
This sounds wildly unethical, and it should be illegal and fraud and like racketeering. Like it just all sounds completely illegal.
Illegal. Better fundraising strategy is one where you inspire donors through having good policies or doing something courageous to donate to further the cause. And I think that's the dichotomy here, where you can think of getting people to donate to you because you're doing good things and you're inspiring them. That's the model that should be forefront. The model right now of this churn and burn is just, it is doing so much damage to trust between the party and donors, and trust between and the brand of the party.
Now, is the party, and I want to make sure that we distinguish here between the party in terms of like and Mothership. With that said, and then we could talk about though the problematic sort of, they would call it synergy or that exists there. But I mean, like, it seems that the churn and burn is not as intense as it was at other periods, and that some politicians choose to use it and some don't, based on that. I mean, you know, but if you're Mothership, you don't pass policies, right? Like you're not people. The deceit is a lot of times where it's like Zohran Mamdani is one, and you know, help support Zohran's policies by donating here, and it's really just like anybody could say that about anything, right? Like they could say, America's, you could, I mean, the Zohran thing is a perfect example. They've probably done that, I would say. And that's the deception, right? Like the idea that somehow this money is going to go somehow support Zohran. And in fact, it's not. Mm-hmm. But it's not even going to support anybody. That's really sort of the most scandalous thing. I mean, like, we can have debates, it seems to me, about what's an effective email strategy, and are there moments where we desperately need money to get people on the ground game, and so yes, we're going to sacrifice best long-term email practices over the next 3 months and do it. But I mean, that's sort of debatable, arguable, I guess, but the rest of it is just astonishing. Walk us through how you found out where the money was going.
Yeah, so I started out with the debate that you were just talking about. Like, I just thought it was not a good strategy. And so I looked into, okay, so who is sending me all these texts? Right, like I literally just received one right before I got on about Texas redistricting that has nothing to do with it. And so I was getting these spam texts. So I was like, well, there's an identifiable set of PACs that are sending it. And so I went and just started looking at those PACs. So I spend a lot of time in campaign finance data. It's sort of the area of my research. And so I started pulling on this thread of, okay, all these spam PACs, where are they, like, who are they paying? What are the firms that are central to this operation? And they all led back to this one operation, Mothership Strategies. And it was not a difficult thing to find. And so I've included like all the data online. You can just sort of look it up yourself on the FEC website. It's just a very clear pattern of, you just look up these PACs. If someone spams you, look up the PAC on the FEC and see who they're paying money to. They happen to be this sort of nexus of PACs where they're doing transfers between each other. And so, for instance, Progressive Turnout Project is one of the main ones, where a lot of the other PACs, like Stop Republicans, will send money to Progressive Turnout Project. And then Progressive Turnout is sort of like a shell game where they'll raise a bunch of money, transfer it over to another PAC, and so it's harder to track. But it doesn't take that much work to just look at these patterns of transfers and these patterns of spending, and you can sort of track how much money is going back to Mothership, and it's most of it.
Okay, so who?
This is insane. This is fucking insane. Like, the fact that they are doing this level of obfuscation around these organizations that they're asking people to donate to, and shifting the money around back and forth to themselves, and just seemingly not actually focused at all at achieving any of the things that they're talking about in these ads asking for money. It's insane. Like, I'm trying to think of what it like. I'm trying to think of like an analogy myself of like what it would be like for me, like to try and do something like this. It'd be like, soliciting donations, and then instead of, like then funneling that money. But no, that's not even a good example. I was going to say funneling it to like, I don't know, like oil companies or something, but that's actually not what's happening here. They're doing something even shadier. It's like, it's wildly shady. It is just so wrong. Everything about this. We're not going to listen to this whole thing, but suffice to say, this has given me a lot of pause, a lot of thinking about, these organizations that are accepting and asking for money and contributions from Democrats. Now, supposedly, this company has like dozens of shell companies. It's not even a company, it's a PAC, right? It's a political action committee. So the laws are different for them than regular companies. But this guy goes on to say that he doesn't think that anything actually illegal is going on here because of the way that the laws around political contributions are set up at this moment, thanks to things like Citizens United. Which is why we have to get rid of the Citizens United, legislate it out of existence. Oh, God. All right. Let's keep talking Democrat politics, but let's get a little granular. All right, let's get a little granular with this thing. Let's go to New York City. Talk about the mayoral race, which has been ongoing all year. And election day is getting closer and closer. It was like 3 months. Yeah, it's like 3 months away.
Get me Cuomo back on top!
We did it, boss!
How is Cuomo back on top? The general election is still months away.
We made ourselves a little video launching his independent campaign, and I'm sorry, but we knocked it out of the park.
Why do you need a campaign video going to this neighborhood, that neighborhood, going on to the ferry, in the shops, all these people? With your new shoes?
Oh, look, this city is so diverse.
And our biggest criticism was being unrepresentative of the diversity of this city.
So we shot the entire video right in the melting pot of the Upper East Side.
Old rich white people, young rich white people, the range! Tell me, how far around the Upper East Side did you go?
If you go through the video, you will see we did not leave a 5-block radius around East 93rd.
Thank God it wasn't a schlep. He gets tired.
He's napping in the car.
Just phenomenal work with the location. That's where he got a lot of support.
Which is why none of the footage of him meeting people is staged at all.
Not at all.
We told him the criticism that he doesn't listen to actual voters enough. Did he take that advice? No. But he got close to them without throwing up.
And that's progress.
Okay.
Big win in the Democratic mayoral primary.
Please shut up, ma'am. Okay. There we go. That was an inside scoop from Andrew Cuomo's re-election campaign, taking a victory lap over that blunderous video that they filmed the Upper East Side. Yep. All right. Let's go here. Some of the, not the most recent, but pretty recent polling. This is from last week. I've been compiling Zohran videos and stuff here for the last, well, not just Zohran, but like, you know, NYC Mayoral campaign videos here for like a full week, because I figured we'd just do it all on Sunday Funday. So let's go here. Fox 5 New York. Don't go here too much, but they got the polls. Also, what the fuck is going on with this jacket? What are you doing here? What's happening here? Are you about to put on a low budget production of Chicago?
After a big win in the Democratic mayoral primary, Zohran Mamdani emerged as the frontrunner for the general election in November.
And a new poll shows him with a commanding lead in that race, no matter who's on the ballot against him. Fox 8's political reporter Morgan McKay is here with the new details. Hey, Morgan.
Hey, guys. So exactly, one of the biggest takeaways from this poll is that the Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani is leading by double digits against the other 4 candidates in the race. The poll conducted by Zenith Research and Public Progress Solutions also did one-on-one matchups with Mamdani against Mayor Eric Adams and former...
Damn, look at these numbers. Okay, 5-way race here. This is Zenith Research Zohran Mamdani in the 5-way race up just massively. If you have all these people still in it, Zohran wins hands down by double digits. Just massive. If Cuomo drops out, that just leaves him even better. Leaves him doing even better against the field somehow, because people are even more confused about what to do. As you can see, the I don't know numbers go up by 7 points. Four-way race with no Eric Adams would have as Mamdani still beating Cuomo by about the same, but 2 points more. Nearly 20 points separate them in this one. In a head-to-head, Zohran Mamdani versus Eric Adams, he would once again win hands down, up by 20 points here once again. The undecideds would not even get close to making up for that. And in fact, the fact is, if you add the undecideds in any of these columns here to the highest numbers, which are currently Andrew Cuomo, he still doesn't get close. Add 11 to 26, that's 37. You're still short 5. 17 to 15 for Curtis Sliwa or Eric Adams, that still leaves you in the 30s. Add 13 to either of these, that still leaves you shy by 5 points. But a head-to-head, Mamdani versus Cuomo seems to be the closest race, but that would require Curtis Sliwa to drop out, Eric Adams, and Jim Walden. And I find it very difficult to believe that somehow all of those guys are going to drop out. Okay, that is just not, I've been saying it for a while, but I find it very unlikely, a very unlikely situation that they would all drop out to give it to Andrew Cuomo or whomever else, because they all have their own bones to pick, if you will. They're also, most of these guys are basically narcissists with their own sort of their personal brand, if you will. Like, they have their own goals. They don't give a shit. They honestly, and the fact is, I mean, while they may have some things in common here, like, I can almost guarantee Curtis Lee was not going to drop out. Eric Adams needs to remain mayor. Okay, I'm not saying he should remain mayor, but if you're in Eric Adams's head, there's no way that this guy does not want to stay being mayor. Because if he's no longer mayor, what does that mean? Well, what that means is that Eric Adams would suddenly, potentially, be facing prosecution for the crimes that he almost definitely committed. Yeah, because, of course, right now he's collaborating with the Trump administration on the ICE raids, but, the second that he's not doing that, the second he can't even do that, right, they left the door open on the prosecution, right? They said, look, there's not, what's it called? Like, they dropped the case, but without prejudice, so that they can come back and file the charges once again and prosecute Eric Adams if he does anything that the Trump administration doesn't like, right? So there's no fucking way Eric Adams drops out, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. All right, we're not going to listen to this whole thing from Fox News. I just figured we would go through this real quick. But the numbers seem to be pointing towards a Zohran victory. Now let's go here. This is from 6 days ago. Zohran Mamdani hanging out in Little Haiti.
Mamdani.
Right, but what was I saying? Mine? Yeah. I'm saying the M and the N.
You can also just say I'm endorsing Zohran.
Okay,
That's
but
easy.
no, but we like Mamdani.
Yeah.
Mam.
You know what happened to the last guy who got it wrong. We don't even know where he is anymore.
Welcome to our day, Papa.
Thank you.
Pistachio grape.
Okay. Okay.
Yo, have a good one, man.
Thank you, boss.
La bataille pour moun qui parle de papier yo qui m'a TPS tout. Dila.
All I know how to say is sac passe. That's all I have.
Na boule.
Can you tell me a little bit about where we are?
We are in Little Haiti.
What just happened?
Haiti. We probably have about 500,000 Haitians in New York City. We want people to know that we exist.
Yeah.
And so when people arrive at the train station, they hear, "Welcome to Little Haiti."
My mother's been living here for over 30 years.
Okay.
And they've raised the rent again.
When you speak to New Yorkers, no matter in what neighborhood, you hear this again and again. Because right now, too many people are getting pushed out of the place that they helped to build. And that's a political choice. We have to make another one now.
Everything's going up. The rent, the groceries, utilities. People need a reprieve. Everyone is stretched thin.
And that's why we're pushing and supporting Zohran Mamdani for mayor, because he understands the people's issues. I mean, how many candidates come here in Little Haiti to actually listen? We are working class. We help build this country. We help build this city. And so we want to continue to live here.
We're fighting for a city that doesn't forget who built it. From Little Haiti to every neighborhood, affordability is the key.
New York City belongs to all of us. I'm Assembly Member Rodney Bishart Hermlin. I am the Brooklyn Democratic Party Chair, and I'm asking you to join all of us in supporting Zohran Mamdani for Mayor of New York City.
Well, there you go. Zohran. Continuing his strategy of just hanging out with the people in the streets of New York. And if those last poll numbers are indicative of, of the success of that plan, it would seem that that's working quite well. It seems that he, you know, and unlike Andrew Cuomo, he's talking to real people, and those real people seem genuinely interested in him. Genuinely on board for the policies of Zohran. But one man, one man by the name of Andrew Cuomo is making a bet. A bet that New Yorkers, petrified, quote unquote, New Yorkers, will find a way to beat Mamdani. Fascinating. Oh shit. Mo and Noem. Gifting 5 sweet Galactic News Network memberships to the community. Who got them? Sue B, Brenneman, Melanie Dennis, Pitchfork's Dope Daughter, and Bad Lefty's alt account, the purple lefty, all getting sweet Galactic memberships. That gets us to 3 of 10 immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right. That is beautiful. Much appreciated, Moanub. Incredibly generous. All right, let's see what the fuck Andrew Cuomo's got to say over here.
What we learned in the primaries, you
is
had
it, by the way,
tremendous vote of.
By the way, I'm sure everyone is shocked to hear this, but this interview that Andrew's doing is on Bloomberg, the business channel. Shock of shocks. I am beside myself. I'm so shocked.
What we learned in the primaries, you had a tremendous vote of the under 30, which is really a national phenomenon.
Is it?
They're highly energized. It started as a political movement that was anti-Trump. It's now further energized by socialism, income equality, and the situation.
The way he says income inequality, he's like, why do these people even care about income inequality? It's like some sort of TikTok trend or something. I don't get it. I'm an old guy. I don't know. What are the 30s? What are these kids doing over here?
At least Gaza. But my point to the under 30 is, look, I agree with your statement of the problems.
Okay.
Yes, affordability is a major issue. Yes, your rent is a major issue.
Okay.
But
what about Gaza?
The solutions being
he's just skipping past the Gaza situation. He's like, look, they care about Gaza, and I'm not going to talk about it.
By Assemblyman Mamdani are not real solutions.
They're not real solutions.
The answer is not freezing the rent for 4 years. Economically, that doesn't work.
It doesn't.
Landlords are not going to subsidize buildings; they'll walk away.
It doesn't work, even though it was already done earlier. Bill de Blasio froze the rent. The rent has been frozen on multiple occasions. Let's just write that down. It does work, and it's happened before. Somehow Andrew's not aware of that.
From buildings. Yes, the problems they have identified are correct. No, the solutions offered by Assemblyman Mamdani
what is your
will
solution?
Not solve the problem.
What is your solution, fuckbag?
Governor, what is your path to victory as you sit here today? Can you still...
Thanks, Bloomberg. Great follow-up on that. Instead of asking what his solution is, which he definitely didn't name, he's just like, hey, I want to talk about something else instead of telling us what your solution is.
Governor, what is your path to victory as you sit here today? Can you still win? Mayor Adams does not drop out?
No, he can't win.
In a multi-candidate race, yes, you can theoretically win. The math is much more difficult. I think reality will set in at one point because the existential threat is, I think, Assemblyman Mamdani as mayor of New York.
Oh, it's existential.
And many Democratic leaders feel that. The business community feels that. People feel that. This is a radical form of socialism. Economic socialism.
Radical form of socialism? Oh, God, free universal pre-K and, free buses. Oh, God. Oh, this is radical. Oh, God. Government-owned grocery stores. You might as well be the USSR.
In New York City, which is the heart of business and corporate America, and how does socialism work in
Zohran, he just doesn't care enough about businesses and corporate America and the wealthy. What's wrong with that guy?
Follow the rich white man.
I don't get it. Why what does he have against big business?
New York City? How do you have a socialist city in a capitalist nation? The assemblyman is anti-police, called for defunding the police, dismantling the police, said the police are wicked and corrupt as an institution, said the police are racist.
How dare he say things that are true? Oh, God.
Illegal.
Oh, how dare he say that?
How do you provide public safety? How do you recruit police officers? How do you keep police officers if that's your position vis-a-vis the police? So he is the threat. You have several candidates who are now running, and senior Democrats have said, look, when you get to September, the strongest candidate should go forward one-on-one to try to beat Mamdani, and the other candidate should defer. And I've agreed to that. I said, if I'm not the strongest candidate in September, then I will defer.
Right. Well, Governor, with a little bit of hindsight now, what does Mr. Mamdani's success in the primary tell you about the New York City electorate right now?
What it says is, first, you did have an aberration in the primary turnout. You had an explosion of this under 30 that actually distorted the turnout. That's why the polls were all wrong, right? The polls all had me way ahead, 15,
no, they didn't.
20 points.
What are you talking about? Huh? The polls had you ahead like months before the election. And as the election approached, that changed pretty drastically, Andrew. And it seems like you're in denial, pal.
I don't want reality.
You're in fucking denial. Andrew Cuomo talks like he's never been to New York City. He's barely ever. He does. He's. I'll tell you right now. I'll bet you. Well, I don't have that kind of money. But there's no way that he's doing this this interview in New York. He's almost definitely outside of it. Certainly not in the city. Actually, looks like a fucking hotel room. I don't know where the fuck he is. There we go. Andrew Cuomo to tell us it's an aberration that Zohran won. It's a socialist takeover. The young kids. It's all the young aberrational, the aboriginals? I don't know, whatever he's saying. All these under 30s coming out and voting for Zohran. Terrible. Okay, Andrew. The fact is he's like, I'll drop out of him if I'm weaker than the other candidates. And right now he's not weaker than the other weak candidates, but none of them are, as we just saw in the polls, even close to beating Zohran. And the numbers seem to be getting more and more solidified for Zohran as time passes. People are like, we definitely don't want more Eric Adams. Why is Andrew Cuomo in the race? And also, Curtis who? Like, that's basically where we're at. Because of course, come on. Andrew lost. He lost, and now he's staying in the race.
I'm staying in the race.
Seems like there's a trend in old Democrat politics. Staying in the race when you probably shouldn't be. Okay. Now let's go here. This was a CNN clip posted to Kat Abagazale's YouTube channel earlier this week, talking about progressive candidates.
We're back with our politics lead, Vice President J.D. Vance, deflecting any blame for the fallout around the Epstein files today.
Donald J. Trump is asking his Department of Justice to show full transparency, and somehow that's a criticism of Donald J. Trump and not Barack Obama and George W. Bush. If you want to criticize the people who aren't showing full transparency, you ought to go after the administrations that went easy on Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, my panel's here, former Trump White House Communications Director Mike Dubke, and for the first time we're joined by Democratic congressional candidate Kat Abugazale. She's 26, running for Congress in the Democratic Party in Illinois' 9th congressional district. Thanks so much for joining us. So, a lot to talk about today. Politico today details how behind the scenes Vance has tried to take on the peacemaker role between MAGA and the White House. Let me read from this article. Quote, he has won over high-level MAGA influencers, is on a text chain.
Hold on, we don't need this whole clip. Please hold. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, fuck it. It won't it won't even let me scoop through this. Oh, there we go.
Courting these MAGA influencers.
It feels a lot like he's kind of over-explaining here a bit. There's a really easy way to solve this, and that's by being transparent about the world's most famous pedophile and sex trafficker. I was just endorsed by Ro Khanna today, who has been effectively targeting Republicans on this. Like, they have options here. They could be transparent about these files, which their base wants to see, which pretty much every American wants to see, but they would rather shut down Congress instead. And it's kind of weird.
What do you mean shut down Congress? Oh, because they adjourned.
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly. Like, this is, they don't want to vote on whether to release these files or not. And it's like, why? What is there to hide?
It's not a bad question. We should know that that's actually not unlike what J.D. Vance used to sound like on this. In 2021, this was his position on Jeffrey Epstein, on writing on Twitter. Quote, if you're a journalist and you're not asking questions about this case, you should be ashamed of yourself. I mean, I resemble that. I agree. Yep. So why the change?
Oh, I don't know that there's a change in the administration's posture over the last 3 weeks. I've been asking the same thing. I mean, unfortunately, I think this is one of the areas where we've had this administration not be able to clearly articulate a position that they took during the campaign and prior to it. And I'm just surprised by that as we get to here. But JD's comment, the vice president's comment at an event on the One Big Beautiful Bill today, he was asked the question by an AP reporter, and he's doing what a vice president does. He toes the line of the administration, and I think that's fair. And I was going to say, back to your original question, I mean, this is the position for him if he wants to run in 2028. This is what he needs to do.
But he's saying Donald J. Trump is asking the Department of Justice to show full transparency. But that's not true. They're not. They asked for grand jury transcripts to be released.
They did.
And the judge said no, which was expected. But there's thousands of pages of documents.
Exactly.
They don't have to ask anybody's permission to release.
Well, they need to be careful with what they release from
redact
all of the
the names of the
legal
victims.
position,
Yeah.
and also the protection of the victims
But
and
they
all
have
of that.
But you don't. He hasn't asked for.
Look, you can ask me this question over and over and over again, and I don't know the answer to it because I think. It's not. It's not a simple answer of just release it.
Wow, dude.
I don't know the.
I love how he interrupts her. She's like, I know what the answer is. He's like, no, you don't. You don't know the answer, stupid. You stupid woman.
It's not a simple answer of just release it all. It is I don't know what I was saying is, I don't know the reason why this administration that has so effectively communicated in the first 6 months of its administration, why this one's tripping them up. That's the question.
What do you think is the reason, Kat?
I can guess, and I think it's because there are names in there that this administration doesn't want people to see.
Yeah.
I mean, the President of the United States, there was a letter that he was suing the Wall Street Journal over of the President's signature as pubic hair on a poem about ageless enigmas. Like, this isn't rocket science here.
Well,
That's a detail about that picture.
Well, he's denying that.
Kat is right. Not rocket science. Not rocket science at all.
Is his drawing, and it's his letter, and he's also, from the start of this, if there was that information in there, I firmly believe the Biden administration, Merrick Garland, some of this would have leaked out at this point. This is what really puzzles me. I don't really know what's not in there or is in there. And this seems to be a misstep that repeats itself over and over again. And we're on week 3, 4?
Something like that. So let me change the topic. Something everybody wants to know about Vance in 2028 is he going to be the nominee or is he going to run? Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, had a pretty quick answer when interviewed, quote unquote, by the president's daughter-in-law.
You are talked about quite frequently as a possible contender in 2028. Do you have your sights set outside of the State Department?
Well, I think J.D. Vance would be a great nominee.
It's a pretty good political answer, but what do you think?
Whether Marco Rubio will run or J.D. Vance will run, I think they should focus more on helping this country right now as people are struggling instead of focusing on their own political ambitions. I mean, I thought Trump was supposed to run for a 3rd term, according to these guys. So it's kind of interesting to see how weirdly
I think that was
on this.
Trolling. What did you think of it?
A little bit of tongue in cheek on that.
In New York City, former Governor Andrew.
I love how this dude is just rushing. And this guy is one of Donald Trump's former advisors, so he's got some reasons for why he's talking like this. He's like, it was like he's trying to give him as much credit as possible. I think that was tongue in cheek. He didn't mean it. They keep playing that game. Oh yeah. Oh, he's just joking.
Was continuing his mayoral campaign as an independent. He sat down with CNN's Gloria Pesmino to discuss young voters' excitement for the Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani. Take a listen.
People get turned off because somebody runs for office and says, I have a magic wand. I'm going to make everything more affordable. I'm going to make buses run fast. I'm going to wave a wand, and all of that is going to happen. And then nothing happens.
You, like Mamdani, are a young progressive candidate taking on the establishment. Do you think that Governor Cuomo has the diagnosis right about that's why people get turned off, because somebody runs for office and makes a lot of promises?
I think the fact that they make a lot of promises is something that turns people off. But the fact of the matter is that Zohran Mamdani, in his election, he's providing solutions. He had a bus program that's helping provide free fares across the city. A lot of progressive candidates, and what I frankly think are common sense candidates, have solutions that other politicians just don't want to implement because they don't want to upset donors or upset corporations or upset people with a lot of power. And for instance, you can check out my comprehensive platform at catforillinois.com. These are things that we know what solves homelessness. It's building more housing. We know what solves medical debt. It's universal health care. It's not complicated, and it's not waving a magic wand either. It takes work. Building things is hard, but it's much better than letting people suffer.
Mike, what were you doing at 26?
Oh, 26. I was here in Washington, D.C., toiling away.
And toiling away at, ladder climbing. Nice. Nice. Okay. Let's stay on the New York mayoral race, which they just ended with there. Let's go here. This is the latest on the New York mayoral race. This is from 3 days ago. CBS New York. War of words erupts between Zohran Mamdani and Andrew Cuomo over the Trump report.
War of words in the mayor's race following reports that President Trump is not only closely following the contest, but thinking about whether he should get involved.
Political reporter Marcia Kramer has been following every development in the story. She joins us now with more. Marcia.
Justin, Christine, the two main combatants are on Mamdani and Andrew Cuomo sought to score points off each other today. Mamdani sought to tie Cuomo to the president with a list of 11 facts to prove a cozy relationship. Cuomo insisting he and Trump fought like cats and dogs, and he would never seek or accept a Trump endorsement.
Former Governor Cuomo has been conspiring with President Trump about the fate of this city, about the future of this city.
In the overheated race for mayor, a New York Times story hinting that President Trump and Andrew Cuomo are teaming up to derail his campaign had Zohran Mamdani on the attack.
We know that Andrew Cuomo will sell working people out for his interests, for the interests of the billionaires that supported him, for the interests of Donald Trump, because all of those interests are lining up as one and the same.
Mamdani, who trounced Cuomo in the Democratic primary, also published a list of 11 so-called facts to show the Cuomo...
God damn it, why does this keep happening?
Cuomo-Trump relationship goes back decades, including Trump once attended a Cuomo birthday party and filmed a video for his bachelor party saying he was sad to miss the event.
We had a contentious relationship.
Cuomo
It sounds like
vehemently
you got a
denied
very personal, close relationship.
to the president about the mayor's race.
I don't recall the last time I spoke with him. I left a message after the attempted assassination. I don't believe I spoke with him. I believe I left a message for...
How old is Andrew Cuomo? That was like 6 months ago, dude. All right, a little longer than that. It was like 9 months ago. How is it that Andrew Cuomo can't remember whether or not he spoke to Donald Trump? Seems like a lie, if you ask me. I mean, Andrew's getting old, but is he that old? You got Alzheimer's all of a sudden, Andrew? You can't remember if you spoke to the President of the United States? Wow. Maybe you should just retire.
Him.
Cuomo also tried to compete with Mamdani in showcasing ideas that he said would make the city more affordable, raising the minimum wage to $20, eliminating New York City income taxes for a family of four earning $77,000, and lowering the price of groceries for those in need.
I also believe I'm in a much better position, and I'll be a much better advocate for New York than the assemblyman who, frankly, is a rookie.
The contretemps also left Mayor Adams insisting he had not spoken to the president about the race either.
I find it hilarious that he wants to talk about Zohran's record, that he's a rookie. Andrew might be, experienced, but he's experienced at fucking everybody over.
Conversations with the president is about bringing resources to the city. That is what mayors are supposed to do. And when we disagree, like I stated, this administration has taken the White House to court more than any mayor in the country.
Huh?
And not to be outdone,
Eric Adams is claiming he's taking the Trump administration to court. When? I would love to know. I haven't heard of it one time. Maybe he's talking about the Biden administration?
Lee was the only Republican in the race, insisted he doesn't want Trump's endorsement. In his own inimitable way, he said whoever Trump does endorse would, quote, drop like a rock in the polls. And as we reported last night, the president also denied having a conversation with Andrew Cuomo.
So interesting. No one wants to...
Yeah, but I keep hearing over and over again, they have been speaking from multiple sources, and I don't think it's shocking to think that that's what's been going on here. The fact is Donald Trump has been very vocal about his dislike of Zohran Mamdani. And Andrew is the second, the runner-up right now in the race. I think Donald Trump understands that Curtis Lee was never going to get elected mayor, and so he's looking to the next guy. And since Eric seems to be faltering more and more, he's at what, 10%? That's not going to happen for him. So just by the way of math, I think it's most likely that they are in fact talking. And common sense. Okay, let's stay in New York and talk about some Sunday Fun Day stuff. That's right. The NYC Dominican Day Parade is popping off.
Well, happening today, it's the National Dominican Day Parade, and the city is ready. Police have lined up barriers and barricades along 6th Avenue. The parade begins at 6th and 30th Street and heads uptown. This year's Grand Marshal is 7-time MLB All-Star Nelson Cruz. The parade steps off at 11 a.m. That's an hour earlier than it's been in the past.
And a couple of reminders for folks who are planning to attend. No alcohol is allowed. Any items that could obstruct another spectator's view should also be left at home. Only authorized vehicles are allowed on the parade route, and spectators may not jump barricades to perhaps join Nelson Cruz or any of the other performers or marchers. For a full list of parade...
Good luck trying to enforce that one. People like to have fun at their Dominican Day parades. I know that much. I got more videos on the parade here happening, of course, earlier today. Let's now go on to Eyewitness News, ABC 7, for more on the preparations for the parade.
The 43rd annual Dominican Day Parade will make its way up 6th Avenue today. Dozens of floats, hundreds of performers, thousands of Dominicans are going to be lining up to celebrate.
And the NYPD will be out in full force as well, making sure that if you go to the parade and if you're part of the parade, everything's going to go off without a hitch. Eyewitness News reporter Shantae Lance live in Midtown with a preview for us. Shantae.
Tony and Pedro, good morning. You can see some of that police presence that you're mentioning here on 6th Avenue. The barricades are up, you can also see, but later today, traffic is still open. It's going to be a much different scene. We're standing at the kickoff point of that parade route. It starts here at 6th Avenue at 37th Street. It will continue on 6th North and make its way through Midtown to 55th Street. Thousands are expected to line the streets. The theme of this year's parade is Quisqueya and U.S., United in Culture and Tradition. The word Quisqueya comes from the indigenous Taino name for the island of Hispaniola. The annual event celebrates Dominican culture, folklore, and traditions with parade floats, musical guests, and of course dignitaries. Along with the celebrations is the concern, as you mentioned, Tony, is safety. Gang violence has been a concern, especially in the wake of the Bronx Dominican Day Parade 2 weeks ago, when 3 people there were shot and 1 stabbed shortly after the parade ended. Nearly 1,000 cops will now line the route today. That's double the number from last year. They've also pushed up the start time by 2 hours. New York Congressman Adriano Espaillat, who is also Dominican, weighs in ahead of today's kickoff.
We want to make sure that all New Yorkers, not just Dominicans, because many friends.
Okay, that's enough from the police over here. Let's go to the parade itself. Here's the live stream. Also from Eyewitness News, ABC 7. Hey, don't be a dick. Huh? Come on. There we go. the Goya float. Okay. Okay, I see you. This guy. All right, I'm just gonna keep scanning through this thing, looking at all the different floats. Oh, there seems to be something of a traffic jam going on in here. The Education Scholarship Committee. Okay. Look at this guy back here. That is quite a costume. Fairly certain I'm gonna get copyrighted for that music. I feel like I gotta like keep going through it because they're just playing a bunch of copyrighted music. Well, the parade went on for multiple hours. Uh-oh. Got the import tuners in here now. Okay. It's got the freaking wheels cambered out like crazy. You're basically hitting the car. I feel like it's difficult to drive a car like that. It's got to be difficult to drive a car that's like where the wheels are literally pressed up against the body of the car. All right, well, people in New York having fun at the Dominican Day Parade of 2025. Now let's move on to talking about more things in New York. Let's move from parades. Talking about artists and their life inside of a artist enclave in Brooklyn. Why do they make cars so close to the ground? I mean, those aren't just to be clear, those cars are not standard. Like, that's not how those cars come. They have done a great deal of work on those cars to make them look like that, to lower them down and to do the things that we're not going to get too deep into it, but yeah, that is not a stock car. That is very much a very altered vehicle. Okay, to Brooklyn.
So this is Vanessa. This here is Jesus, and then this is Charles. This is me, Kristi, and here, set in here is Anne, the OG. You know, the building, it has really good cheekbones. Like, everybody's like, what a hot building, whatever, but it's really about the microorganism that's brewing inside of it that has been completely cultivated by Anne. So when you're in the building, you're part of her psyche.
My name is Anne Valentine, and I bought this wonderful candy factory. Originally, it was a candy factory in 1979.
This whole building it's almost like her artwork.
But as long as Anne's here, artists will be in this building. There's no doubt about it.
I've had a studio here for 33 years.
I've been here for 20 years.
31 years.
Having the opportunity to have a studio here and be part of that story is an intangible value that made a big contribution in a lot of people's lives. The artist that was in here is a friend of mine, and he's a Nigerian artist, and he said, "You need a studio?" And I was like, "Yeah, but, I can't afford it." I was working part-time, I was fresh out of school, I was finding my way. He said, "Look at it as an artist in residency." And that was my plan. I had enough, based on my calculations, to be here for about maybe 3.5 to 5 months, give or take, depending on the kind of budget cuts I made. It's probably one of the best decisions I've ever made. Here we are 20 plus years later, and I'm still in the space.
I try not to be over the top or, like keeping everything, but it's helpful to have stuff around for me. It starts having it like energy or feeling like it needs to be, and then like, oh, in a year I'll use it. Anne is, I'm cool with characters. I really like characters, so so I'm a good fit for the building, I think. I don't know, we just say things. I like talking to her. She's like, we're both kind of nutty, or just say the thing that's like, ah.
I just always have all these different ideas that I wake up with in the morning. And the stained glass, I had bought a lot of stained glass. I just love purple. I don't know. I just loved it always and never changed to any other color. Let's see, we'll go in here, the living room. I love it here. This is where I first was standing over here when I said, I love this. And then I had no money, and I'm like, what are you, stupid or something? What are you doing? And then, and I bought it.
The first time I came to the building was when I was a junior at Pratt, and I was actually studying industrial design. And my furniture teacher was Tim Richards, and he's still in the building. And so he had his whole class come and see his shop. And I remember getting to the building, the door opens, and I remember crossing the threshold, like so creepy. It's like when you meet somebody that you love and you're like, and then I knew. But here's something really cute that happened. Do you see? So this guy, if we go over to her studio, it's grown through the fucking wall and is coming down. It's like the symbol of I can show you guys, it's open. Aww. Look at this. It just did it on its own,
Some of the some of the art in here is honestly pretty incredible. Pretty cool stuff. Let's I'm gonna watch a little bit later here. Yeah. Right here.
And it was worth it.
I do know how to pick people somehow. I do have intuitive things, and I know what questions to ask.
I called the number, it was Anne, and we had a conversation for about 3 hours.
I have never done a credit report or any financials on anybody who's rented here.
She was like, so, like, well, what's your sign? I was like, Sagittarius. She's like, She's like, yeah, I have no room right now, but you know, I think you could work on the 3rd floor. And I was like, okay.
One of the prerequisites, which I didn't really know, was she wants you to love the space. And she's like, unless you say those words, you know. So I was like, I love it, I want it.
They will look around and they will say, I love this. And I always go back to, you know, the building when I said, I love this.
I spent 27 years teaching middle school children how to play with clay and hopefully express themselves creatively and get some of their yayas out. You know, like I used to tell the kids at school, you know, how often do you get to do something and it is the only thing that is out there in the world like it? You know, even if it is derivative from something else, this one is yours. This is the one that you did, you know? So I try and combine the smooth and the rough and just playing with these organic shapes and keeping myself out of trouble.
There were years when I didn't know what to do next. I made something of this building. My happiest moments have been standing at the sink and thinking, this looks like the painting, other than vice versa. You know what I mean? Anne is, when I talk about her, I haven't found the right word to describe what she
The realism in her painting is actually pretty incredible. Some of those, for a second, I was looking at them like, wait, is that real? Is that her? Is that a picture? Is that a drawing?
is for us, because if you say landlady, it has nothing to do with what she is for us.
Yoo-hoo!
Kristi sometimes says fairy godmother, which I think is
does
probably
give
the
those
most
vibes.
appropriate thing, because I cannot imagine what my adult life would have been if I hadn't met her. I'm like, is she a benevolent mayor? What is she? I don't know, but it's so many things.
I asked my mother once, like, if she had to describe me in one word, what would it be? And this was, you know, I was grown and everything. And she said, particular. I was born in Virginia. I didn't realize that I was not supposed to be. I mean, only later did I realize, like, what was I doing there? And I got married after college, and then we moved to New York, and he took a job on Wall Street. And so we got a divorce. I didn't really get child
immediately,
support.
if not sooner.
So it was hard. You just keep working. I can sell. I was selling 2 houses a week. In 1 year, I made over $100,000, and this was the year that I kept this New York magazine. Baseball players made $100,000. Jane Pauley, who was the co-host of the Today Show, made $100,000. And so I was very good.
I believe I am, yes, I know I am the person who has been in this building for the longest at this point. I was in 9th grade when I decided that I wanted to be an industrial designer, and I lived in Puerto Rico, that's where I was born. Hammer and saw from my first toolkit, which I got when I was 5. As the city changes, real estate values change, and developers come in.
So all of a sudden, the taxes just started jumping up. It was just crazy. I mean, just crazy, just thousands and thousands of dollars.
It would force her to either sell it or procure, fetch much higher rents.
And I don't pass the taxes along to people. I could. That's what people do.
So Anne approached me and she said, can we go together and put like a group of people to go together so people can attest?
We went to City Hall for the hearing with the lawyer and the finance department.
I think it was, I guess in the end, somewhat effective. It did result in some, her being cut some kind of break. Nothing, doesn't sound like it was anything, earth-shattering, but it helped. And it actually, in a way, kind of got everyone even closer because it's sort of like, now you feel like you're kind of fighting for it. It entails someone who's not as money-driven because, you're not gouging people for huge rents. And it requires being determined to do that over a long stretch of time.
How the hell did she keep up with all of this?
It's a great question. I mean, she's, in her later years climbing this stairway, and it's incredibly, a steep stairway. It just continuing to fight.
Walking around with like fire inspectors and dealing with the insurance. And then you start to realize, oh yeah, so Anne's in her 80s. My mother wouldn't be doing this right now.
So it took me a little while to learn this because there's no like official like bulletin board,
Okay. Oh, there we go. Now, unfortunately, I do believe, let's go here to the very end of this.
Is that you have a building where everybody loves everybody? I mean, come on.
So unfortunately, she died 2 years ago. And this piece was posted as a tribute. Anne bought the building in 1979 for approximately $60,000 in the Clinton Hill neighborhood of Brooklyn. Despite repeated offers, she declined to sell it for a massive profit. After Anne passed away, the building was sold to developers in January of 2025. Okay. One woman determined to make this art enclave accessible and affordable for artists in Brooklyn. Foregoing riches. I mean, I'll bet you, oh my god, but that building is worth millions. But she was more dedicated to the art, to the project, rather than to her pocketbook. Alright, let's move on from that story. Go on now to talk about some stuff on stage and screen on this Sunday Funday. Yep, it's very sad. Another part of old New York gone. People like that seem to, like there's just less and less people like that out there, it seems. She didn't even ask for credit reports on the artists, like that. These days, good luck. Good luck getting any space. Good luck finding a closet without a credit report. Alright, let's go here. CBS Colorado from yesterday. Moulin Rouge the Musical at the Denver Center of the Performing Arts. making theater more accessible.
Moulin Rouge is now playing at the Denver Center for the Performing Arts, and it's offering a unique experience for blind audience members. Such guests got a chance to get hands-on.
What? Hey, don't do that. What? Come on.
Hands-on with the show by touching those costumes and props that appear there on stage. In addition to the audio descriptions that the DCPA provides, blind patrons say this also allows them to have an experience like everyone else.
I used to see a lot of theater as a child and growing up, and then when I went blind in my late teens, early 20s, that stopped for such a long time because it is such a visual thing. When things are quiet on the stage, when people are doing little, and you hear people like gasp or laugh, those are the things that you miss. And so being able to have that back, it's amazing.
Wonderful. Moulin Rouge.
Well, there you go. Denver Center for Performing Arts, attempting to make theater more accessible for the blind. Got a few things here about plays and movies. Let's go here. AP Archive, 6 days ago. Tim Burton at the premiere of the, is this the second season of Wednesday? I could be wrong. I think it is.
I just came from there. I just came from there.
I know. Are you ever planning to maybe do a project around
possibly,
something based in Italy?
Possibly, yes.
Maybe something with Monica
I grew
again?
up maybe. I grew up on Italian horror movies, so that...
Oh, there you go. Tim Burton may be planning in the future some sort of Italian-based film. Whatever could it be, I do not know. But Tim Burton is quite a talented filmmaker and director, and I'd be very excited to see anything that he does, honestly. I'm a big Tim Burton fan. Can't help myself. All right, let's go back to the stage in New York. Jinx Monsoon steps into hit Broadway play, Oh Mary.
Starting tonight, Jinx Monsoon steps into the hit Broadway play Oh Mary as Mary Todd Lincoln, the show created by Tony winner Cole Icola, who originated the role, bends history and provides a winning vehicle for Monsoon.
And Dave Carlin covers arts and entertainment and sat down with the star at Sardi's in the Theater District to discuss the latest chapter in a red-hot career.
The latest madcap Mary on this theater marquee at the Lyceum is Jinx Monsoon.
I'm up for anything.
Getting to play a fictionalized Mary Todd Lincoln, the role written and originated by Tony winner Cole Icola, Monsoon channels the character's deepest desires and wacky ambitions. This is the latest of many dream-come-true career achievements for Monsoon.
I think Mary is the perfect place to bring certain parts of yourself that don't normally get stage time. You grab the script and hold on to it till dawn.
Monsoon's career started early, performing drag as a teenager in Portland, Oregon.
Jinx Monsoon.
Then in 2012, the big break on TV's RuPaul's Drag Race, winning that season. Then returning for a championship series and winning that too. Tours and off-Broadway engagements followed. Then in 2023,
Ask any of the chickies in my pen.
Jinx on Broadway as Mama Morton in Chicago the Musical. Recently back on Broadway, playing Ruth in Pirates, based on the beloved Gilbert and Sullivan operetta. There was almost no downtime between the roles of Ruth and Mary. Now this star's face is on the playbill and posters outside the theater.
Right now, a lot of work is coming my way, so I'm saying yes a lot. I know that I bring drag fans, and that's a huge honor as an artist.
Monsoon stars in Oh Mary here at the Lyceum Theater through September 28th. In the Theater District, Dave Carlin, CBS News, New York.
All right. A New take on an old play, if I'm not mistaken, and getting rave reviews and receptions on Broadway. With a trans actress as the lead. Seems like a good Sunday fun day story to me. Now let's go back. Talking movies. But rather than talking individual movies, let's talk about the business of independent movie theaters. Here is Vox from 5 days ago. Oh shit. What the hell happened here? What the... please hold.
I feel a tremendous...
Excuse me, ma'am. Please hold. How did this happen? We are 2.5 hours in. I was just not paying any attention, apparently, and we completely blew past the first break. Terrible. Terrible. Okay. Well, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Let's not forget, everybody, we still have a chat goal going. 1.5 hours left to complete it. We are at 3 of 10 right now. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the like button too. Hit the bell icon too if you would like to get all the latest notifications. Ensuring that you don't miss a single episode of this spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream, rather than funding the bottom line of Google. But the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. 10 cents a day will get you a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, $3 a month. You can get an avatar on screen. You can get a shout out at the end of every stream, and much, much more. Whoa, what the hell is going on here? What happened to Rickroll? What happened to the Rick? Rick Astley is missing. I don't even know what happened. He's just disappeared. Very strange. Okay. Well, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, I think everybody here knows what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So you better get back in your seat, Space Fams, unless you want to miss the beginning of the second half. All right. Now, we left off in the first half talking about value-taining things of stage and screen. Let's get to the screens. The screens of independent movie theaters and how they do business.
I feel a tremendous amount of pressure being the first Afro-Latina. If I don't succeed, people are not gonna say, oh, movie theaters, they're not working. People are closing them, right? No, I feel like they're gonna say, that woman had no business opening that theater.
We love movies. Like, that's where we always start, is movies. Unfortunately, our business, it's a roller coaster.
The movie theater industry has been under siege for as long as there's been a movie theater industry. Radio was going to kill the movies, television was going to kill the movies, and then the VCR was going to kill the movies, and then cable was going to kill the movies. And then the pandemic, box office revenue slightly down from what it was. And I think exhibitors are trying to understand what to make of that and how to run profitable businesses.
To understand the secret behind enduring success in turbulent times, we spoke to a few theater owners and an industry expert to understand what does it take to make an independent movie theater successful.
I'm Emmeline Stewart. I am the owner of Stewart Cinema and Cafe in Greenpoint, Brooklyn.
Matthew Vera, founder of Nighthawk Cinema.
Worked in corporate America, and somebody happened to give me a script for a short film. Had no idea what I was getting into. Produced a short film that went on to win a whole bunch of awards, and I was like, wait a minute. If I could figure out how to do this, I can do this for so many filmmakers who need help. So I actually opened the theater because I couldn't get theatrical distribution, and I wanted to control what people watch. And somebody said, well, then you have to build a theater. And I was like, oh, that's all I have to do? I had no idea what I was getting into.
There was an old Prohibition era law that prohibited serving alcohol in a motion picture theater in New York State. So initially we had a liquor license for our bar area and our lobby, but you couldn't take it into the theater. When the law changed, we were the first in New York State to serve alcohol at a motion picture theater.
When we built the theater, it took me like 6 months to get movies. I didn't even know how to get movies from the studios. I was showing 2 films that I thought I could just show. They immediately called me and said, what are you doing? And I said, I'm showing movies, because I'm a movie theater. They're like, yeah, you need
licensing,
Illegal.
applications, you have to be approved.
And I was like, oh, okay. And so I started with one studio and then worked my way through all the studios.
So the way it works is, if you want to play a film,
One thing I
you
would
have-
like to know is how she got that far. How do you get that far? You built out an entire movie theater, and you're like, you don't know that you have to license the films from the film companies. Oh, God.
rent a license from the studio that made it, and that's true for all theater owners, big and small.
I have one screen versus an AMC that has 16 screens and shareholders. I'm a small theater with no debt, no investors, and no partners. So I have more flexibility and I can control pricing. It's easier for me.
On the ticket sales, you're paying, sometimes 50 to 60%. Movie tickets alone, you wouldn't survive. We started with $11 tickets back in 2011, and now we're up to, I think it's $18, $7.
Jesus
in almost
Christ.
15 years isn't too bad. So we try to be affordable.
If we price people out, they're not going to come to the movie. So we have like a senior price, and we have a price for kids, and we have discounts all the time. So if you, for example, receive SNAP, you can contact us and we can give you a discounted $5 ticket so that your kids can watch movies. Because what am I doing at a movie theater if my own people can't watch movies?
We have a BOGO, buy one, get one free promo. So if you buy a regular price ticket and come see a movie, the next morning you get a promo that's good for like 45 days. We're just thanking you for coming and come back again. Half price.
The hardest part of owning an independent theater is programming. The big ones, they have 15 screens to fill. Most independent theaters have single or double or maybe 4 screens, but they're small.
In the larger venue, we have 7 screens, so we can fit almost everything we want to play there. But here we only have 3 screens. It's very difficult to make decisions because we want to play a lot of different movies, and if you make a mistake and pick the wrong movie that flops, then it really hurts you here.
I have one screen. I had to choose between Megan 2.0 and F1. Megan had done great the first one here. I mean, we sold out. The numbers clearly show that this particular community loves that movie. They did not, I didn't do well with Megan 2.0. I would have done better with F1. It's tough on business when no one's coming to watch a movie that you bet all your money on.
And that's sort of why we do a lot of our events. It's like sort of that insurance policy, right? We're not just reliant on whatever the first run is for that given week.
We have birthday parties and we rent out the space for different things, but also why I have a standalone cafe. So even if no one is coming to the movies, people are still coming in to get food.
All right, there we go. That's enough of the business of small cinemas. I've always loved tiny movie theaters rather than the big ones. Was he showing Starship Troopers? I did not notice that. I did not notice that. Did not notice that at all. It could be problematic, indeed. But I much prefer to frequent a small movie theater rather than one of the big chains, in my opinion. You know, just a better experience all around. Although it's a tough business with everything out there. So many options on entertainment these days. You know, galactic streams that go on for half a day. I mean, that's pretty good value, and it's not $18 to come and watch this stream. You can watch it for free. I mean, granted, we have goals around here. We gotta pay the bills, but you know, as long as we complete these content goals every evening, you know, which can be spread apart by the entire audience. You know, just a couple of bucks per person, really, or less. I mean, technically, considering how many views we get per stream. Everybody or every person, actually, I'm thinking about it. Even though we get like 500 views a stream, it's probably more like a couple of hundred people that tune in. But even with that, it's like, what's the math on that? Like 25 cents a person would get us there? All right, let's go to a terrible movie situation. A new film company has risen out of, I don't know what to call it, not the ashes of, but the let's go here and talk about a new film company, which seems ridiculous and problematic as well. It's both ridiculous and problematic.
This is ridiculous.
But I guess we shouldn't be shocked, considering the times that we are living in, that this would happen.
Hollywood's history is filled with movies celebrating the USA. From triumphs in sports...
Which one? United States of America!
Victories over Nazis. And even beating up aliens.
Today, we celebrate our Independence Day!
But some say that's been lost in Hollywood.
The American people are smart. They will not be manipulated by Hollywood.
Enter Founders Films, a company branding itself as pro-American, pitched by three people connected to the tech company Palantir, according to a new Semaphore report. Palantir was founded by Trump donor Peter Thiel, and its CEO has praised the president. Media editor Max Tawney obtained a pitch deck that he's reporting was circulated to investors in recent months.
Basically, what this deck says is that Hollywood is playing it too safe and has kind of moved into a more political and liberal direction, and these guys want to make kind of more overtly patriotic films.
NBC News has not reviewed the deck itself. We don't know if it's a draft or final presentation, and the three people Semaphore says are raising money for the project.
I think that's a fucking wild claim to make, that somehow the big budget films are somehow too woke, too liberal, not pro-America enough. It's fucking idiotic. It is a claim without evidence, okay? Let's be fucking real.
Did not respond to our request for comment. But one, Shyam Sankar, CTO of Palantir, recently posting on...
By the way, what I love about this is that, you know, the combining patriotism, Palantir, and Ayn Rand, a woman who died living in public housing, collecting government check every month. Sounds woke.
Request for comment. But one, Shyam Sankar, CTO of Palantir, recently posting on Substack, making the case breaking out of our cultural malaise will require studios to wake up and choose America. Semaphore reports the deck does not explicitly mention anything political, but proposals include movies about figures beloved on the right, like Ayn Rand, the famed writer of Atlas Shrugged, or Elon Musk, or, quote, the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan under former President Biden. In the deck, the company reportedly says it wants to say yes to projects about American exceptionalism and name America's enemies. For years, that meant the Soviets, with Sankar citing movies he says he grew up watching, like The Hunt for Red October.
The captain seems to think you're some sort of cowboy.
And Rocky IV, as the, quote, pump-up material of peak America. Now, a new enemy.
The pitch deck actually singles out the Chinese.
China is a big, although declining, market for Hollywood, and movies are already part of the trade war, with China further limiting the number of U.S. films screened there earlier this year. The question is whether audiences would show up for such a cultural project. Tani tells us they're...
This is fucking dumb. This is moronic. To pretend like somehow movies are just overly woke and not American enough is just real dumb. It's real dumb. Like, when does this supposed liberal filmmaking start exactly? I'd love to know. I really would. You know, is it last year? When did it start? I wish they could identify that for me. When the movies started becoming too woke, hating America. Because I don't see a lot of evidence for that. I've seen a lot of movies for myself, and you know, there's a lot of almost all movies, new movies that I see are not woke enough for me. You know, and in my opinion, are often whitewashing things that America does rather than addressing those problems. So I don't know what they're talking about. I guess there's not enough Trump references in all movies, or like outwardly hateful messages like against minorities and things like that. You know, maybe that's what it is. Yes, exactly, Christopher DeMonte. They just want propaganda. Exactly. Exactly. They just had Top Gun 2 like a year ago, which was a terrible film, by the way. It's a fucking terrible film. They just want more of that. More Black Hawk Down. You know, more how many movies like can they identify as being overly liberal? I really want I really like to talk to the founders of the founders of Founders Films. That's the name of the Palantir based film company. It's just disgusting. And the fact is, you know what? I'm willing to make I'm willing to make a sacrifice here. I'm fine with Palantir making movies, actually. Okay, if Palantir wants to make movies, you go right ahead. Okay, but please stop doing everything else you're doing. Right? Shut it down. Shut it the fuck down, you fucking weirdo creeps. Okay. If Palantir decided to focus only on movies rather than government contracts and mass surveillance, I'd actually take that. I would take that's a trade-off I am willing to make. You want to make propaganda films? Fine. Just stop the other stuff. I mean, I guess maybe they saw the new Superman movie. Maybe that's what it is. I actually haven't seen that one yet. I really need to see that. But supposedly that one's woke. Very woke, supposedly. Suggests that doing war crimes is bad. And that America... I think they even went so far as to suggest that America was funding war crimes, which... shock of shocks. How could we do that? Alright. Now, while we're talking media... let's go here. I found this to be a fascinating video. We're not going to watch the whole thing. But TLDR, Too Long Didn't Read News, posted this to their channel last week. Discussing how TLDR makes money. Okay. Tell us, TLDR, how do you make money?
Every year, we make a video where we outline how much money we made in the preceding 12 months, how much money we've spent, and whether we've actually turned a profit. That's a slightly odd thing for a YouTube channel to do, but our whole business model is built on trust. We want you to know that we aren't being paid off by shady figures or being given jets by petrostates. And we want you to know that when we ask for help, we really need it. So let's do the whole thing again. Let's tell you how much money we've made, how much money we've spent, and if we've made any profit. Let's start with the fun part, the money we've earned. As you're likely painfully aware, YouTube runs programmatic ads against our content. These are the skippable and unskippable adverts which run before and during our videos. Now these are obviously annoying, no one's denying that, but they're incredibly useful, allowing your eyeballs to directly fund our content. Even if you pay for YouTube Premium in order to skip those ads, you watching our content still helps us out, as YouTube pays us a percentage of that premium membership fee whenever you watch TLDR videos. When it comes to the numbers, in the last 12 months, TLDR has racked up nearly 172 million views, earning us £376,942.37 in advertising revenue, or about 0.2 pence per view. When you break it down by channel, TLDR Global brought in the most money at £155,000, with TLDR EU on 104 and UK at 74,000.
Jesus
Our overall
Christ.
YouTube numbers are actually the highest they've been since we've started sharing this data, with views up 15% against last year and revenue up just over 13%. Now that's clearly good, but it does obviously mean that advertising...
Oh my God. That is wild. That is a ton of money. 373,000 just from ads and premium watch time. Oh my freaking God. I'm lucky if I make $2 a stream from ads. from ads and premium watchers watching the stream. Extrapolate that over the year. Not great. We only just started getting ads like a month ago.
Revenue isn't keeping pace with viewership growth, especially when you take into account year-on-year inflation. Obviously, these programmatic YouTube ads aren't the only ones we run though. We also have regular sponsored segments from our partners like Ground News, Brilliant, or Henson Shaving. The way these sponsored segments work is that companies pay to sponsor a week's worth of TLDR content in one go, paying a flat fee to sponsor everything we release in an entire week. Now, because of the news cycle, and because we do these deals a while in advance, when companies sign up to sponsor TLDR videos, they have essentially no idea which topics we'll be covering, or even which channel those videos will appear on. They do get the ability to feedback on the sponsored segment itself, which is prepared in advance, but beyond that, they don't get any oversight over our journalism. That's a really great setup, and we do genuinely appreciate our sponsors for being so engaged and understanding, but it does mean that we have to turn down potentially more lucrative deals that don't fit with our ethics and journalism policies. All in all, these sponsorships represent a big chunk of our revenue, coming in at about £246,000 for the last year. Now this is actually down ever so slightly compared to last year, and that's mainly because in 2023-24 we had sponsor placements on essentially every single video. Now that's still broadly true, but now we do sometimes choose to forego a sponsor in a week in order to promote one of our own products, like Too Long. When we do that, we obviously forfeit the revenue that we would have made from those sponsors, leading to a slightly lower overall revenue, thanks in part to the drop in overall advertising slots available for sale. In addition to regular advertisers, we also make about £100,000 a year specifically from our relationship with Nebula. Now, I mentioned it a moment ago, so it's worth coming back to Too Long. As you probably already know, Too Long is the physical magazine that we produce every 4 months. In the last year, it's earned us £195,000, a nearly 100% increase on the year before. That jump is in part a result of us making more issues in 2024-25 than we did in
I had no idea that TLDR was making a print publication until I saw this video. I was like, what the fuck? Who's still making magazines? Especially you. What YouTubers are making magazines and then selling them? When did that happen? What is the goal at? 0? No, the goal is at 3. We're at 3 of 10 right now.
23-24. But it's also because our sales and subscriptions are rising for each issue. In the last year, we've added over 1,500 subscribers, and the current issue, which isn't even fully included in our data for this period, is the best-selling so far. Now, Too Long isn't the only way that you can directly support us, though. We also made nearly £15,000 from selling other things on our store, which at the moment is basically just our Every Alliance Explained poster, although we do plan on stocking some more merchandise very soon, so keep an eye out for that. We also earned nearly £25,000 from Patreon, YouTube memberships, and direct donations. Now, we don't actively engage with Patreon at this stage, but we're very appreciative of the fact that people still donate a couple of £1,000s a month through the platform. In addition to this, we've also earned about £10,000 from talks and events, with us occasionally being paid to attend events and conferences.
Yep, but they got a ton of expenses, like workers who they try and pay reasonable wages and give benefits to. But, you know, I mean, it's quite a business TLDR is running over here. Supposedly they are still losing money, technically. I mean, you know, like profits, right? After taxes and investments and salaries and all of that stuff, they're losing money. supposedly. But the total revenue for this over the last year is supposedly $1 million fucking dollars, which is wild. I had no idea how much money TLDR was making. I had no idea. Now, let's do this. Let's do this just because we're here talking about this. Okay, chat, ready? All right, TLDR has made $1 million in the last year from their content. Would you like to know how much StreamLord has been making? Well, here we go. Galactic News Network breakdown. Hey, what? Don't be a dick. There we go. Here we go. This is a peek into the under the hood of Galactic News Network here, people. Prepare yourselves. All right. In the last 365 days from YouTube. Now, we haven't even been monetized for a full 365 days. We began our monetization, I think the first time we were monetized as of November of 2024. And in that entire time, since then, we have made $6,362.27 on YouTube from your YouTube memberships, from super stickers, super chats, and ads, which we have basically made almost no money from when it comes to ads. I make $175 a month from my Patreon, unlike TLDR, who's apparently making 20 times as much on their Patreon. But yeah, they are a much bigger channel than me. But we barely scrape by every month, you know. Cash App and PayPal often wind up making up the deficit there. People donating out of their generosity, and for the first, let's see, we got November of 2024, we got monetized. So for the first 10 months, I started in February 2020. I was funding this all myself, for aside from a couple very generous people who did before we could be monetized on YouTube and actually receive income from all this. You know, it was basically me using my life savings to fund this. I've now completely blown through that. And you know, but finally we are in fact at least getting very close to being, I don't know if profitable is quite the right word, but you know, right on the cusp of that. But yeah, I blew through basically my whole life savings to try and make this work. I never gave up. I just you know, fuck it, we're just gonna keep doing this because I believe in this project. Holy fucking shit. Christopher frickin' Tablante. Holy cow, pal. That redacted. Why is it redacted? Why have you redacted it? I don't understand. Jesus Christ. What a super chat. That is strange and incredible all at the same time. It's not even what's up with you with redacting your messages lately? It's very interesting. Either way, incredibly generous. My God, that completes the goal by itself. Holy moly. Incredible generosity coming from Christopher Tablante. Unexpected. And the Anarchist gifting a Galactic News Network membership to, who got it? Greg Wright, 6281. Receiving a sweet, sweet Galactic membership. Much appreciated, Anarchist. Much appreciated. Well, I guess I should end the goal. Oh shit, I closed my browser window, you idiot. You dummy. This is why I always have to have a YouTube browser window open with the stream in it, because if I want to deal with the goals, I can only do it from here. God damn it. Where? Sorry, hold on. Okay, there we go. Now I'm in. Now I'm in. Sweet. Nice. A kayak ad. I love how they give me ads for my own stream. Okay. Orb of Rumor with the sweet, sweet super chat. I can't keep up with Christopher, but here is the rest of last night's tiny tips at the bar gig. Much appreciated, Orb of Rumor. Using your hard-earned dollars to fund the galactic stream. Could not do it without space fams like yourself. You're all beautiful in my book. All beautiful. Alright, enough talking about finances over here. Let's get to some more Sunday Funday stuff. What do you say? Oh, right, I was going to end the goal. I have to end like I got distracted by Orb of Rumor donating over here. Hold on. End goal. Goal ended. We have completed it. We have made enough money to justify my existence on the internet for another day. Okay, alright, goal has been ended. Thanks to all of you beautiful people. Alright. But yeah, running a YouTube channel can be incredibly profitable for some, but gotta get big. We gotta have very dedicated viewers. Alright, Sunday Funday stuff. Let's go now to Long Island, where one man has made an incredible catch.
A Connecticut fisherman may get a spot in the record books. Listen to this. He caught a huge shark in the Long Island Sound. Edwin Lovely was about 3 miles offshore near Fisher's Island last week when he made contact with a 16-foot, 700-pound thresher shark. Now, that's likely a state record. The previous record for a thresher...
That is wild. The thing is humongous.
For a thresher was 467 pounds, and that was caught in 2006. Took hours, but Lovely was able to haul it out of the water onto his small boat.
6 hours of pull, try to pull him, and he would just pull double the line, triple the line back.
Lovely says that he's working with NOAA to get his record official and also confirmed. 6 hours of that struggle, Scott. Can you imagine?
No, I can't. I mean, I'm exhausted.
That's what I mean. It's like his arms must have been so sore.
Oh, seriously. That's a long, long time to hold your arms in that position and just be reeling over and over and over again against a shark that must weigh hundreds and hundreds of pounds. 16-foot long shark? That is insane. Oh my god. Good reminder. Good reminder from Jerry McLean. We abso-freaking-lutely deserve confetti. You are 100% correct about that. Please hold. Please hold. Certainly do deserve confetti. That's my fault. Great job, everyone. Bask in the glory of your efforts. Thanks to space fams like you, we can have this little confetti party right now and ensure that we get all of the sweet, sweet galactic content this evening. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Its epicness and beauty. The greatness is obviously apparent. Ah, yes. Confetti lets us know we're not going to miss a single bit of this stream. That's your sign. All right. We're not going to leave the oceans. We're going to go to the other side of the country to Los Angeles, where a competition is heating up on Huntington Beach. All right, people. Let's get back to the content. KTLA 5, 3 days ago. 2025 Lifeguard Championships take over Huntington Beach.
The nation's bravest, strongest, and leanest lifeguards are battling it out in Huntington Beach for the next few days.
Orange County Bureau Chief Chip Yost live now in Surf City, USA with more on what these fierce lifesavers are competing for. Chip?
Yeah, hey there, Glenn and Lou. Great conditions out here for just visiting and watching. A little bit different for this competition. It is a good thing that the participants in this competition are lifeguards because the conditions out here in the ocean, there goes some of them in right now, are no joke. At the same time, those conditions are making the competition a lot more interesting. Thursday, the National Lifeguard Championships got underway at Huntington State Beach. And if it was a challenge some of these lifeguards were looking for, the conditions certainly provided that.
Looking on the forecast, I said it was going to be 4 to 6 foot. This is definitely a California 4 to 6 foot. Back home, we'd probably call that like 8 to 10.
Now, how hard was that with the way it looks out there?
It was rough. I think the first heat got lucky, but I was in the second heat, and we just got barreled. Like 2 or 3 sets came in, and we were all so far under. There were huge waves out there.
Whoa. About 800 lifeguards from around the country are participating in the 3-day competition. And organizers say the rough surf conditions only caused some minor changes to their plans.
It has not affected the competition. All we've done is we had 3 courses lined up, but because the surf swell has been so gnarly, we've only been able to focus on 1 course. So we've had to just basically modify and just make it happen, but we're doing great.
Too gnarly, too gnarly. Okay, totally, dude. Well, there we go. Lifeguards competing in the 2025 Lifeguard Championships at Huntington Beach, California. I had until I saw this, I had no idea that there was any formal lifeguard competition at all. The National Lifeguard Championship. What do you win? They didn't say during this video, but I would like to know what you win when you win the Lifeguard Championships. Maybe I should join. I used to be a lifeguard. Speaking of boards, board sports, Let's go from surfing to skating. Here's Reuters from 5 days ago. Nyjah Huston looking to win an Olympic gold at the LA Olympics, which will be taking place very soon.
Nyjah Huston is widely regarded as the greatest street skateboarder of all time. Huston first stepped on a board at the age of 3 and won his first competition by 10. His trophy room is bursting with awards that include multiple gold medals from the SLS World Championships and the X Games. But the 30-year-old isn't finished yet. Huston has his sights set on Olympic gold in 2028, when the sport returns to its roots at the Los Angeles Games.
Yeah. I mean, I'm stoked for LA Olympics. I'm definitely going to try my best to be there. I definitely plan to be there.
Inspired by LA skateboarding videos, Huston moved to Southern California at 15 and remains deeply connected to the region.
I think it helps having the extra motivation that it is in Southern California, where I've lived for so long and where where skateboarding really thrives, and it's SoCal living.
Huston has represented the United States at the Olympics twice before, when the sport made its Olympic debut at Tokyo 2020 and at Paris 2024. After a disappointing result in Tokyo, Huston tweaked his approach for Paris and took home bronze.
So after Tokyo not going how I wanted it to, I tried to go into Paris just more with an open mind and just like, let's see how it goes. I did mess up on my first run, but then that made me try harder tricks in my second run, and I really went for it and put it all on the line. Ended up working out, so I was really, really hyped on landing that run.
Despite skateboarding's growing presence in the Olympics, Huston maintains community and culture lie at its heart.
In my eyes, skateboarding is more of a lifestyle than it is a sport, more of a way of life. It's going out and having fun with my buddies, skating around different spots around the city, challenging myself, learning new tricks, filming video parts. And that to me is always going to be the most true and the most important side of skateboarding. And then big moments like the Olympics is just, a plus on top of that.
Yeah, Nyjah Huston's certainly one of the most successful skaters of all time, but is still missing that Olympic gold medal, which he's been going after for many years. Perhaps these Olympics will be his time to shine. This is on home turf. All right, in other sporting news, let's go here and talk about a strange development in Pennsylvania minor league baseball.
Congratulations to the Seawolves. You're about to be called something else.
When the Erie Seawolves won a contest for a total rebrand courtesy of John Oliver and his HBO show Last Week Tonight.
Everyone had written him off.
Few could have imagined this.
Dead.
Right over there is your mascot.
I would argue it now is the people of Erie's mascot. They hopefully will adopt him today and then raise him as one of their own.
NBC News was there for fuzz, and the minor league team's first at bat as the Moon Mammoths.
Tusk to the face.
Now temporarily named after Erie, Pennsylvania native George Moon.
Tusk to the face.
And the remains of the prehistoric mammoth he discovered at the bottom of a local lake.
He's looked better than he did at the bottom of the lake.
I gotta say.
Right, we're not going to...
I know I'm probably a little bit biased as, a space-based individual. But a moon mammoth? I am all about it. What a great mascot. This is maybe the best mascot of all time. Okay, I know it's a crazy claim to make. But look at this guy. Purple, woolly, mammoth, space boots, space helmet. I mean, come on.
Come on! Are you not entertained?
We're not going to go back to that time.
Not going back to that time.
You're here now, yeah.
Erie went all out to welcome their new mascot with a sold-out ball game, moon-themed merch, even mammoth-inspired food.
And why Erie?
I mean, it seemed like their application was really fun.
Fuzz is only expected to appear at a handful of games. Oliver says what happens next depends on the team and the fans.
I love an excuse to be silly. What does a moon mammoth mean to you?
I have no clue.
And is there a deeper message that you're sending here?
I think it is. If you're a mammoth and things are looking bad,
You're at the bottom of a lake.
You feel yourself sinking to the bottom of a lake and you're thinking, I'm pretty sure this is it. Just know you'll end up being branded as a minor league baseball team.
There's hope for us all.
Yeah, life is never fully over, right? Look what that mammoth gave us.
Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News, Erie, Pennsylvania.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top.
Oh, there you go. I mean, talk about a Sunday Fun Day story. Moon mammoths, John Oliver. Come on. Did they say mammoth balls? I do believe someone in there said mammoth balls. I believe that's one of the concessions which they're selling. I'll try a mammoth ball. I'm not opposed to it. It could be good. It looked okay. All right, speaking of sports, let's go here. Al Jazeera English from 5 days ago. Donald Trump had some stuff to say about the Olympics, which are, of course, coming up here in the United States very soon.
Just breaking into our regular programming, and it is 3:38 in the afternoon in Washington, D.C. These are live pictures. U.S. President Donald Trump will sign several new executive orders. Find out what they are as we listen in.
Summer Olympic Games, very exciting day of my life when we got nominated and we ultimately got it. And I didn't think I'd be here for the games in this capacity, but it worked out that way. So I'm very happy about that. I had no idea that was going to happen. When we got it, I said, it's too bad I won't be president then, but sort of we took a very circuitous route, didn't we? In my first term, we were instrumental.
Wow, that's the biggest vocabulary word I've ever heard Donald Trump say. I think that might be the most syllables of any of any word ever uttered by Donald Trump. Circuitous. Who gave him that? Who gave him that word?
We took a very circuitous route, didn't we? In my first term, we were instrumental in helping the city of Los Angeles win the bid to bring the Olympic torch back to American soil. And today I will sign an executive order establishing the White House Task Force on the 2028 Summer Olympics, mobilizing the entire federal government to ensure the games are safe, seamless, and historically successful. It's going to be amazing. I think it's going to be amazing. America is a nation of champions, and in July 2028, we'll show the world what America does best, and that's win. We're winning like we have never won before. You see that?
Jesus Christ.
All the time. A year ago, we were not a country that was doing well, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world.
We are now the very, very hottest country in the whole world. Last year, we were terrible. And in 6 months, everything is great again.
I want to recognize several members of the task force, including our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. J.D., thank you very much. Thank you. Our equally great Attorney General, Pam Bondi. Pam, thank you very much, Pam.
Great job, Pam.
Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Kerr. Kristi Kerr.
Kristi Kerr. What's her name? It's okay. You can just call her Secretary Puppy Killer. R.I.P. Cricket.
A friend of my, great golfer. Kristi Noem, she's a better golfer than you. That's the only thing, but you're better at a lot of other things. But I want to thank you for being here, for doing an unbelievable job. Really an unbelievable job. FCC Chairman Brendan Carr. Brendan, thank you. Thank you, Brendan. Doing a great job. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, most powerful woman anywhere in the world.
Most powerful woman.
She's rated the most powerful.
One question I was asking myself, why doesn't Susie get to hang out with the Stepford wives over here? Why does she have to be all the way at the end? Maybe it's her choice, but it's weird. It's almost like she's being segregated from, like I said, like these, do they not look like some like Stepford wife type people? Like, what is happening over here?
Women of the world, then I agree with that. And Deputy Chiefs of Staff Stephen Miller. Stephen, thank you. What happened to Stephen?
What happened to Stephen? Where is he?
Want to miss Stephen.
Where did Stephen
He's
go?
an MVP candidate. Dan Scavino, another MVP. James Blair, Taylor Budovich, and Nick Luna. Thank you all. Great group of people. They're going to be very much involved. I also am grateful to be joined by two of Team USA's strongest and fastest competitors, retired gold medalist and gymnast and member of the LA
Great
28.
gymnast. That's how you say it, gymnast. That is the correct pronunciation of that word.
Athletes Council, Nastasha Lukin. Nastasha? How are you, Nastasha? Good. I don't know you, but I've watched you. You're very talented. I would not want to do what you do. This is much easier, believe me. It's incredible what you've done, along with retired gold medal Paralympian swimmer and board member of the U.S. Olympic Committee, Brad Snyder. Brad, thank you very much, Brad. It's a great honor.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Brad.
Chairman
Great
of the
stuff.
2020.
All right, that's enough of this nonsense. There you go, Donald Trump giving everyone credit. Everybody did a great job. MVPs all around. There can be more than one M. I love how he calls everybody an MVP. It's like, dude, there can only be one. By definition, you can only have one MVP. The most valuable player. For the love of God. They didn't have a ramp to get him on stage. Is that true? I'm not aware of that. Oh my God. But yeah, Donald Trump just drones on and on and on and on for quite some time. Let me... Where does he actually start telling us what his plan is here? Let me go here. There we go.
Near the Port of Los Angeles, and the opening ceremony will take place at the beautiful Memorial Coliseum, just like the Olympic.
He absolutely called Natasha Nastasha. That's how you say it. Don't question. No questions about how I say words.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism, Becky. All right, calling me out for how I say Nastasha. It's very rude.
How rude. Of 1932 and 1984, that was something. Those were very important Olympics. 1932 was a very important.
Why were they very important?
For 8 straight consecutive summer games, no one has won more medals than Team USA, which is incredible. We want to keep it that way. Over the years, Team USA has won triple the number of summer Olympic gold medals as the next closest country, and I'm confident that that's going to continue in 2028. That's an amazing achievement, by the way. Between the
Can anybody illuminate some of this for me? I'm genuinely at a loss for why Donald Trump is claiming the 1932 Olympics were so important. I'm not even sure he knows why he's saying it.
LA Olympics and the FIFA World Cup next year. We have the World Cup and we have the Olympics, got them both. It's a great time to be a sports fan in America. And maybe, I don't want to say most importantly, but it is a celebration of 250 years. We have our 250th anniversary also during the year. And it's going to be between the three of them. I think there'll be no other time that we've ever had in our history like that. So I'd like to ask the LA Olympics Chairman, Casey Wasserman, to say a few words. And I appreciate it very much, Casey. Great job you've done. Thank you very much.
Great job, Casey. Thank you. All right, that's enough. I can't listen to this whole thing. But Donald Trump's like, during this discussion, he's like, this is great. We are doing a great job. The 2028 Olympics are going to be better than any Olympic Games ever before. Something, so on and so on. He's like, oh, we're going to keep the game safe. Kristi Noem, she's going to keep the homeland safe. Okay, let's go on. Let's move on from the goddamn 2028 Olympics to talk about the let's talk about Eagles fans who are returning to the link after their Super Bowl victory last season. They are hoping to do a repeat of last year's performance. Here's 6 ABC Philadelphia from 3 days ago with the first
All right, well,
tailgate.
as we mentioned, in just a few hours, the Eagles officially return to the link for the first time since winning the Lombardi Trophy. The Birds will face the Cincinnati Bengals in the preseason opener tonight. And since it's the preseason, we likely will not see many of the starters in action, if at all. But fans are still buzzing with excitement. And action.
Wasn't the 1932 Olympics in Berlin? No. I think that's the 36 Olympics, isn't it? I could be wrong on the date of the Berlin Olympics, but the 1932 Olympics were in Los Angeles, just like these 2028 Olympics are going to be.
Action, if at all. But fans are still buzzing with excitement. And Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson is live in South Philadelphia with more on that. Hi, Becca.
Hey, Rick, it may be the preseason, but some of these fans are in mid-season form already with their tailgate set up. Check out this beautiful work of art over here. We have some Delco steaks and football charcuterie half eaten, but you can see just how beautiful that is. Wawa hoagies. This is an Eagles tailgate in South Philadelphia. Preseason or not, fans are excited to see this championship team play.
I think they're going to be strong. I mean, back to back is the dream, right?
Eagles fans are still riding high after winning Super Bowl 59.
I decided I needed another one the day after we won the last one. I'm like, it's time to get greedy, but I mean, last year was amazing.
Amazing as it was, Gail Saunders is ready to start this season fresh with a fresh new look for tonight's preseason game. After weeks of practice, the Eagles are putting on the pads. Fans will get their first glimpse of the champions in action when they take on the Bengals at Lincoln Financial Field.
Just watching the players play in general, it's so fun to see them play and go out and have fun.
The Keener family came up from North Carolina to watch the 2025 Birds, but they're not even close to the furthest Flyers.
Exciting because we see a lot of people, we see a big space. We don't see stuff like that in Italy.
Matteo's right, there's
super weird Italian Eagles fans in Philadelphia to watch the first preseason game of the Eagles. People tailgating, trying to have some fun here as summer comes to an end. Now, one Eagles fan got the what do you call it? The sort of I can't think of words already. That's bad. One young Eagles fan, is getting an incredible journey to the link.
All right, back to our top story tonight. The Philadelphia Eagles returning to the link.
That's the top story in 6 ABC Philadelphia. Jesus Christ. That's the top story, guys. He's got nothing better. I mean, it's great, but I mean, come on. There's got to be other actual news. Top story.
For the first time since winning the Lombardi Trophy. And among the thousands of frenzied fans at tonight's game against Cincinnati was a 10-year-old boy whose dream came true thanks to the kindness of a stranger. Action News reporter Caroline Goggin has the story from South Philadelphia.
It is an experience this young Eagles superfan has been hoping for. The chance to pass through the gates of the Link, finding his seat in section 242 to see his very first game in person.
I just really wanted to go one.
This night was made possible thanks to the kindness of a complete stranger who saw Mason Smith on our station just a couple weeks ago. We captured him waiting outside the NovaCare Center, hoping to see some of the players as they arrived for training camp.
Because I've never been to an Eagles game before.
This little kid has never been to an Eagles game. What can I do?
Linda Olin contacted our station and was then connected with Mason's mom.
This kid loves his Eagles, and why not give him a chance to go to an Eagles game?
So Olin, a season ticket holder, offered Mason her tickets to tonight's preseason game, making this 10-year-old's dream come true.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Oh, that's a beautiful act of generosity. One woman trying to make the dreams of a young boy come true so he can watch his favorite players play on the Link. Hope you enjoyed that game. I think it happened literally tonight, if I'm not mistaken. Hopefully you had a good time. I wonder, did the Eagles win? I'm just going to look it up, just for shits and giggles. Oh, they did win, 34-27. It was actually Friday, I guess. Okay, cool. Cool beans. Thank you. Thank you, 6ABC. All right. Now let's go to New York, where one family of champions is kicking butt. Bringing back medals to Rochester, New York. News 8 WROC from 2 days ago.
Rochester has some new gold medalists in our midst now. One high-flying family kicked, spun, and broke boards all the way to the top of an international taekwondo tournament. News 8's Michaela Singleton shares their win for this week's Generation Rock.
I know you see just how I won that championship.
It's a family affair over at the Master Kim's Taekwondo Institute in Greece. Jeff and Andrea DeWild and their two sons, Ethan and Elias Lanzi, hone their skills to the point of perfection on these mats.
Punch, go!
And they each now have a gold medal or two to prove they're masters at the craft.
I enjoy that I get to do it with my family, and I get to do all the kicks and board breakings. I like how it teaches me to be persevered, and it teaches me more being respectful, and it helps me work harder to my goal.
The family just returned from California, where they won multiple events like power kicking and creative board breaking at the 2025 Kukkiwon Taekwondo World Championship. Jeff and Andrea say this is only the second time the competition has ever been held outside Korea, so they were eager to give it a shot, thrilled for their own wins, but even more excited for their boys.
It's amazing to see it from the other end, you know, because I've been doing it so long, but it's great to see, you know, even at the tournament, like it was my first time competing at a world championship, and I've been doing this 32 years. And then the boys, you know, it's their first time, and they're 8 and 11, and seeing them win, it's great to see them kind of ahead of where I was when I was younger. So it feels great to give back and push them, and hopefully they can, you know, be doing this in another 30 years and be saying even more positive things.
There we go. Young New York boy kicking ass at the Taekwondo Championships, bringing back gold. Impressive. All right, now let's talk about a guy who maybe could have used some training before doing a thing in DC. I shouldn't laugh. It's not. It's a little. All right. It's a little funny. I'm not gonna. Usually I would not laugh about this, but the man who did it, and you combine it with the circumstances around why this happened, and then what. You know what? I'm not gonna. I'll let Hassan explain it to you. Let's go to DC and talk about a guy you might know by the name of Big Balls.
Ex-Doge staffer nicknamed Big Balls left bloodied after savage DC carjacking attempt by 10 juveniles. Crime in Washington, D.C. is totally out of control. Local, in air quotes, youths and gang members, some only 14, 15, and 16 years old, are randomly attacking, mugging, maiming, and shooting innocent citizens at the same time, knowing that they will be almost immediately released. They are not afraid of law enforcement because they know nothing ever happens to them, but it's going to happen now. The law in D.C. must be changed to prosecute these minors as adults. Oh, my God. Yeah, of course. Of course, Donald Trump wants minors to be treated like adults.
He's never wanted to do anything like that. Oh, right.
Interesting.
Oh, right. Good point. Central Park Vibe.
And lock them up for a long time, starting at age 14. The most recent victim was beaten mercilessly by local thugs. Washington, D.C. must be safe, clean, and beautiful for all Americans, and more importantly, for the world to see. If D.C. doesn't get its act together and quickly, we will have no choice but to take federal control of the city and run this city how it should be run and put criminals on notice that they're not going to get away with it anymore. Perhaps it should have been done a long time ago. Then this incredible young man and so many others would not have had to go through the horrors of violent crime. If this continues, I am going to exert my powers and federalize the city. They got Big Balls. They got him. They took out Big Balls. Not Big Balls. Least insane tweet about this. Breaking: the two teens who attacked Doge's Ed Korstein, aka Big Balls in DC, have been arrested. DC must not release them, make them pay. Big Balls saved the young woman who was being carjacked, suffering injuries because of it. Big Balls is a legend. Both suspects were 15-year-old black teens, one male, one female. Lock them up. I'm having a very hard time believing that this is the story. He got his ass beat that hard by two 15-year-olds, bro. I ball at a lot of local parks. And let me tell you, sometimes I ball with 15-year-olds. And there is no way that two 15-year-olds can do this much damage to someone like myself. And I'm not.
Yeah, but look at yourself, Hassan, and then look at Big Balls. Big Balls might as well be a little like one of those 15-year-olds. I mean, look at him. He's this scrawny. He's this. Honestly, I'd never seen a picture of Big Balls until now, and I'm honestly not at all shocked that he is as scrawny and like. You know, I feel like a lot of these sort of online groiper types, you know, they got bigger britches online than they do in real life, and boy oh boy does that seem to be the case with old Big Balls here.
15-year-olds are straight up from Dagestan, unless those 15-year-olds are from Dagestan and they went for like 2-3 years in Dagestan. It's gonna be a hard time. The suspects fled when an MPD cruiser pulled into the block. Police said two of the suspects, a 15-year-old boy and a 15-year-old girl. One of them is a girl? Wait, I didn't even read that. Like, I didn't even understand. One male, one female. Oh my God, it didn't even translate in my brain. Oh my God. No, I just X'd that out. Like, I read it out loud, but you know, sometimes when you read something out loud, but it's like, you don't even, it just seems so ridiculous that you don't even think about it. This is one of those moments. I thought you guys were joking, like saying, oh, I wouldn't put it in the newspaper if I got my ass beat by a 15-year-old girl. I thought you were joking, like as in, like the carjacking didn't actually take place by a young woman, and it was actually a young woman that beat his ass, so they were just lying or something. You're laughing? They lynched Big Balls and you're laughing?
They lynched
Everything
him.
about this story is suspect, but it's also very funny. Like, I want to feel bad for this person. Like, no one deserves to get their ass beat like this. But, like, you got your ass beat by two 15-year-olds and one was a girl? What the fuck? Me big, women small? What do you sound like right now? I mean, they're 15.
Yeah,
Are
seriously.
they, like, professionally trained MMA fighters? Like, what are you talking about? That's not a woman. That's a child. That's a girl. That's a little girl, a 15-year-old girl, and a 15-year-old boy. He got his ass whooped by children. Like, they have braces on and shit. You know what I mean? Like, they got algebra, bro. They got They got books to read and shit. They got ChatGPT to do their homework. They get ChatGPT to do their homework. What are you talking about? This is crazy. Like, these are high school freshmen. Like, they're just freshly in high school. They have...
Seriously, pretty wild, if you ask me, this whole situation. Oh my god. So yeah, Big Balls, you know, he felt like it was time for him to be a hero and attempted to avert a carjacking, supposedly. And then was ruthlessly beaten by 2 young children. Boy, oh boy. Maybe he should focus less on being a troubling racist groiper and, you know, less on trying to be the new iteration of the guardian angels and literally just focus on literally anything else. Poor Big Balls. You see, he should have studied Taekwondo like that other kid. Then maybe he could have defended himself. Alright, let's talk about one woman. One dangerous woman.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Whose archery business is getting recognition once again in the media. Yes, some of you may have seen this one already. Well, not this video.
To our new...
Please, ma'am, shut up. What was I saying? Oh, right. You haven't seen this video, but we have, in fact, looked at this this woman's archery studio in the past. Let's go here. Whoa, don't do that. There we go.
Series Making Her Mark. We are celebrating the women who are changing the game. We're talking about everyone from entrepreneurs, artists to community champions.
Yeah, so Joelle's here with today's story all about the woman behind Indoor Archery Studio in Brooklyn.
Yeah. And spoiler alert, she is doing a lot more than just teaching archery.
Yeah, this is one of those places you kind of walk in like this, and by the time you walk out, you are standing tall and you feel so empowered. She's so cool. Aww. She who I'm speaking of, well, her name is Kendall Tishner, and you'll find her in a studio in a former warehouse in Industry City. And what started as a hobby during the pandemic quickly went viral, then turned into a small business. But with each knock of an arrow, she is making her mark. Check it out.
Yeah! Inside this former warehouse in Brooklyn, there's a space where stereotypes are broken and empowerment is the name of the game. This is Wild Captive's Archery Clubhouse, and that's owner Kendall Tishner. Spend a day with her, and there's a good shot you'll discover a side of yourself you didn't know existed. She's a former corporate marketing executive who traded in her laptop for a bow and arrow, now a small biz owner and content creator who unintentionally started a movement.
If we were to go back 5 years, I feel like your life was drastically different.
And I was living in Los Angeles, wanting to leave a big corporate job. My first time not working for someone else. So it was kind of the first time in my life I could put myself first. I picked up archery just to try it. I filmed that journey and it was really confusing, but I was documenting the whole process online.
That documentation went viral, building her a following of over 700,000. It changed everything.
The group that you are attracting, it's different than you would traditionally think when you do think archery.
I wanted to create a brand for people who weren't going out hunting and who just wanted to do something that made them feel powerful.
I feel really confident. When you think about the brand, Wild Captives, what does it stand for?
We're all wild, but we're stuck captive in these systems. You guys, Yuka. When I first posted a bow online, so many direct comments from people were like, what bow do you recommend? So I created a beginner kit. So I designed a bow that's very simple for people to learn how to use. And it comes with everything you need. Arm guards, arrows, quiver, and we were one of the first archery kits.
From viral videos to physical products, Kendall has built more than a brand. She's built a community.
One of the most marginalized targeted groups usually doesn't feel safe in these heteronormative, masculine shooting ranges. So the range originally was just a demo space for the bow when I launched it. Then a lot of New Yorkers were just it's so nice to have a space that feels comfortable and like home. And so I've just been keeping it going back a little more. Now let go. pretty good.
This does feel empowering.
You're the coolest person I know. You could do that too.
For Kendall, it's not just about the archery. It's about reclaiming something we've all lost.
People who are stuck at their computers all day and who just have lost touch with their humanity. Like, we need to get back into community and back into doing simple things with our hands. This is amazing. This is what we want. I love that people walk in and they're like shy to pick up the bow, and then afterwards they leave and they're just glowing. You know, you can be anything you want. You can do anything you want. A lot of people, they don't sing unless they're a good singer. They don't dance unless they're a great dancer. People don't think they can like pick up archery if they're not like a professional archer, but the truth is we can do all these things. You don't have to be a professional at something to try it or to do it or to enjoy it.
And as I stood there, bow in hand, something clicked. Maybe Kendall's onto something. Maybe we all need a place where we could be beginners again, where we can try something that scares us a little and discover that we're more capable than we think.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I love this chick. She is fucking awesome. Honestly, I might have a crush. Not gonna lie. Might need to go check out this archery range. I mean, Jesus Christ. So talented.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, let's move on from archery to talking basketball. And there's a big scandal in the world of sports down in Miami, where one former police officer is being accused of a memorabilia heist.
Tonight, we're getting new details in a brazen multi-million-dollar heist, and the accused thief is a former police officer, and what he's accused of stealing, rare, high-value Miami Heat memorabilia.
She would win a real-life Hunger Games. Exactly, Donald. That's the kind of woman that you want to have around you. Somebody who's 100% prepared for the future Hunger Games, okay? Come on.
Tonight, we're getting new details in a brazen multi-million-dollar heist, and the accused thief is a former police officer, and what he's accused of stealing, rare, high-value Miami Heat memorabilia. CBS's Kristi Benavides is in Miami with the latest twist tonight.
It could be one of the biggest sports memorabilia heists in history. A retired police officer working for NBA security is accused of stealing some 400 items from the Miami Heat. 62-year-old Marcos Thomas Perez.
This one source, they said, had full sets, jerseys, shorts, warm-ups, etc., and from the big-name players, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, going back to Shaquille O'Neal.
NBA analyst Amin Al-Hazan broke the story.
How brazen was this heist?
Incredibly brazen and, to my knowledge, not very sophisticated. This man worked for the Miami Heat for a great number of years. He was one of a limited number of personnel with access to the room where all of this memorabilia was kept. And so it's not hard to put two and two together, especially when you're selling them under your own name.
Yeah.
Investigators say he often sold the jerseys below market value, including this LeBron James jersey sold for $100,000.
What a fucking
then
idiot.
resold at auction for $3.7 million.
Is there a chance
Jesus
that there are
Christ.
others involved?
Some of them were sold to people who knew they were acquiring stolen goods. In a
Illegal.
sense, these people are accomplices even if they weren't in on the original heist.
Oh man, it's the greatest feeling in the world.
Perez worked 25 years as a Miami police officer before retiring in 2016. In a statement, the chief of police wrote,
Any betrayal of the public's trust, past or present, is a stain on the badge and the oath we all take.
Wow. What a terrible plan from this guy. One of the worst heist plans I think I've ever heard on this in my life, maybe. I mean, my God. He was one of a very small number of people who had access to all this memorabilia. He then took it, illegal, and then decided to sell it for super low prices in terms of the actual valuations of these items under his own goddamn name. Like, all of this just doesn't adds up to, you are an idiot, sir, and I don't know what you were thinking when you did this. The fact that he, I mean, I'm not even certain that this guy thought he was going to get away with it. I'm genuinely wondering what the motivation for doing this was. Like, did he think any of that through at all? What a terrible plan. Terrible, terrible plan. Ocean's 1. Yes, indeed. Yeah, supposedly you need more than one person to pull off a heist like that. And who also tries to... Who resells stolen items under their own name online? Is it really? Really? That is dumb. You are a big dummy. Alright, let's stay in the world of professional basketball, but switch from NBA to the WNBA, where a very troubling trend is afoot.
Here's a story a lot of people are talking.
Huh? What? Hey, what are you doing?
Here's a story a lot of people are talking about: sex toys landing on the court in the middle of WNBA games. We're starting to get a sense of who is doing it. Some crypto bros say that they're just doing it for attention. It's just a prank. There's even been 2 arrests. But here's the thing. Now you've got Don Jr. posting memes about it, and the players are so frustrated. They're saying that this is demeaning, that it's dangerous, and that it's sexist.
This has been going on for centuries. The sexualization of women. This is the latest version of that. And it's not funny.
You are not funny.
Okay. Let's go here. This is disgusting. Let's talk about what Don Jr. has been posting on his social media before we move on to the next story. This is The Independent. Donald Trump Jr. posts meme showing his father throwing sex toy onto WNBA court. Donald Trump Jr. is taken to Instagram to post a meme of his father, President Donald Trump, throwing a green dildo from the White House roof. Quote, posted without further comment, unquote. The president's eldest son wrote in the caption accompanying the photoshopped image, which brings together Trump's unexpected appearance on the roof overlooking his new patio makeover of the Rose Garden on Tuesday with 6 female basketball players shooting hoops. Don Jr.'s meme appeared to be referencing an incident last week when a sex toy was flung onto the court in the middle of a WNBA game between the Golden State Valkyries and the Atlanta Dream. There's the dildo. My God.
This is ridiculous!
The prank led the WNBA to condemn it as dangerous and misogynistic, and to threaten anyone involved with stadium bans and even potentially arrest.
Illegal.
Indiana Fever guard Sophie Cunningham pleaded with fans not to bombard her fellow players with dildos, only to suffer a near miss when one was tossed at her earlier this week.
Illegal.
My God. It's disgusting. This is disgusting. Oh, there's more. There's more to this. I thought it was done. While Don Jr.'s post had accumulated almost 107,000 likes at the time of writing, it has also been met with criticism and condemnation. So funny. Now release the Epstein files. Its top comment read, "Ha ha, yes, that's a good one. Well played." Remember, these are the same people who bash trans people because they care about women's sports. Okay, wrote former MSNBC host Mehdi Hassan. Well played, Mehdi. I wonder if he'd be okay with guys throwing dildos at his daughter while she was playing basketball. Another wrote on X. Very well played. One person who loved it was Brian Glenn, White House reporter for Real America's Voice and boyfriend of Georgia's Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Who responded, quote unquote, greatest IG account ever. Don Jr. has a long track record of posting memes, often to troll his father's political enemies. But this is a fantastic point from Mehdi. These are the same people who bash trans people because they care about women's sports, and then they laugh about dildos being thrown at women playing sports. It's weird. It's a weird vibe. It seems incredibly contradictory, if you ask me. GSL didn't see the video? There's a video? Oh, there's no video. Son of a... Wait, you didn't see any of it? Oh, god damn it. I was just reading from The Independent. I already closed the window just now. Son of a bitch.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Well, I'm not going to redo that right now. I hope my reading it out loud was good enough for everyone. That is my bad. That's my bad. All right. Now let's go to a woman who really cares about feminism. Nancy Mace.
Let's do this Nancy Mace video. I found this fascinating. Nancy Mace apparently is now running for South Carolina gubernatorial. She's engaged in a gubernatorial campaign. She's at in fact, a gubernatorial campaign town hall in South Carolina. She is asked by a reporter, how are you taking credit for a highway project that was federally funded that you voted against? Like, how do you take credit for this? And of course, Nancy Mace answers like any sane person would, that is misogyny.
I noticed that there's one of the accomplishments, things you were touting was the I-5 2016 interchange.
What was the exit at Long Point Road?
Yes.
Not the interchange, but yeah.
But that funding came from the Inflation Reduction Act, which you voted against.
Right.
Is that an accomplishment then? Is that something you can tout?
No, absolutely. I mean, absolutely I can tout that. And you're a raging Democrat, so raging leftist with that kind of questioning. And I would say as a woman...
You're a raging Democrat. You're a raging leftist for asking me why I'm taking credit for something I didn't do. How dare you? A Republican would never ask me to hold myself to account or to, be genuine about things. Oh, Nancy.
So raging leftist with that kind of questioning. And I would say
a raging right-winger would never call out Nancy on her, obvious contradictory claims.
as a woman, like you might want to think about how you view other women and how you treat other women, the way you question them, because women are going to lead this country off the brink, and conservative women. The first female president of this country is going to be a conservative woman, not some liberal like you.
Okay, just a question.
Nancy says that with such conviction. Incredible. It's fucking incredible that she feels confident enough to say what she just said just now. Oh, you raging misogynist leftist. How dare you criticize me for taking credit for something I didn't do, and in fact actively campaigned and voted against. Republicans would never hold me to account for being hypocritical. Why are you doing it? Of course, the first female president, first woman president is going to be a Republican.
Bill, whether you voted for it or not, what you're touting.
I mean, can you imagine the look on that reporter's face? Like, are you seriously saying I'm a misogynist because I'm asking you how you can take credit for funding provided by a bill passed by all Democrats that you voted against?
Careful, you're going to get a Me Too charge just summarizing this.
You can't. You can't even ask the question. It is fascinating to me how the Republicans will utilize this stuff. Like, how is Nancy Mace, if we are to believe what Republicans say, how could Nancy Mace win anything in the use of, like, claiming misogyny or claiming that the country is going to be run by women?
It's not really a right-wing talking point.
How is that possible? But here she is lying. She's, I mean, I think there's reason to suspect that she is a slightly disturbed person. And it is just amazing that
this
she
woman
thinks
is
she can get away
dangerous,
with that.
ladies and
Maybe she
gentlemen.
can in South Carolina, but that's impressive. But just the idea, I don't know, maybe it's a way of just trying to intimidate reporters and making sure she doesn't get a question like that.
I don't think that.
Nancy Mace. Intersectional feminist warrior, apparently. Out here to stand up against misogyny. What a hero. Thank God we have Nancy Mace. Feminism would be dead if it weren't for her. Thank you, Nancy. Oh, God. I was getting worried. And Nancy, whew, assuaged me of all concerns on that one. Oh my gosh, that was close. But Nancy has been very busy lately. Very, very busy. Just trying to, make the country better, especially in education, educational outcomes. Let's see what her ideas are when it comes to education. This was her at a, what do you call this? Some sort of a press. It was like a weird quasi-political event. Which she called the mother of all town halls in Charleston, South Carolina. This actually might have been the same. Now that I'm thinking about it, this might have been the same place. I think it is. All right, let's go here. She was asked about educational outcomes and what she was going to do to help with that. Let's find out what Nancy's big ideas are.
Let's check in with the
Whoa.
PBD crew.
Whoa.
Who do they have on? Oh,
Hey.
it's Tommy Lauren.
Hey.
And
Wasn't she excommunicated
what
from
are we doing?
Republican circles because she dared to support some abortion?
This is the wrong video. All right, sorry, everybody. Hold on. Okay, I gotta reset my browser. Something fucked up is happening here. It's trying to play two videos at the same time. I have no idea. I have no idea why. Ah, fucking hell. This is very annoying to me. Okay, I'll solve this in a second, but we actually have to take a quick break because we just got, we're at hour 4 already. Which means we need to go to the second break of the stream. I will try and solve this browser situation while you all enjoy the break. Don't worry though, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. All right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you get the latest notifications from the Galactic News Network. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to GNN if you enjoy this show, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal as well. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. 10 cents a day. That's right, $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like an avatar on the screen in front of you. That's right, you could be sitting poolside with your pal StreamLord and the rest of the space fams. That's not it though, you could also get a shout out at the end of every stream, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Alright, everybody, you know what that sound means? It means that the second break is over and the third half is about to begin. I have solved the problems we were having with my browser, which means we can finally get back to this show. So get back in your seats unless you want to miss the beginning of the third half, which is about to begin.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Alright, back to the space station, people. Let's do this. Time for the third half. Back to talking Nancy Mace here. She's got big ideas on how we solve education in this country. Let's see what she had to say.
I would like to know what you're gonna, the kids that are graduating, they need to know how to be an adult, to take care of themselves, to clean.
Can we bring back home ec?
To go to the
Can we do
grocery
home ec?
store.
We gotta bring back home ec.
You know, to open a checking account, they need American history. They need all those things to survive in the world. And the majority of them don't get that. And if our schools and the parents don't do it, how are we gonna have good citizens in this country?
Yeah. I love it. I think I heard you want to bring home ec back and teach those basic skills. We can bring home.
She also said that she wanted them to teach history. Why are you focusing in so hard on home ec? She also just mentioned just normal shit like, can we teach American history, please, Nancy?
I think I heard you want to bring home ec back and teach those basic skills. We can bring home ec back. I also want to bring back cursive.
I want to bring back cursive, says Nancy. That'll solve it. Oh.
How can you sign your name if you don't learn cursive? And the thing, I love to write. All the boards you saw, my policies, I wrote that. Op-eds, did you see that I write them. I love to write. And when you learn to write, especially when you learn to write in cursive, our kids learn to think. And so we have got to bring cursive back so our kids.
This is one of the dumbest plans I've ever heard. What we need is more home ec and cursive. That'll solve it. That'll solve all of our problems. That'll solve our problems with the educational system in South Carolina, which is one of the most lowest performing states in education in the country, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I guess home ec and cursive will solve everything. Yeah. It's 2025. People don't do a hell of a lot of writing in general, like on physical paper. You know, we have computers now. We tend to do most of our writing there. I personally learned how to write cursive as a child. Haven't used it in like 20 plus years, I would say. It's been a very long time since I've used cursive for anything aside from signing my name. It doesn't seem all that important at all, and I don't see how it's going to solve people not knowing history, as history gets removed from classrooms and gets replaced by propaganda. But I guess that's a solution. Thanks, Nancy. Thanks, Nancy. What a feminist. She wants to bring back home ec. All right. Let's go here to Hassan once again. According to him, the MAGA girls are fighting.
Here is the right-wing influencer civil war, which ignited over ring size. We're going to be covering that. I've been excited to talk about that. This is really funny. Finally, some fun. The girlies are fighting. The girlies are angry. The girlies are fighting. It's the Hagalina battle to end all battles. And you might not be surprised to hear this, but a big part of the argument revolves around saying to the other person that they have sexual intercourse with black men. That is, I guess, the ultimate bad thing you can do in these circles, which probably explains exactly how insane these people are. No, straight up. It's not even a joke. They just straightforwardly will be like, well, you the black guy. That's like the epic own. Just straight up neo-Nazi.
Morgan, your baby daddy abandoned you. Yet somehow you think you are better than me or anyone on this app. You gave it up for free, got left in the dust, and now you post rage bait on X to supplement the inadequacy of your monthly child support.
Oh my God. Whoa.
You may think this is the craziest it gets, right, Jack? No. Morgan then comes from over the top rope and says, Emily, everything you just said is not true, but then accuses her of this. You got, with the fingers, in the middle.
You got fingered in the middle of a hotel lobby at a TP USA event while everybody watched and there were families around. You brag about having sex with married MAGA dads and doing drugs. You've been completely ran through by both single and married men in the MAGA right.
Of a hotel lobby at a TP USA, which is a Turning Point USA event. That's Charlie Kirk's company. While everyone watched and there were families around, you brag about.
Emily's definitely a grifter. My best friend from high school hangs out with her, shaking my head. I don't understand. Like, there's dudes in the movement. Dude. Of course they're grifters. Every single one of these people are grifters. Of course they're grifters. God forbid a girl has hobbies. Yeah, I mean, no, they're awful people. I don't give a that she got fingered to the lobby of a Turning Point USA event. What I care about in that situation is like why isn't she a normal person who's doing that? You know what I mean? Morgan, your baby daddy abandoned you. You're raising a bastard child. Are you familiar with Brooklyn, New York? And would you ever like to go there? If so, that's awesome. Brace is on the hunt.
Having or sleeping with married MAGA dads and doing drugs. You have been completely ran through by both single and married men in the right wing. You call young V's losers and encourage them to have premarital, and you are pro-abortion. If you thought those accusations / allegations were going to stop Emily, wrong.
It's going to be hard to be a trav wife when your man can't afford a ring. How do you guys expect to have a house, land, multiple kids, be for real? I
Damn.
hope you are working. Sorry, I'm MIA and I'm in the Hamptons. Emily Saves America says, conservative men need to stop being broke and gaslighting women like we don't deserve diamonds and rings. So you want me to give up my career, my financial independence, push multiple babies out of my body, cook, be loyal and loving, feminine wife forever, and y'all can't even afford a nice ring for us? Get the fuck out. Just admit y'all literally don't like women. You know what's funny about this? One,
wow, that is some, those are, at least part of that was very, very, very woke. My God. Oh, man.
everyone's a liberal, as I've said over and over again. And two, it's over. Her career as a right-wing broadcaster is done after this. Because a big part of the youth movement wing of the MAGA world revolves around hating women. And this is exactly the type of shit that they hate women say, okay? It's done. This is worse than when Tommy Lauren came out and was like, actually, I think women should be able to get abortions because that's...
Wow. Wow, things heating up. The right-wing Twitter sphere between the MAGA ladies. You've heard that what, cursive is supposed to help what with your mental development? Maybe it does. I don't know, but I don't think it's more important than learning history. Or that's my personal opinion. It doesn't seem like it would, you know, sir. Yeah, surpass the importance of that. Alright, let's go to some Sunday Funday videos. Or at least what should have been Sunday Funday videos, but sort of took a bad turn. Let's start in LA. At a Chuck E. Cheese, of all places. Sounds like a good start to this could be it's starting off fun. Chuck E. Cheese? It could be good.
All right, imagine your most embarrassing moment, and it's all caught on camera. And, oh, by the way, it's going viral as well. That's what happened to a woman when she went to Chuck E. Cheese in Burbank. Gordon Tokamatsu takes it from there.
Maybe you've heard of people getting stuck on a favorite arcade game, but one young lady at this Chuck E. Cheese in Burbank found out the hard way you can also get stuck in one as well. And if that happens, you can expect plenty of people with cell phones around to capture it. This was posted to the Citizen app. Around 3 p.m. Thursday, a still unidentified woman inside the snow day game console on her knees, her right hand stuck in a hole. Burbank firefighters took 22 minutes to free her. So how did this happen? Good question, but the answer is not that clear. We did, however, find some social media clips showing how the game is supposed to be played. You get inside the little chamber, small colored balls drop down on you from the ceiling, and while you race a timer, you put as many of those balls into that hole as you can.
There you go. Eventually, the Burbank Fire Department did manage to free this woman from this Chuck E. Cheese arcade game. But boy, oh boy, not before that video went viral on the internet. Sunday Funday gone awry. Okay. Now let's go to another Sunday Funday situation that also went awry. Now this time let's go to CBS Miami, where a Royal Caribbean cruise ship liner had a real slippery problem.
A new video just into the alert desk. Watch along here with me. Water pouring out of this slide on Royal Caribbean's Icon of the Seas. And now we're learning that one passenger was hurt. Now that ship is in the Bahamas at this hour and will be back at Port Miami tomorrow. So take a closer look here. Jim Muldoon recording this yesterday. And we're learning an adult passenger was hurt by acrylic glass that broke off of that slide. Royal Caribbean is saying the slide is closed right now, and this is as they're trying to figure out exactly how this happened.
It's a great question. How does that happen? That's very strange. What would you have to do to break a slide like that? Wild. People just trying to have a Sunday Funday and things going awry left and right. Jesus Christ. This is why we can't have nice things. All right. Let's do this one. Yeah, Majority Report. Let's go take a little peek at what's happening over at the PBD podcast.
Zohran Mamdani.
Let's check in with the PBD crew. Who do they have on? Oh, it's Tomi Lahren. And
wasn't she excommunicated from Republican circles because she dared to support some abortion?
Well,
something like that. She said being pro-choice was the more libertarian route, and now she's trying to get back in with freaks, it looks like.
And here she is, of course. Why do you bring Tomi Lahren on? Well, it's quite obvious. You bring her on to talk about the anti-Semitism on campus.
South Dakota's own Tomi Lahren.
Yep.
That's exceeding 2 billion.
Anti-Semitism expert Tomi Lahren.
We've got it on Matt speed.
Not watching this at normal speed.
Yeah, I hear you.
Dollars. And I keep them at Columbia University already.
Just a note, this is a few days ago when they thought that Harvard was going to settle with Trump for $500 million, which they're denying now.
Paid $200 million.
Yep.
There's a couple other schools. Brown, I think, is going through a $50 million deal with me administration. UCLA settled for only $6.13 million. But Harvard, $500 million? Tommy, what do you think? Why do you think?
Not about the money, first.
All right, before Tommy starts talking, I just want to point something out. And I mentioned this the last time we talked about these fucking ridiculous deals that colleges have been making with the Trump administration. Now, the last time we talked about this, I said, I basically said the same thing I'm about to say right now, is that while I don't agree with the claim that rampant anti-Semitism is happening on campuses, for those who do believe it, do you think that, I mean, like, is it fair? First off, how does paying money to the federal government, in this case, prevent anti-Semitism from happening? Or like excuse it or whatever? Basically, I mean, if you believe that actual anti-Semitism is happening on this campus in a rampant fashion, why is a fine acceptable? You can just pay your way out of anti-Semitism? Is that what you're saying? I mean, of course, I don't accept that premise. I don't even close to accept that premise. But this is what we're operating under right now, and many people seem to think that this is a real thing, and yet everybody seems fine with people just paying fines for supposedly supporting anti-Semitism. As long as you got the money.
But Harvard, $500 million? Tommy, what do you think? Why do you think?
Not about the money, first of all. And we would not be in this situation at all if you could just protect your Jewish students. It's really not that hard.
Oh.
And they fought tooth and nail under a former president, President Otto Penn. I don't think that they felt the pressure and the heat. President Trump
pause it for a second. I haven't seen Toby Lauren in a long time, and she honestly, like, if you said like, oh no, they replaced her with a Borg. She's now a robot, and she's just programmed to. First of all, she's right. It's not about the money, because the money is just a number that they have decided to choose as to like what they're going to punish these schools with. It's also not at all about anti-Semitism.
Seriously.
In addition to the anti-Semitism not existing on these campuses, it is also not about the anti-Semitism at all. It is about just the full-on authoritarianism. Is she still a libertarian, or is that gone?
This is the very definition
like it's drained out of
totalitarianism.
She may have had that operated and removed.
She's on the Glenn Beck crawlback.
Exactly.
But I do, yeah, that's the President Otto Penn, is like Trump's been saying that, so she's got to throw that in there, right?
I know, it's fascinating. All right, go ahead.
President Otto Penn. I don't think that they felt the pressure and the heat. President Trump comes into office. He says, I'm not going to deal with this anymore. I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. It's not about the money. It's not about the settlement. It's about the message that this sends to the Ivy League schools. You will not be allowed to bully and harass Jewish students. They will not be kept from their classes that they're paying for. They will not be intimidated. Not about the money. It's about the message. But I think the fact that President Trump has held strong on this, it's pretty incredible, because they keep calling this man Hitler and a Nazi, but I can't think of many other world leaders that have stood up for Jewish students and Jewish people quite like this current president.
Yeah, I mean, the question I got is,
give me a joke.
Why is Harvard half?
I love that premise. Donald Trump, the bastion of Jewish defense. I mean, it's insane. At his, literally the day after his inauguration, Elon Musk was doing Nazi salutes at his rallies, and they completely let that slide. Steve Bannon doing Nazi salutes, all sorts of other people in this crew, and Trump, he just cares so much about Jewish people.
Columbia 200, Brown 50, and UCLA 6.1. It's
arbitrary.
Almost as if UCLA is being seen like, dude, you're a nobody, just pay 6.1. Or were they easier to deal with, Tom? What do you know about the story?
Well, UCLA's suit.
Oh, pause it. Hold on for a second.
Thank God we got Tom.
Old
Yes,
man
we need Tom.
Here. He's the policy expert. So basically, he's the guy on the show who reads the article.
Yes. He has the most authority.
Or has ChatGPT summarize.
He's the one who reads the article, or it tells the intern to read the article and explain the article to him. That's what he
reads the production document. Let's be real.
Can I just give just one solution to your brain teaser PBD about why the numbers are different? Because it's arbitrary. Because it's not meant. There's actually no substance here at all.
Group that didn't get federal support.
the story.
Well, UCLA's suit came from a group that didn't get federal support. So this was I believe that's correct. This is an independent group that came and said, hey, you know, this anti-Zionist stuff and the things you were doing on here, we feel settlement. And so UCLA is making a fast settlement with an independent group. Now, if that settlement gets the attention of the White House, which I imagine it would, there could be a federal round to this fight. But that's what's going on with UCLA. But you know what's really interesting about this?
We can get
there are 7,000 undergrad students at Harvard. I think it's 7,089. And number one. Number two,
pause it for a second.
The tuition.
Does he really think it's 7,089?
That's a very specific number.
Or is he maybe just looking at a piece of paper?
Yeah, seriously. He was like, I can't remember. It's like something like 7,089. I don't know. Don't quote me on that.
Roughly there.
Roughly, I think. Last I counted, I've memorized.
I rounded up. I rounded up
the attendance of all colleges, at least in the Northeast and also in the Northwest. And I think it's 7,089.
That's my job as a policy expert.
Exactly. I'm the policy expert. That's why I said 7,000.
That's why I only had time to dye my hair, not my goatee.
What would we do without Tom?
A little bit ahead while they do math.
I was wondering who was going to go into that.
With the financial aid that goes out there, it comes out to $55,000 a student. What is 7,000 students times $55,000?
Don't do this to Vinny, bro. $385 million.
My gosh, Vinny, that's correct.
How the hell?
So they could have taken the $500 million and just told all their students, guess what? We're sorry about what happened. Nobody pays tuition this year. So it is about the message. I agree with Tommy. It is not.
It's a fun little thing he says where it kind of proves a point that we could do free college. But there's a little bit more from Tommy here coming up that we can, after he makes this kind of weird point.
Nobody pays tuition this year. So it is about the message. I agree with Tommy. It is not about the money. But we need to take a look at what really the scope of money also is here. It's also the public embarrassment because to the average person, holy crap, $500 million? They don't know that Harvard's got like a $53 billion endowment right now. I think it's crossed over 53. The average person doesn't know that. But the headline is Trump beat Harvard, Harvard paid up. And that is, I think, the strong message.
He beat Harvard. He beat them down. He beat them. I don't know what that means. Like, what? He beat Harvard.
That just like the trade, one at a time he's getting them, and now the Ivy League, one at a time he's getting them.
There's two things that strike me. One, obviously sensitive to it today because of our interview. He's just basically saying, like, it's just a full-on authoritarianism. Right. It's really not meaningful for any way. The bottom line is Trump beat Harvard.
Big man wins.
The other thing that I found fascinating is how he says, like, you know, people would be shocked to know that Harvard has this much money. And I think people should be. Now just replace the word Harvard with a name like Elon or a Bill. Right. Or a dozen other, probably more, billionaires. People would be shocked to find out that they have that kind of money as well. What? But they would never say that there.
Rob, can you find out, and Tommy, I want to come to you, Rob, can you find out what the endowment is for UCLA?
Yeah, that is a weird claim though. Like for them to get upset about like an entire institution which serves, you know, thousands of people and an actual purpose would have you know, a great sum of money. But they never, these guys, I mean, fucking hell. PBD is a multimillionaire. They don't object to him personally having millions and millions of dollars, enough to buy a freaking bank and turn it into a fucking podcast space. I mean, what are we talking about here? One man versus an entire institution. But it's more perverse that the institution has money.
Harvard, Columbia, and what it is for Brown. Go ahead, Tommy. You wanted to say something.
Yeah, I do. Because I think not only is this a message being sent, I think the message for young, especially young Jewish students and their family, this is also an incredibly strong message. A settlement's great, an acknowledgement is great, but I'll tell you, a lot of these young Jewish students, they're not going to the Ivy League in the Northeast anymore. I'll tell you where they're going. They're going to Tennessee. They're going to Alabama. They're going to Mississippi. They're going to Florida. They're going to SEC schools and some others because they don't want to be harassed and they want to go to school and they
We're going to Washington. Tom Harkin.
want to have protests on their campus. They don't want another encampment when these nerds are
Seriously though, that list that Tommy just rattled off, literally the only thing that I could think of while she's doing that is, anybody remember that? Dean, Howard, anybody remember Howard Dean? Oh my God.
You know something? You know something? If you had told us 1 year ago that we were going to come in third in Iowa, we would have given anything for that. And you know something? You know something? Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico. And we're going to California and Texas and New York. And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
Yeah! That's literally all I could think of. Oh, God, I can't help it.
a lot of these young Jewish students, they're not going to the Ivy League in the Northeast anymore. I'll tell you where they're going. They're going to Tennessee. They're going to Alabama. They're going to Mississippi. They're going to Florida. They're going to SEC schools and some others because they don't want to be harassed and they want to go to school and they don't want to have protests on their campus. They don't want another encampment when these nerds are too...
The nerds, these fucking nerds. She is so upset about nerds. Tommy, my God. Outraged over the existence of nerds.
Significant amount of money that what she just said is 100%.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine being a young Jewish student and your parents make you go to like Alabama because they're worried about the anti-Semitism at Columbia?
Right. I'm worried about anti-Semitism in New York City. So I'm gonna go roll Tide down there with all the Klansmen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, are you joking?
I'm gonna have to say, probably not the case.
We need to protect you from anti-Semitism. Good luck in Charleston.
When I went to college in Connecticut, there was a woman. Now, granted, this is 40 years ago, but she was from Virginia. 40 years ago, Virginia, and she genuinely thought that I had horns on my head. Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Whoa. Wow. That sounds super anti-Semitic. Oh boy. I guess it's an arc. You know, maybe she started off as a virulent anti-Semite, and now she's, the hero of all Semites everywhere.
That was like the first couple of days she was in my dorm, and
we'll call Tommy Lauren from this day on the Semite Defender.
And she's like,
but did she think Israel had a right to protect herself?
Do you have horns? And I'm like, what? I don't even know if I knew about that at that time. Like, that was a thing. Like, I mean, I probably did, but I was like, wait, are you fucking with me? Like, I thought, like, oh, she's funny. No. I mean, she was perfectly nice.
Did you tell him the moil removes them?
That doesn't sound
The moil takes them off.
Kanye will be...
Yep, it happens at every bris. Okay, let's move it along. Keep this Keep this show on the road here. Let's go here, talk about some interesting stuff regarding, I think this was actually a study, if I recall correctly, where the...
First of all, I think the kids would...
Oh, no, not yet. There we go. Okay, so, yes, let's go here. AP Archive from 6 days ago. Talk about this. Is listening to audiobooks the same as reading them? Well, let's find out.
First of all, I think the kids would say that it's ableist to say that if you didn't read a book with your eyeballs, then you didn't read it, considering many people have many limitations that would prevent them from reading a book, physically reading a book. So then are you telling them they've never read a book before? But we also now have actual data and studies to back up the fact that listening to a book actually triggers the same response in the brain as reading it, and that the interpretation and understanding of that book is actually on par with having read it. So you are not fundamentally having a different experience of that book. The medium is very different, and it is a true adaptation of that book, but it's not a completely invalid form of reading it.
Yep, good point. Saying that just if you haven't read the book, that means you haven't actually, with your eyes. That seems very ableist to suggest that that means that you didn't read it. You know. I wonder what they would say about Braille. Is Braille reading? Because you're not using your eyes there, you're using your fingers. But hey, you know, there's good news for podcast listeners everywhere. If you just, as you're not watching it, maybe you're listening it while you're doing chores or whatever else, doesn't mean you're not listening and learning. Speaking of things you can listen to, let's go here to Hawaii. Talk about one man who's bringing his bold sound to the Honolulu stage.
Welcome back to Living 808. Well, trumpeter Theo Croker is going to be hitting the stage at Blue Note Waikiki this week. The Grammy-nominated artist, producer, and composer is here to tell us all about his upcoming show. Hey, Theo.
Aloha.
And thanks so much for joining us. He's in Japan right now, but going to be heading to the islands soon. And I know a lot of people are excited for your return here to the Blue Note. Now, before we talk about your shows, you come from such a rich musical legacy. You know, your grandfather, of course, was a jazz legend. So let's talk about your upbringing, what got you into music, and what's influenced your sound now.
Well, you know, I grew up in a household full of music, all kinds of music, all kinds of genres. So I've always been inspired and surrounded by wonderful music. That's always inspired me to explore all types of music. And I've always done my best to incorporate that into my sound and, you know, to be accessible to reach as many people as possible.
Definitely. And you do that in so many ways because your sound, it blends jazz, funk, R&B,
Look at that
hip-hop,
suit.
even some electronic influences. So how would you describe your style, maybe to someone who's never heard you before?
My music is a lot of fun live, and it's a lot of unexpected twists and turns. It's almost like watching a movie. I like to think it as being very cinematic.
Oh, okay. That's fun. And I feel like that is what would make...
I think that's a Wynton Marsalis quote. I mean, vaguely, if I recall correctly. I wouldn't be shocked to hear that he borrowed that from Wynton Marsalis. Maybe was it Dizzy? I can't remember now.
Seeing you in person so unique. So let's talk about the upcoming shows. What can audiences look forward to?
Well, at this upcoming show, I'll be performing music from a new album, Dream Manifest, with a quartet. It's quite beautiful. It's always different every time we perform it. Lots of improvisation, and really we feed off the energy from the audience. So we're really looking forward to playing for Hawaii.
Definitely. And I think that's something that's such a great experience with this particular venue. The Blue Note is so intimate. So how does that work when you are talking about feeding off the audience's energy? A space like that must be really great to perform in.
I mean, the Blue Note is a really beautiful space. It's very intimate. The sound is great. The food is fantastic, and so is the drinks. And that always puts people in the right mood to really take in the music. And we can feel that energy, so we always feed back tenfold what we get from the audience.
There we go. Up and coming jazz musician Theo Croker coming to Honolulu stage. If you're in Hawaii, might be a good thing to check out. Alright, let's continue talking about music, but these musicians have a very specific goal in mind. Let's go here to the AP archive from 4 days ago, where musicians serenaded a Tunisian singer who has been in ICE detention at a LA federal building.
We're all suffering in this together, and we need to do the right thing. We need to make things right for everybody.
Today I came to serenade my husband, who's been in B18 at the federal building here in downtown Los Angeles for 12 days. With their cars, they actually blocked his car so he could no longer drive, and basically took him from his car. They asked him for ID. He complied because he's a peaceful, nice person and doesn't want any problems. Took him, he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt and flip-flops, so he was freezing. Also, there are no beds, no pillows, no blankets, no soap, no toothbrushes and toothpaste. And when you're in a room with people, the bathroom's open, there's no door. So it's very dehumanizing, it's very undignifying. The food is not great either.
Yeah, but I believe he's still in detention right now. I could be wrong. But, been there for weeks. In inhumane conditions, a man who's been in the United States for 10 years, who is married, and was doing nothing wrong, was just going to a store to get some food. And then he found himself in an ICE detention center for having overstayed his visa. Now, go on to say that while he overstayed his visa initially, he already went to immigration court earlier this year, or not even this year. I think it was multiple years ago. After the violation happened with his visa, he went to immigration court, and they dismissed the case and said, you know what, go ahead and stay, basically. And yet, ICE still decided they needed to keep those numbers up, so they threw him into a fucking prison. All right, now let's go down to Florida. This is from Monday. And I honestly somehow didn't see this until today. But apparently, at Alligator Alcatraz, a hunger strike was going on. It may still be going on, honestly. Let's go here and talk about this.
The Department of Homeland Security tells CNN there is no hunger strike at so-called Alligator Alcatraz, that migrant detention facility in South Florida. Wow. The department is responding to allegations.
I gotta say, it's fucking disgusting. It is really disgusting to me. Just how willing this administration is just to lie. Just constant lies over and over again. Doesn't matter, you know, what the consequences of those lies are. You know, like just completely disregarding the humanity of people, claiming that they're not on a hunger strike when they are in fact on a hunger strike. Like that kind of a lie is truly fucking, I mean, just wildly disgusting to me. Like it genuinely upsets me.
From those who have been monitoring the conditions there, Thomas Kennedy is a policy analyst with the Florida Immigrant Coalition. Thank you so much for being with us. DHS says there's no hunger strike. You say there is one. What do you say is happening inside Alligator Alcatraz?
Opportunity to come here and tell the truth. I mean, it's not that I'm saying that there is one. It's the family members and the detainees themselves that are telling us that they've been on 12 days of hunger strike now. And, you know, I think you guys have the videos that I've been sharing on social media, that we've been sharing on social media, of nonstop ambulances going in and out of the facility for the last 3 days because people are being hospitalized due to the bad conditions and possibly because of this hunger strike that's happening inside. But, you know, DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, once again, proving itself to be an untrustworthy institution that's willing to lie to cover up what's happening in these detention centers.
Yeah, we just showed some video, the video that you gave us of ambulances leaving the facility. Do you know, or what do you know for sure about the people who were in those ambulances?
You know, it's difficult because the Miami Herald, the paper of record here in Miami-Dade County, actually was able to confirm one hospitalization through HCA Florida a couple of weeks ago. Ever since then, hospitals have gone radio silent. I mean, journalists and organizations like ours can neither confirm nor deny through reaching out to healthcare institutions in the state. And that's because in the state of Florida, as most objective people know, institutions are captive to the power and influence of or overreaching and aggressive state government. But we can see with our very own eyes that, you know, these ambulances are going in and out, and then we hear from the family members and the detainees themselves that call their family members that people are being hospitalized and that they are engaging in this hunger strike, which, by the way, they're punished for all the time.
Again, and just let me read the statement, the full statement from DHS here, so you know what they're saying. Again, about the idea of a hunger strike, they say false. There is no hunger strike at Alligator Alcatraz. For the record, during hunger strikes, ICE continues to provide 3 meals a day delivered to the detained aliens' room and an adequate supply.
Wait, so there is no hunger strike, but when there are hunger strikes, ICE continues to give them meals and water, even though they're not eating them. It doesn't mean that there's no hunger strike. That just means that, what? Wait, what the fuck? This is such an idiotic fucking statement. Look, there's no hunger strike because we keep giving them food and water. They might not be eating it. That doesn't mean it's a hunger strike. Maybe they're just not hungry.
Drinking water and other beverages. So they continue to say no, although they say no, but if there were one, we would do this.
I mean, look, this is coming from the same administration that just fired a civil servant for being honest about a jobs report in this country, right? So again, just like in the state of Florida, all of these are captive institutions serving the whims of one man, the president of the United States. I hate getting political and partisan like that, but that is the truth. And these institutions, like DHS, are willing to lie to cover up the truth. But the videos don't lie. The family members, the detainees themselves don't lie. They're telling us that they're engaging in this form of protest. And we see with our very own eyes throughout the whole weekend, ambulances going in and out of the facility. I mean, what I shared on social media, I have timestamps that show that every 2-3 hours, ambulances are going in and out of the facility. So what is...
Wow, I wonder how long it takes to get these ambulances all the way into the Everglades over and over and over again. Wow, fucking ridiculous. They are willing to lie to this degree to hide their cruelty. It's just pathetic. And it's disgusting. Humans aren't the only victims of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown, though. The pets are also struggling.
These 2 kittens, just 10 weeks old, arrived at this animal shelter in Lancaster, California, after a recent operation by Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents left them without an owner to care for them. They are part of a growing number of pets being surrendered to care centers, like the County of Los Angeles Department of Animal Care and Control, after being forced to part ways with their detained or deported owners. Christopher Vaez, public information officer for the center, told Reuters that those who believe they might be detained or deported should have a plan in place for their pets.
The animals have become sort of a victim in this situation because, to no fault of their own, they're finding themselves in the care centers. But that's why it's important for this message to go out, so that to have a family who has an animal, if they think that they're going to be in a situation where they may self-deport or be deported or detained, whatever it may be, get that plan in place so that you.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Get a plan in place if you think you're gonna be deported. What is that supposed to fucking mean, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, get ahead of it. Get ahead of it if you're gonna be deported. Like, as if like people are like as if these things aren't happening out of the blue. You know, what a ridiculous claim. Hey, get ahead! Come on! Plan ahead for being deported. Plan ahead for being detained suddenly against your will and without any charges being leveled against you. Get ready for okay. I love that. I love that vibe from that fucking guy. Fucking insane. What a fucking moron. All right, let's go here. Stay on the topic of pets. Let's go to a troubling story about how private equity is coming for your pets. Seriously, so Life ICE has enough funding to create doggy hotels across the country with the $200 billion that the American taxpayers just gave them.
If you're a pet owner, you've probably been noticing that your vet bills have become more and more expensive over the years. But it's even worse than you might think. The cost of vet care has gone up by 60% in the last decade. That's double the rate of inflation in the same time period. When you consider that more than 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck.
60%, 60%.
Is it even possible to own a pet anymore? Now, this all really hit home for me personally when my dog Utah got sick. Aside from chasing frisbees, my lovable 8-year-old cattle dog loved food. So when I noticed that she wasn't interested in eating, I knew something was very wrong. I took her to the vet, and after some tests and x-rays, they told me that she had fluid in her chest and that it was critical. So I rushed her to an emergency hospital called Blue Pearl, where they ran even more tests and x-rays. But with no clear diagnosis, the only definitive thing they gave me was the bill. $3,258 that I had to pay on the spot. Now, that didn't even include the surgery that she might need, which would cost thousands of dollars more. This was the beginning of a 6-month journey trying to save our dog's life, taking her to different vets and spending thousands of dollars in the process. We were desperate to help her, but I also started feeling a little bit exploited, and I know many Americans are going through the same things.
I just got financially assaulted by my dog's vet.
Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry.
The veterinary industry is a racket.
Animal healthcare is a scam.
When I started looking into it, I found endless complaints of vet bills through the roof, unexpected charges, and people feeling like they had no choice but to pay up.
Veterinary medicine is the gold rush of 2024.
I call it the rise of big vet.
These massive private equity firms are buying up veterinary clinics in the hundreds all across the United States.
We talked to veterinarians and journalists to find out exactly why your vet bill has gotten so high. and how the same forces are coming for everything from your dentist to your favorite sports team.
Okay. Suffice to say, we're not going to watch this whole thing. But private equity is buying up animal hospitals and veterinary clinics left and right, consolidating, slashing costs while raising prices on the consumers, and none of it having to do with the welfare of the dogs themselves. Capitalism, baby. Go fuck yourself, Fido.
How rude.
Alright, let's talk about a online trend causing injuries across the planet. Global news from 4 days ago. The Nicki Minaj challenge.
Oh, I figured I'm seeing all these bigger creators doing it, so I'll try and take a stab at it myself.
And so Molly Cohn put on her high heels like hundreds of others online and went on to balance on a jar of hair elastics, hoping to get more traction for her hair tie business.
I used to be a gymnast, so my balance is pretty good.
Something that Melody Mulligan also says she's good at.
I saw everyone doing it with high heels and I thought, well, doing that on a Pilates reformer is probably not the best thing to do. So I thought, why don't I just do it in my grip socks?
The certified Pilates instructor and former ballerina says she took precautions, but was unaware others who were taking greater risks were getting hurt performing the trend. It's called the Nicki Minaj Challenge. Individuals wearing high heels balancing precariously on objects while crossing their legs. A social media trend one Toronto doctor says carries far more risk than reward.
There can be a wide variety or array of injuries you can get. Maybe it's just a small sprain. You just need to ice it and you'll be fine. But if you do get a fracture or you do get a meniscal tear in your knee, this may require a surgical intervention. If you fall on your backside, that could result in a spine injury.
Like this Russian influencer who reportedly fractured her spine attempting the challenge. Dr. Jihad Abu Ali says he sees about one patient a week injured while performing a social media challenge. And while he hasn't seen injuries due to this specific trend, he says it does mimic other challenges where he's seen people get hurt. This tech analyst says making your legal case would be difficult.
Most of these platforms are headquartered in the United States, and there is a law in the United States under the Communications Decency Act that essentially platforms can't be held liable. You can't go after them, you can't sue them.
Overall, Dr. Abu Ali says unless you're a trained professional, the temptation might not be worth the risk.
Be safe and please don't show up to my clinic because you tried to challenge.
Wow, what a douchebag. Go fuck yourself, pal. Don't come to my clinic if you hurt yourself, says that doctor. Huh?
A what now?
You go fuck yourself, pal. Look, I get, like, yeah, you hurt yourself, okay. But does that mean that somehow you don't deserve medical treatment? That is fucking insane. What kind of doctor says something like that? Like, it's certainly a bad decision. It's probably a bad decision to try and do this. But that should not come into play for the fucking doctor. I don't give a fuck what somebody was doing. If they come into a fucking hospital or a clinic to get help, you should help them. That's your job. Don't ask them, you know, you hurt yourself doing this specific thing? Get out. Right. What a douche. Let's talk about one hospital worker who is much nicer than that guy. NBC News from yesterday.
And finally, there is good news tonight about someone who got really creative with Casual Fridays to bring joy and comfort where it is needed the most. Here's George Solis.
3,
At Golisano Children's Hospital in South Florida, Terry Aldred isn't just a worker, she's a character.
That's Luau's coming up.
No, really, she is. That's her, dressed as Sully from Monsters, Inc., manning the service desk.
Thank you for calling.
Answering calls.
Hello.
And checking in young patients ahead of surgery.
For a lot of people, they think of Casual Friday, and that might just mean jeans and a t-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
This is next level.
Next level. Cherry on top. Yep.
It's not Halloween. This is what Terry does and has been doing every Friday for the past 8 years when the hospital started a short-lived dress-up program. But
the costumes this woman is, I mean, holy
Terry
crap. Some of these are really serious. Look at
this
the
is what Terry does.
Look at the
and
Mad
has been
Hatter
doing
one.
Every Friday for the past
Oh my god. She's putting a lot of effort on over here.
8 years when the hospital started a short-lived dress-up program. But Terry never stopped. And now she has a new character every week for a cause as big as her well-organized and massive wardrobe.
Oh my
How
god.
important is that smile to you when you see it?
Oh, it's awesome. It makes my day.
We saw it during each welcome, sticker exchange, high five, even in the middle of our interview.
By all means.
Come on in, Parker. How are you?
And it's not just for the kids. Parents love it too.
It means the world to us. Anything that makes her happy makes us happy.
That joy, thanks in part to about 300 costumes Terry bought or made herself. Some of them based on characters, others on places, on things, and the occasional sweet treat.
I mean, I have been a cotton candy where by the end of the day I had no cotton on my candy.
Here at the hospital, Terry is clearly in a league of her own, but that hasn't stopped coworkers from crashing the party, including 16-year-old Hardy, who often matches Terry's outfits. Over the years, Terry has collected more than just costumes. She's made countless friends, stories, and new memories of days made better, and a lot of frowns turned upside down, all thanks to a character who cares.
What a nice lady. Oh, good God. That is a lot of effort, though, to put it in there. 500 different outfits that she's either made or bought. Holy cow. That is dedication. That is dedication right there. All right. Let's take a peek at what's been going on over at the JRE podcast.
Oh, great, man. Views are down. Views are down. That's fucking great, man.
Oh, great. Oh, that's great.
Hey guys, my views are a little bit down, so we're going to be making some minor changes here. Cut to the new, improved, high view getting show.
By the way, when he said that, I had to look at it. RM's views are not down. They are the same as they always are. He continues to get the same amount of views for every video. It's like, you know, a good 30,000-40,000 per vid.
Oh my fucking god, look at that.
Okay, how many views on that? Oh, even less. We'll be right. We'll be right. Joe Rogan podcast. Check this goddamn thing out. Give Joe Rogan a break, man. My day. What? All night. What? Joe Rogan podcast. Huh? Okay, guys, sorry. Let me explain what this is. This is the Joe Rogan experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. So it's like a post-workout. Because when you work out, the muscle fibers extract. Get a close-up on this? They do like that. And then when you listen to the Joe Rogan experience, they do like, get a close-up on that. Okay, enough of that. Forgot what I was talking about.
And this kind of violent civil rights group is formed for nothing.
Okay.
It's not defending anyone. It's not helping anyone. It's simply there to get men into women's toilets, you know? And it just, we've created it. And now we have to deal with it.
There?
You know, this.
Ooh, wow. Woof. Wow, man. I listened to 3 hours of this. Okay, that's a lie. That's a lie. I listened to 1.52x's of this. This is like a... Joe Rogan captured like a tragedy on his Jamie cam, you know? This thing's like some kind of a tragic novel or something, this whole thing. This guy's name is Graham Linehan. He's from Dublin. I gotta get the Irish accent down.
We're gonna change those I's to more of an O-I sound, an oi sound.
He's from Dublin, Ireland. Okay, fuck it. Graham Linehan, he, co-created Father Ted, the IT Crowd? What the hell was the other one? Black Books, never seen it. He's like a legendary comedy show writer. I like some of these shows. IT Crowd, seen it. I looked at IT Crowd and I went, he's kind of a comedy legend. And I listened to 3 hours of this. I was like, okay, I know of this guy. Maybe he'll give some comedy writing tips. That was cool. Would be interesting. Hey, what's it like to churn out some of the most popular comedy crap? What's that like? What do you write with? What do you use? That's a fascinating interview. What do you use? Final Draft? Ooh. Interior restaurant day. You ever write that? I would like to hear about some of this crap, but no, it's not that. It's 3 hours of this guy's life-damaging, life-ruining obsession with transgender people for 3 hours. He's like, I got canceled because I can't stop talking about transgender people. It ruined my life. Okay. This is ridiculous. Wow. Okay.
But
yeah, it's kind of insane to think. But yeah, this guy is basically decided to stop making good TV and just attack trans people all the time. Now, this is not the reason we're watching this. I want to go to this next guy, this next Joe Rogan guest. But I mean, come on, you write Father Ted and IT Crowd and all these other sorts of big British television shows, and you say, fuck it, fuck a BAFTA. I'd rather go after trans people. Come on! This next guy, wow. This next guy's a little weird, even weirder, actually. He has some interesting takes on Joe Rogan himself here, which I found fascinating.
Somehow. Joe Rogan over here! Joe Rogan! Hey, shut up, Joe Rogan! Please make this episode slightly less tragic and terrible, please. Joe Rogan, pendejo. Check it. Toilets.
People get a lot, but me, when I come from where I live...
Where's that?
Dude.
Okay.
I'm in the woods every day for hours and hours. I don't go to town hardly ever.
Yeah, man, I'm out there in the woods going like this, doing a little bit of this. I'm out there in the woods. I don't like to share this with a lot of people, but I do a little bit of this. Okay, this JRE that I subjected myself to, shut up, man. Okay, this JRE that I subjected myself to, and so did 1.3 million people. I kind of started out kind of interested, kind of hopeful in this one. This guy's like, I'm a squirrel hunter. I hunt the little asses of squirrel. He said that. I believe so. I believe so that he said that. I go find these little squirrels, hunt their little asses. I believe he said that from what I remember. Found a squirrel, I was like, get your little ass over here. So I was like, I'm kind of interested in that. How do you get a squirrel? They seem pretty fast. I said that out loud. I try to interact with the podcast, So I started off mildly interested in this. Okay, let's hear what that kind of life. What's the life of a squirrel hunter like, You wear it as a hat? Let's get into this crap. Let's get into this goddamn stupid crap, man. But then this thing takes such a sharp turn. I mean, this thing takes a turn into a ditch that Joe just cannot get out of. I've never seen anything like this. I started to feel sorry for him. It's like being at some event or something and somebody corners you and they're just like, this is what I believe and I'm going to talk about it and you can't talk. I've been there in my life a couple times. I'm like, how do I get the hell out of here? That's what we're watching with Joe for 3 hours here. Just there's no way out of this.
I'd read the scriptures to him, and then next thing you know, we'd be out on the porch.
Right.
He'd get out of bed, and we'd go walk out on the porch. I'd have to help him walk, right? And his wife kept saying, you're the best thing for him right now. I'm like, no, you don't understand. It's not my presence. For somehow I'm reading him from these scriptures.
Right.
And it's manifesting some sort of power and hope in him.
Let Joe get a word in.
It would give him energy.
Right.
In some way.
Okay, Joe,
and,
what do you think? Okay.
I can't explain. I've never seen it happen I've never witnessed that before.
Maybe Joe's
it's probably even more profound
there we go,
because
Joe.
He can't read, so you're reading it to him.
Dude.
Right?
There we go, Joe.
Dude, it was wild, man.
Wild, not being able to
and I would read these scriptures to him, Joe.
All right,
and
okay.
oh my God, this guy.
Okay, so like the first 40 minutes of this, I'm like, all right, squirrels, raccoons, not bad, you know, what do they do? What do you get them? You capture them? That would be my interview with this guy. So what, do we grab them or what? Can you put little sneakers on them? Is that a stupid question? Let's get into that. The first 40 minutes is, you know, it's like, okay, kind of interesting, hunting raccoons and squirrels, you know, not my thing, but yeah, what's up with that? Then like at the 50-minute mark, it takes this turn where this guy just goes absolute fire and brimstone and the Lord on Joe's ass for, and I'm not even like barely exaggerating here, for 2 hours.
The Almighty, in His grace,
praise God,
okay,
basically makes you alive spiritually, so that then you.
But he only makes you alive spiritually if you read the Bible out loud. Is that basically what he's saying? Is that what he's saying? You know, you can't. You will be dead if you don't read the Bible. God doesn't really care that much. But if you read the Bible, then he's like, oh, well, I'll make you alive spiritually. Yeah, I honestly never got big into watching the IT Crowd or Father Ted. I actually prefer Richard Ayoade in his, what do you call it? What's his other show? What's his, like, more recent show where he does, like, a bunch of tourist stuff with other comedians?
And discern the truth of
and what do you
not
think
only the
about
gospel,
okay,
but everything, the totality of what is contained in Scripture. It's called the doctrine of election.
Hey, do you not agree, Joe?
And so when I say,
okay,
I wonder
let Joe
if
jump
the
in
Almighty's
here.
calling you. What I mean is, I wonder if you are one of the Almighty's elect.
Oh, absolutely. Joe Rogan? Oh, do you even need to ask if the Lord sent Joe down upon us?
praise God.
And on the third day to judge the living and the dead, the Lord sent down Joe Rogan to bestow upon the mortals who walketh the earth the truth and the light of...
Generally speaking, Chinese people look Chinese.
At first they rejected such a message, and then they said, oh, yeah, I guess they do. I mean... What do you mean? They said. And the Lord looketh upon his chosen one, Joe Rogan, and he said,
adult baby.
And then the Lord gave Joe one of these.
I oftentimes wonder what's going on and why me.
Why did the Lord choose me?
You must, man.
Yeah.
You must.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense.
I wonder that about Joe.
And
Hey, whoa, man. Hey, the Lord is speaking through me now. And what the hell did the Lord say? Oh, right. On the third day, the Son of Christ, Joe Rogan, ascended to his throne. Seated at his right hand was Ari Shafir, and at his left hand, Joey Coco Diaz, and Brian Callen, who bestoweth upon him...
Give us pizza or give us death!
You know, if I was like a multi-millionaire podcaster living out there in the Austin Hills...
Living out there in the Austin Hills, looking over the lake...
Running shivering from my freezing tank to my cold plunge... I think at this point, I would like step in on this and be like, look, I'm very happy that you're excited to be here, but I'm not the chosen one of the Lord. I think you got to correct that. Look, that's so sweet. That's very nice. Look, you could come back anytime to the podcast, but the Lord God Almighty, who reigneth across heaven and earth, did not send me to earth to do this podcast. Okay, I gotta legally have to say that. But Joe's just like, I don't know, man. Yeah, sometimes I wonder myself. Sometimes I look out into the sky and I say, Lord, what the hell, you crazy sumbitch? Why me? You know what? But I accept. Now, it is a huge responsibility when I woke up naked in that truck parking lot, sent down to earth to defend John Connor. Wait, I done up and mixed up Jesus with the Terminator again. Hey, look, man, I'm not the chosen one from the Lord. I'm just a
adult baby.
You must, and I hate, that's a personal thing, man. And I hope you don't take that as any disrespect.
No, I don't.
It's just
don't start, man.
For me, seeing it's odd how much we have in common. Okay. Seeing what a special human being you are. Like it's exciting for me.
What a
adult baby.
To be able to hope that the Almighty is indeed calling you.
Okay. This guy goes on. I didn't watch this. I mean, I watched the whole thing. I didn't watch the actual podcast, but I mean, this guy goes on and on and on about how the Lord is speaking through Joe Rogan and calling for Joe Rogan, and he's hoping to enlighten Joe Rogan to the desires of the Lord, and how the Lord needs Joe Rogan. Didn't the Lord make the earth in 6 days? Why does the Lord need Joe Rogan? That's a question that kept popping up into my mind. Isn't the Lord all powerful? Why would he need a man like Joe Rogan? Not making a lot of sense. All right. Now, maybe after watching that, you feel like you need a vacation, or maybe you need to leave the country entirely. I don't blame you. And some people are doing just that. Many Americans are seeking Caribbean passports amid political and economic uncertainty. Here is NBC News from last week.
The latest sign of growing political and economic uncertainty across the country? More and more Americans are trading concrete for sand with the Golden Passport, otherwise known as the Citizenship by Investment Program. 5 Caribbean countries are offering it for as low as $100,000. The program basically grants people dual citizenship in exchange for an investment in the country in the form of a donation or real estate. One Antigua-based luxury realtor says Americans have become her primary client.
It's incredible. 99% of my buyers are from the USA, and inquiries are coming in, daily, multiple inquiries looking for that citizenship program.
Another migration consultancy group seeing Americans ask about golden passports more than ever before, with inquiries up 182% in the first quarter of this year compared to the same time last year, especially in the Caribbean.
Not necessarily for an immediate relocation, but they're looking for, a plan B in the event they need to use it, or in the event there's better pastures for their family.
And the majority of Henley & Partners American clients say anxiety over U.S. politics and global wars is driving them to look elsewhere.
Now it's being used as an insurance instrument or a hedge against geopolitical risk. More Americans are obtaining these residencies and citizenships in the event of a future event or a future change of laws or future political shift.
The trend not brand new, with American inquiries to the firm rising by more than 500% between 2019 and 2023. The pandemic travel restrictions giving a boost to the industry.
They just want a safe place to come if borders close. Our government did a great job allowing people to come and visit Antigua. So people that were locked down could have used their Antiguan passport and come and had a really nice time.
Had a really nice time spreading COVID around Antigua. Nice. She's like, our government did a great job of letting people come in here without vaccinations. Oh, wow. What a weird vibe. Anyway, people looking to perhaps make a Caribbean shift in their life. But most Americans are rethinking their summer travel plans amid financial concerns, according to CBS New York.
The job market is slowing and there's fear prices could go up. That has many Americans rethinking their travel plans. Kristi Benavides has the results of a new survey.
Yeah, Euro summer might have to wait till next year.
Rachel Zmielansky and Lorenzo Bryant are among the millions of Americans who are either putting off or changing their summer vacation plans.
I think cost of living is obviously a concern across the board. Obviously, wages haven't really increased with our cost of living.
Earlier this summer, a survey from LendingTree found more than 70% of Americans worried economic uncertainty would impact their ability to travel. Consumer finance analyst Matt Schultz.
A lot of the nervousness in the economy is about tariffs, not even necessarily about the actual impact. It's more about the uncertainty surrounding them.
The survey also found about half of all Americans are cutting back on the number of trips they plan to take.
The cost is definitely rising everywhere.
Priya told us she decided to move to Miami because the cost of vacationing in Florida to visit family members who live here became too much.
So I moved over here so I didn't have to basically go on vacation anymore. So I'm living in a vacation.
Schultz says there are easier ways to take time off without spending a lot of money.
There are plenty of cool places around you or that are...
What the fuck is going on with this guy's eye?
A lot of money.
There are plenty of cool places.
Why is one of his eyes, his pupils is insanely dilated? What in the fuck is going on there? That's freaking me out. Okay. Some people amending their plans this summer amid financial concerns, looking for alternative routes to having some summer fun this year. Now, restaurants in Miami are struggling right now as a lot less people are showing up for vacation in Miami. Here's CBS Miami.
It's been a difficult summer for the restaurant scene here in South Florida.
Yeah, you know, summer is typically slower anyway, but this year it has seemed especially difficult. High-profile and beloved restaurants are shutting down, and we wondered why.
Our resident foodie, Lisa Petrillo, set out to find out those reasons why. She is live in North Miami with some insight tonight. Lisa?
Well, we're inside a restaurant Jim actually knows well. This is Little Havana Restaurant in North Miami. They've been serving the community for more than 35 years. But let me tell you something. We're talking about the restaurants in general this summer have been hot, but for all the wrong reasons, as we've seen many close. And yes, we decided to dig in to find out why.
It's a tough summer for Miami-Dade's dining scene. Fan favorites, buzzed about newcomers, and trusted go-tos are closing their doors as the seasonal slump hits harder than usual.
You ready?
Chef Michael Schwartz of Michael's Genuine Food and Drink is the OG of the Miami Design District. He's been there 18 years and has seen the highs of Miami's culinary boom. Now he's watching a shift.
What is the biggest struggle for restaurants at this time, especially summer?
I would say grabbing people's attention. There's so many restaurants now, and I never remember it feeling like that. Like just in the last couple years, so many people came and opened restaurants here.
Saturation is a problem. A rough estimate by the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau shows that for every restaurant that closes in Miami-Dade County, another 2 open. Chef Scott Lindquist co-owns 12 Coyo Taco restaurants, including this one in Fort Lauderdale. He says post-COVID 2021 changed everything.
Miami was a boom town, and everyone started projecting that Miami was this hot town that's no longer going to be seasonal. But honestly, I feel like summer's even slower than it's ever been. And you have 3 months that are just everyone leaves, and tourists don't come.
Add in climbing rents, the difficulties of...
Yeah. Slower than ever before, says one man. Yeah, tourists not coming either. Well, there's lots of reasons for why tourists aren't coming in America. Americans are struggling financially right now and are concerned about the future. And people outside of the United States are foregoing coming here, you know, to avoid getting detained by ICE or whatever else. Great time to be alive, isn't it? I'm sure there's some other factors involved, like they said, you know, a lot of restaurants opening up. Let's go from talking restaurants to talking about the beverage industry, and there's a trend going on in the beverage industry. Apparently, alcohol sales are slumping, while another sort of beverage is booming.
Facing slumping sales of beer and liquor, top alcohol makers are looking to THC to boost their business. Drinks containing THC, the mood-altering ingredient in marijuana, are growing in popularity. Right now, they're restricted to licensed dispensaries in the 24 U.S. states where recreational pot use is legal. But small amounts of THC can also be extracted from hemp, a crop that's related to marijuana but is legal across the country. Josh Death is the owner of Chicago-based Revolution Brewing, which just launched Reverb, a hemp-derived THC-infused line of sparkling water.
You know, it's a different buzz than alcohol. It's a nice alternative for people who don't drink or some people who want to drink a little bit less.
Drinks containing THC derived from hemp instead of marijuana can be sold in many liquor shops, convenience stores, and supermarkets. And sources tell Reuters that's garnering the attention of the big alcohol brands that make Corona, Absolute Vodka, Heineken, and Sam Adams. Glenn McElfresh is the co-founder of Perfectly Dosed, a manufacturing company focused on hemp-infused products.
I think it's really impossible to miss some of these global trends that relate to alcohol consumption. Specifically, alcohol consumption is declining. THC consumption is increasing, and beverages represent this really unique opportunity to have a 1 + 1 = 3 opportunity for the alcohol industry.
The market for drinks infused with THC from hemp is projected to top $1 billion in sales this year, according to market research firm Euromonitor, and climb past $4 billion in 2028. Alcohol sales, meanwhile, fell in volume more than 3% last year, according to market research company.
Well, there we go. Move over, alcohol. THC-infused beverages are coming
immediately, if not sooner.
All right. Let's see, how are we doing here on time? 5.5 hours. All right, let's go here. Let's go talk economics and things of that nature. Here's The Guardian from 5 days ago, talking about the MAGA grift.
Zuckerbucks.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
That's a great guy. He's the best president we've had since Reagan, maybe even better. That's what it means to me.
Makes a lot of money.
See, that's one of his businesses. He makes money.
Is one of his businesses is making one of his businesses is making money? Like, what? Huh?
A what now?
The business of making money. Yes. Love that industry. Ugliest golf shoes that I've ever seen in my life.
Kind of signifies Trump, signifies his brand, and it signifies America. It's
Jesus Christ. Who would wear these fucking things? These are obnoxious. Beautiful bill pass, and that's all I care about? I wish that I could get... They didn't do a follow-up question on there, but my god, I really wanted to know what the fuck that guy was talking about. What aspect of the big beautiful bill is satisfactory enough to this man that he can just ignore all of Donald Trump's self-enrichment schemes? It could be called a bribe. That's right. This guy. Fucking idiots. Not a big IQ guy, but the IQ here at Turning Points USA has got to be sub 90. All right, let's go here. Now, of course, last week, Donald Trump fired the Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner, among other things. Let's see what he had to say about this.
We had a very good weekend in many respects. We're seeing phenomenal numbers in terms of the business we do with other countries and the business we do within our own country. I mean, really phenomenal numbers. We'll be announcing a new statistician sometime over the next 3-4 days. We had no confidence. I mean, the numbers were ridiculous, what she announced, but that was just one negative number. All of the numbers seem to be great. And so we'll see how that comes out. And if you remember, just before the election, this woman came out with these phenomenal numbers on Biden's economy. Phenomenal numbers. And then right after the election, they announced that those numbers were wrong. And that's what they did the other day. So
these videos freak me out. I don't know why I watch them. I don't know what it is. Oh my god. You think he's a plant? He's a plant? In what way? You think the Trump administration paid that guy to say that he loves the big beautiful? I guess, I mean, I wouldn't put it past him, but it sounds a little ridiculous. What's the point of that? What do they even achieve by doing that? It's child abuse? It's AI. It's not an actual child. Okay. Now here's a troubling story. This was from Monday. Social Security says that it will no longer send paper checks. Oh wait, I forgot. Oh wait, yeah, I'm sorry. That's my bad. We'll go to that in a second. This is this came out earlier today, or on Sunday at least. This is fucking idiotic. This is really, really dumb. Yeah, here we go. All right. Donald Trump had some stuff to say about the tariffs that were utterly detached from reality. I know everyone's very shocked to hear that Donald Trump would say something that's detached from reality.
I don't want reality.
But it's true. It happened, and he said some very stupid things about this that make no logical sense. But hey, he is the one doing the trade war, so...
President Trump is issuing an ominous warning ahead of a ruling that will determine whether he overstepped his authority in imposing tariffs. Trump argued in part of a longer social media post yesterday that if the courts strike down his tariff policy, quote...
Okay, hold on. I don't need this whole thing. But I just want to pull up his entire Truth Social post. Is this it? I think this is the one. Okay, yeah, this is it. Tariffs are having a huge positive impact on the capital S, capital M stock market. Almost every day, new records are set. In addition, capital H hundreds of capital B billions of capital D dollars are pouring into our country's coffers. If a capital R radical left court ruled against us at this late date in an attempt to bring down or disturb the largest amount of money and wealth creation and influence the USA has ever seen, it would be impossible to ever recover or pay back these massive sums of money and honor. It would be 1929 all over again. A all caps Great Depression. If they were going to rule against the wealth, strength, and power of America, they should have done so, all caps, long ago, at the beginning of the case, with our entire country, while never having a chance at this kind of all caps greatness again, would not have been put in a 1929 style jeopardy. There's no way America could recover from such a judicial tragedy, but I know our court system better than anyone. There is no one in history that has gone through the trials, tribulations, and uncertainties such as I. And absolutely terrible, but also amazingly beautiful things can happen. Our country deserves, all caps, great success and greatness, not turmoil, failure, and disgrace. God bless America. Okay, this is one of the most, I mean, it's hard to quantify, but this might be one of the most unhinged and idiotic Trump posts of this year. And I know it's saying a lot, but this is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Tariffs are having a huge positive impact on the stock market. That's a lie. I mean, that's just that's a straight up lie. I mean, the pause of the tariffs is what has made the stock market go to all-time highs again, right? Donald Trump put the tariffs on pause when the stock market was down 30% because of the tariffs. And now he's claiming that they were having a positive impact on the stock market. It's just done well after he put those on pause, right? This just on face value, the first fucking sentence is a fucking just one of the most oblivious sentences I've ever heard. I'm not sure if he actually believes this or not, but I mean, you can't. This is unquantifiable. It's just bullshit. Almost every day new records are set. That's true. New records are being set on the stock market every day right now. It's been going up and up and up and up because the stock market believes that he wasn't going to do the trade war anymore. The taco trade is what got us to where we are. Is that the stock market, all the finance guys did not believe that Donald Trump was going to do the tariff war anymore. And that's why it's gone to all-time highs, right? And the hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our country's coffers, I mean, it's technically true. I mean, it's just being taken from Americans, but I mean, I guess that one's actually true. But apparently, the left court, radical left court, if they ruled against us, like, what wealth creation? There's zero wealth creation that is being made from this, right? Like, tariffs are taking wealth away from everybody, not adding to it. It's just fucking idiotic. Everything about this makes no sense. But the thing that makes the least sense, in my opinion, is this end thing. Is that it would be another Great Depression. Like, what does that mean? Like, does this guy understand how and why the Great Depression came about? And, like, the sort of economic policies that existed leading up to the Great Depression? Because that was around the time when we had the highest rate of tariffs up until now, right? Leading into the Great Depression, we had some of the highest tariffs ever, right? And then we tried to use tariffs to solve the Great Depression and made it worse. There's no way that canceling the tariffs would bring about, there's just no way to prove that they would bring a Great Depression about. Because all the evidence points to the opposite of that. Just everything about this is insane. And when he says we won't be able to pay back the tariffs, what does that even mean? Would they spend the money already? Oh, right, they did spend the money already because they used it as justification for the big, beautiful bill's massive deficit. They're like, it's not deficit spending because actually we're going to get a lot of money from the tariffs. So, yeah, they're already spending it on the billionaire tax cuts.
It was due to his tariffs, although experts dispute that claim. Let's discuss all of this and more with Lydia DePillis. She covers the economy for the New York Times. Lydia, thank you so much for joining us. The administration just rolled out some of the steepest tariffs in modern U.S. history, in some cases 50% or more. Will history look at this as a small trade fight or major rewrite of how global trade works? How significant is this?
This is a major escalation of tariffs. It's across the board, across the entire world on most goods, although there are large exceptions which make those tariffs look a little bit bigger than they actually are in practice. But it is a reordering of global trade if they do stay in place. Now, you noted that there is a major court case underway that has to do with the legality of this type of tariff that President Trump has imposed on most countries. As he noted, you mentioned some foreshadowing there. If his authority to impose these particular tariffs on national security emergency grounds is overruled, he would have to take off the largest and steepest of those, at least the most sweeping ones. There are certain sectoral tariffs that he still has the authority to do, but they knew that this authority was on shaky legal ground. So if they do end up having to pay back those tens of billions of dollars in tariffs that they've imposed, that won't be something that they couldn't have seen coming.
Mm-hmm.
And Lydia,
but yeah, if they do have to pay back those tariffs, and if the tariffs get knocked down, first off, that would be fantastic. Just for Americans, so that we wouldn't have to, pay these exorbitant prices on top of the already exorbitant prices we're paying for goods on extra taxes. But the thing about this, going back to the big beautiful bill, like, this would basically take away all of their justification for how this doesn't create a $5 trillion, an additional $5 trillion in deficits. Because if these tariffs do get shut down, the deficit's going to be raised by $5 trillion. immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, not immediately, over time, over the next 10 years, but still. Be going up by $500 billion a year. Not counting interest. Great Depression, it's coming. Oh shit, we are 6 hours into the stream. Let's do one more quick story before we go to break. Apparently, Social Security Administration is no longer going to be sending out paper checks to Social Security recipients, who are all old and
the U.S. government
much more used to
using
using checks than other things, I would point out.
The U.S. government will soon stop sending out paper checks for federal payments, including for Social Security beneficiaries. It's part of the Trump administration's effort to fully modernize federal benefit payments, as well as save money and fight financial fraud. More than 500,000 Social Security recipients, less than 1%, need to choose another way to receive their Social Security benefits, and that can either be direct deposit or through a prepaid debit card known as Direct Express. The change goes into effect on September 30th.
All right. Now, I don't know with 100% certainty, but I'm fairly, I'm fairly certain that this is going to cause some people some amount of problems and headaches. People who have been used to receiving these checks, rather than making, rather than changing the system. I mean, like, anybody get what I'm saying here? Like, because it's literally almost literally all people on Social Security, aside from disability or some of the other fringe cases, are elderly people, right? 65 and older, right? People who have been, in many cases, you've been using checks for a long, long time. And I just feel like this is going to wind up causing some people problems and confusion about where their freaking Social Security money is. Could be wrong. Maybe I'd love to be wrong about that. I'd love to see all the Social Security people, adapt to this. It'll be fine. It's going to be great. Okay, let's go to break. Don't worry, they'll be right back after this brief space messages. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so that you get the latest notifications. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer. The funds which you donate go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. 10 cents a day. $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like an avatar. That's right, you could be on the stream right now, hanging out by the pool. Maybe having a nice cool drink by the bar. Maybe you prefer space lake activities. Or maybe you're a man or woman of the streets. All up to you. You just tell me what you want your avatar to be, and I'll make it happen. But that's not it. You get shout-outs at the end of every stream, secret Discord channel in the Discord server, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. Break is done. You're probably aware of that due to the sound which your ears just heard. The sound which means it's time for us to get to the fourth half of the stream.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So get back in those seats, Space Fams. Otherwise, you're gonna miss the beginning of the galactic content. Alright, let's go from talking US politics and such to moving on to environmental issues. Not really the environmental half. The fun half sometimes is not really environmental issues we just talk environmental related stuff. And we're certainly gonna start off with some environmental related things here on the first video of the environmental half. Let's talk about a hidden gem in LA full of the world's rarest plants. Architectural Digest from 11 days ago.
We started coming into contact with unbelievable plant material, and it was like Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark, you know, plants that you had dreamt about or only read about in books. It was like, you know, the craziest dream come true to be able to take care of some of these plants. It's a whole different world back here. My name's Carlos Campos Morera, and I am a landscape designer at Geoponica in Los Angeles. This is our private greenhouse / plant orphanage. It's about a 2,000 square foot greenhouse that used to be a truck loading bay. The greenhouse sits in a very industrial part of Los Angeles where it's just literally factory building after factory building. Set back from one of those factory buildings is this greenhouse, which, you know, holds one of the rarest plant collections, definitely in Los Angeles and maybe in the country. And it's totally hidden from the street. You would never see it if you were driving by. There's about 10,000 plants in here, probably more. It's so expensive to maintain, it's ridiculous. I mean, our accountant has like a meeting with us once a month, and every single meeting brings up the question of why the fuck do we have this space and how can we make it make money? I mean, and people who walk in here are like, so these are for sale? And we're like, no. Every century or so, plant collections change hands because that's sort of the lifespan of human beings. So about 15 years ago, we became the beneficiaries of a lot of plant collections that people had become too old to care for. A lot of
I'm not sure how I feel about this guy's decision not to sell the plants, not for economic reasons, but like if these are in fact, and I mean some of these do appear to be incredibly rare plants that I've never seen, but like I'm just not sure how I feel about him not sharing the plants with other people. Like these are the world's rarest plants for posterity. Maybe you should be spreading the love rather than hoarding. It's just me.
These collections and plants would have just gone into the hands of people who didn't know how to take care of them, and they would have died. We call it the Non-Human Teachers, which is our nonprofit orphans greenhouse. How many microclimates? It's like endless, I don't know, thousands. As many plants as there are, there's microclimates. I mean, one plant growing over another plant creates a bit of shade, and that's a microclimate. And one plant that's on 2 pieces of wood instead of 1 piece of wood, 2 pieces of wood collects more moisture than 1 piece of wood. You know, the shelving, the place in the greenhouse, its proximity to fans, it's just on and on and on and on and on. Here are some of our most poisonous plants, one of which is Euphorbia abdelkuri, which is from Abdelkuri Island, a small island off the coast of Somalia. You can no longer get to this island where it grows because the waters are infested with Somali pirates. Only a handful of botanists have been to that island to study this plant, one of which was our late friend, John Lavranos, who brought back 2 cuttings in the 70s. He got to the island by impersonating a British naval officer. And everything that you now see in existence comes from his original 2 cuttings. A friend of ours was propagating some of this plant in his greenhouse and got a small speck of it on his stomach. Said he was driving home and pulled up his shirt, and there was like a giant black circle with a hole in the center on his stomach from where the sap had sprayed out. You look at the color of that sap and you're like, that will kill me. It's like the gnarliest neon alien green. And if you went to a hospital and you're like, oh, I got Euphorbia abdelkuri sap on me, I mean, no one would know what to do. This cactus is, I'd say, the rarest plant in this greenhouse, and it's unimpressive at first glance, but I'd say it's priceless. Its habitat is about 10 by 10 feet in the middle of nowhere in Peru in a sand dune. The closest thing next to its habitat is a chicken farm. We had thought it was potentially this plant, but we couldn't ID it. There was no tag, there was nothing that came along with it. And one day,
if you want to conserve them, you have them in a greenhouse. No, I'm not saying that they shouldn't have the greenhouse and conserve them. What I'm saying is that I'm not familiar with every single one of these plants, but I've done my fair share of botany-related activities. I'm fairly certain you could clone many of these plants quite easily. You know, you take a cutting of a cactus and you put it somewhere, and it will usually just grow, right? And that's all I'm saying. And since this is in LA, where there was recently a massive fire which destroyed 20,000 buildings, you know what I mean? Like, do you see where I'm going with this? Like, this entire collection could go down in flames in a matter of seconds, right? And then some of them might be lost forever. And maybe they are cutting and maybe they're not selling them, maybe they're cutting them, they're cloning them, and they're you know, just giving them away. But he doesn't say that at all. I watched the whole thing. He doesn't mention that. I mean, it's a fucking cool ass collection, right? Like, I think it's incredible, you know, and I just think that it would be a fucking tragedy if something like that happened and nobody could like continue to propagate these things, right? Or maybe not nobody, but that some people that. Do you get what I'm saying here? Like, it's possible some of these would just vanish if they didn't. Translation: StreamLord grows marijuana. Not true.
Illegal.
Not true. I wish. I wish I had some marijuana. That would be nice. That would be nice. Do not have any space for that. But it is possible that I have, in fact, you know, delved into that activity in the past. Long, long ago. A habitat like this doesn't exist in the wild. How is there not cross-pollination? All good questions. All good question. Is it legal to grow in some states? It's legal to grow in a lot of states now in the United States. I'm not sure how many, but I think it's like close to 24 states at least. speaking of fires in California, let's go here to CNN from yesterday. Rapidly growing wildfire prompts thousands of evacuations in California.
Thousands of people have been evacuated from the canyon fire that's burning at an alarming rate just north of Los Angeles. The wildfire started Thursday and has already burned more than 5,000 acres. Thursday was the hottest day of the year so far in much of the region as high temperatures hit or exceeded 100 degrees. And extreme heat led to the dangerous conditions that fueled these flames so quickly. Officials say 3 firefighters received minor injuries and will make a full recovery. CNN national correspondent Nick Watt is there as firefighters are working to contain the blaze.
This is just one of a number of active fires in California right now. We are in fire season. Long, dry summer, hot temperatures as we always get. July, August, in September, maybe October as well. That is when this place is at the most risk. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of a look of the anatomy of this fire, the canyon fire. So firefighters are trying to save that community down there, Hasley Canyon. The way they do it, Mike, if you pan around a little bit more, you'll see pink stuff there. That is dropped from the air. That is Phosgene. That's a flame retardant. They're trying to create a barrier around the fire. And if you look a little bit, you can see those guys and men and women wearing orange there with chainsaws, with hose, with shovels, actually physically cutting a line around the fire. Meantime, they also drop from the air. I can hear a helicopter coming in now, one of the water droppers. And they will hit hot spots. You know, we've also got these guys here, you see. So within this area, which is already burned, there are little embers, there's little bits of smoke. You don't want to leave any of that because that can get reignited by the wind, picked up and moved elsewhere and start a spot fire somewhere else. So there are hundreds of people on the ground here working. Their priority, life and property. That's what they want to save. So hillsides burn. They try and contain them to save properties like that. Now, this one, 25% contained as of midday Friday. That is pretty good. We were told that they had done a lot of work overnight trying to contain it, that the day would show how well they had done that work. And it looks like they did a pretty good job because this fire is looking for now to be under control. But the temperatures here are still very high. There's no rain in the forecast. Humidity is low. The wind, talking 20-mile-an-hour gusts today apparently. So certainly not out of the woods for fire season in Southern California and not yet out of the woods for this particular fire.
All right, Nick Watt, thanks so much. All right, for more insight now, I'm joined by Andrew Dowd, the Public Information Officer for Ventura County Fire Department. Great to see you. So what is the latest that you can tell us about evacuations in your county?
Great to see you too. So as of this morning, last night, all evacuation orders in the area were converted to evacuation warnings, and evacuation warnings were lifted for those residents under evacuation warning. We had approximately 2,700 individuals that were under an evacuation order, and that has now been lifted as firefighters continue, as Nick said, to make great progress on this fire.
So what does this say about containment in your view?
So containment is a challenging situation because we need to go in, as Nick was describing, and go through the entire fire line to make sure that there are no heat signatures, no potential for that fire to grow. So we are currently at 28% containment on this fire, but it should reflect that we have made a tremendous amount of progress. Nick talked about the coordinated efforts between our aviation assets, the fixed-wing aircraft that drop retardant in the area, coordinating with our ground forces and fire engines in the area. Those containment lines need to be evaluated and made sure that there is no potential for fire growth. Once that happens, we declare it contained. We've seen a significant reduction in fire activity. We have over 1,140 firefighters battling this blaze right now. So there's tons of resources focused on bringing this fire to an end.
Yeah, and there's a stark reminder of what we were just talking about in terms of fires in LA. Or near LA. I mean, this is a little bit north of LA. But like, can you imagine imagine how long it would take to try and move that? I mean, and the fact is, like, you would need a place to move them to. right? Like I'm talking about those fucking that plant collection, right? But like, think about how long it would take to move all of those fucking plants, some of which are poisonous, and most of them are covered in spines. You know, in the midst of an evacuation order, right? And where would you put them? Where do you got like an extra greenhouse somewhere? Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I'm like, dude, just, you know, just spread the love. All right, let's stay in LA and talk about a wildlife specimen found in a downtown LA dumpster. Here is NBCLA from 3 days ago. Oh my god, we just gray screened. Why are we gray screening over here?
Track of that. Thank you, Ileana. Now, talk about a scare. Imagine walking up on this as you're just tossing out the trash, a 20-foot python. It was found in a dumpster in downtown L.A.
Alex Rozier, apparently being one of our braver reporters today, went over to check it out.
So picture this. You get home after a long day at work. You pull into your parking garage, turn your head, and see a 20-foot python on top of a dumpster.
Oh my God.
And that is exactly what happened here at the Piero Apartments, downtown Los Angeles this week. The person who spotted the snake called police and animal control for help, but only one person came to save the day. This guy, the reptile hunter from Riverside, Joseph Hart.
Good day, how's it going? All right, check this out. This is Apple's about a 20-foot reticulated python.
So you made the trip from Riverside, you get the call and you're on the road.
I'm on the road immediately. I say to my friend, let's hop in the truck, we gotta go.
Were you nervous?
I was definitely nervous, definitely like, oh my gosh, this is, I mean, you can imagine what I do. I've been dreaming of this day. I get a call in middle of LA, I'm Crocodile Dundee, here to wrangle the snake. So I roll up, I see the snake right there, just like the photos that were sent to me. She's indeed on the dumpster. I don't know her temperament, especially in the condition she's in. Real quickly, I realized she wasn't gonna try to be defensive. She wasn't gonna try to hurt me. She wanted to actually get away from me. So at that moment, I knew I can get her, wrangle her, get her on me, and get her out of the dumpster. She was, in fact, dumped in that dumpster in LA on Tuesday night. We have photographs of the bin that she was in, but in
The look from these dudes as he comes flying out of the fucking dumpster with a goddamn boa constrictor on his face.
Get her out of the dumpster. She was, in fact, dumped in that
Oh my god.
dumpster in LA on Tuesday night. We have photographs of the bin that she was in, but in that face there, come here, she has a serious mouth infection. She's probably gonna lose some teeth. She already has, as you can see. So this is something that can definitely be fixed. She is not a lost cause. After a few months of antibiotics and proper care, she is gonna be on her way to full recovery.
But for now,
holy shit, 20-foot python found in a downtown LA dumpster. My guess is this was somebody's pet who then realized they couldn't care for a 20-foot python and just threw it away.
Illegal.
Have I seen the video where the guy invented a snake mech prosthetic suit that gives snakes legs? No, I have not seen that. That sounds crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
All right, let's go to Montana, where some number of irresponsible idiots decided to do something ill-advised through the Blackfoot River.
unusual sight on Montana's Blackfoot River is causing outrage from anglers and conservationists after videos surfaced this week showing an amphibious off-road vehicle driving down the river as part of a Powell County weed control operation. NBC Montana's Bowen West is working for you to explore the impacts of the social media post.
How is driving through a river going to help with weeds, huh?
Cell phone footage shared widely on social media shows a large Sherp ATV cruising through the center of the Blackfoot River, churning up water and sediment along a section of river recently subjected to hoot-owl fishing restrictions to protect heat-stressed fish.
He's rolling down right where all the bull trout sit right now. That's where all the bull trout are sitting.
Fly fishing guide Kyle Roush recorded and shared the video while on the river with clients.
Here they come, motoring down. And they drove literally right down the middle of the river to the other side. Not like cross, but drove angled all way down the river. And then they crossed above me, and then that's when I was like, I gotta video this.
NBC Montana reached out to Powell County Noxious Weed Management Board and the county commissioners. We did not hear back by airtime.
No
Montana
kidding.
Fish, Wildlife, and Parks verified the video was Powell County weed control contractors driving the vehicle without the legally required Stream Protected Act permit.
Yeah, it just seems incredibly idiotic. I don't even understand why you would do this. If you work for the parks and you're supposed to be protecting the parks, you don't destroy the park. Like, it's idiotic. It's fucking idiotic. Who knows how many fish and other sorts of, wildlife that he killed by doing this. I assume it's a dude. I don't think, I could be wrong. But it's just, wow. What an idiotic thing to do. Oh, I'm so sick of the handles. Why? When is YouTube gonna give us back our goddamn display names? I don't know why this has happened to us. I know you all by your display names, not by your goddamn handles. It's throwing me off. Okay. Now let's go to Florida. And this story may surprise you, but somehow Florida has quietly become a solar powerhouse.
A what now?
Let's find out.
This is Babcock Ranch, a community of homes in southwest Florida that runs almost entirely on solar power.
One of the nicknames that a lot of people refer to this place as the bubble because we're kind of in our own environment here. With the solar field here, there's a lot less dependence on fossil fuel power.
One of the things that we've done well here in Florida is it's accepted that you can build these utility scale solar arrays, and I think that's great. Everybody is welcoming the opportunity to put solar on their property.
Kitson founded Babcock Ranch in 2006 with one goal.
We wanted to prove that we could do this the right way, prove that we could build this new city and work with the environment and make it not only sustainable, but resilient.
What I think is happening in Florida, there has been this industrial boom over the past decade. So with more industry comes more power demand. And the utilities need to think about the most affordable way to provide that power to their ratepayers. So the economics are there for solar.
Today, solar makes up roughly 9% of Florida's electricity mix, a big leap for a state once seen as slow to adopt renewables.
People have realized that solar is cheap. It, along with onshore wind and solar are the cheapest forms of new electricity worldwide and in the United States today, whether subsidized or not. So because of the low costs, but also due to the additional subsidies and policies that are less restrictive now than they used to be in Florida, solar has started to grow.
Still, this boom is happening in a state that in 2024 removed climate change from its official energy and resilience plans, while still relying on natural gas for 74% of its power. And now the One Big Beautiful Bill is phasing out federal tax credits for rooftop and utility-scale solar earlier than planned, raising costs for developers and homeowners alike.
That is one of the biggest challenges that we're seeing, and there is a high anti-renewables or anti-climate change sentiment, so that could drive a lot of the potential community opposition in the near future.
At Babcock Ranch,
Yeah, it's wild. This is very strange. I mean, Ron DeSantis, he doesn't give a shit about renewable energy. He's always complaining about oil prices and crap. And yet, Florida is perfect place for renewable energy. They got plenty of sun all year around. The perfect place for solar energy. But it's too woke. That's the problem.
That's too much, man!
These tensions come into focus. A town trying to prove a new energy model can work, even in one of America's toughest states for climate policy. So CNBC visited Babcock Ranch to understand how Florida quietly became a solar superpower. Texas added the most utility-scale solar capacity in 2024, fueled by cheap land, lax regulations, and rising energy demand from AI and data centers. But Florida is catching up. In 2024, it overtook California in new utility-scale solar capacity, adding over 3 gigawatts, enough to power around 600,000 homes. And it's not just Florida. Arkansas, Missouri, Louisiana, and other southern states are seeing explosive growth, too.
Texas is going full force, fortunately, with renewables, wind and solar and batteries. And this is helping also to keep the grid stable in Texas. So Florida can learn from Texas as well as from California in growing both solar and batteries.
Florida's rise as a solar powerhouse isn't just about the sun. A special rule there lets solar farms under 75 megawatts skip lengthy state-level reviews, speeding up projects and lowering costs. In 2024, the surge was led by Florida's main utility company, Florida Power & Light, which built over 70% of the state's new solar capacity.
People might not understand how progressive Florida is in this realm, if you will, of solar energy. And as you know, we compete extremely well with states like California. And we're very proud of that.
California still leads the nation in overall solar power generation. The state has more than 2 million rooftop systems installed over time, thanks to decades of strong policy and net metering. In contrast, Florida has seen about 260,000 rooftop installs to date. And most of its solar growth has come from utility-owned, large-scale projects.
All of the capacity is being owned by
Now, unfortunately for Florida, all of those green energy tax credits are about to be taken away by the Trump administration. So now people here can start paying more money for their energy. That's unfortunate. Cost of regenerative energy sources is expensive? Honestly, I mean, it used to be really expensive, but the solar panel technology in terms of cost has come down drastically. Now, thanks to Trump's tariffs on China, the cost of solar technology in the United States is going to increase over the near future. But the actual cost of building solar panels has come down just massively over the years. It used to be prohibitive to some degree because you could get other energy for cheaper, but honestly at this point that dynamic has flipped. All right, let's go to DC. Quickly, let's talk about the White House Rose Garden that is now the White House parking lot. Because Donald Trump paved it over.
On the west side of the White House, there's the famous Rose Garden. President Donald Trump recently made some major changes, covering the lawn in the center with pavement. But this isn't the first time the Rose Garden had a makeover. It actually started back in 1913 when First Lady Ellen Wilson planted some rose bushes and gave it the name we still use today. Then, in the 1960s, Bunny Mellon redesigned the space, featuring an open lawn for outdoor events. Since then, it has been the backdrop for history. Like in 1971, when President Richard Nixon walked his daughter Tricia down the aisle.
In the Rose Garden at the White House.
It's also where the annual Thanksgiving turkey pardon takes place. President Clinton, Bush, Obama, and Trump all carried on that tradition.
I hereby grant you a full pardon.
The new redesign has received mixed reactions, but like any big change, it's another chapter in the White House history.
Yeah, let's see what Donald Trump had to say about whether or not he was pleased with this parking lot that now has taken up the White House Rose Garden.
Mr. President, are you happy with how the Rose Garden turned out? And will you have some type of event for the Rose Garden? Are you happy with how it turned out?
Yeah, we're getting great reviews on the Rose Garden, and we had to do it. As an example, when we had a press conference, you'd sink into the would take 3.
What just happened?
Would take 3, 4, 5 days for it to dry out, and we couldn't use it for really the intended purpose. So whether they had events or
we couldn't use it for the intended purpose. Wow. Wow. Incompetence, apparently, because people have been using the White House Rose Garden for a very long time and having no problems with it. All right, let's go here. Now, numerous bug and insect populations are on the decline right now due to multiple factors. Things like habitat loss, climate change, things like fireflies, which are really a summer treat.
So we're seeing lots of observations kind of across the Northeast with high numbers of fireflies. We think for fireflies this year, because it was such a moist, wet spring with lots of rain in the Northeast, that seems to have made a really good juvenile habitat. Habitat where the babies are
Oh my God.
developing and growing. When you see a year like this year where there's a really high number of fireflies, it might give you kind of like a sense of false hope, right? That maybe the populations are quite big and that the species in our area are doing quite well. But we think that that's not the case. The causes of firefly decline, we think, are light pollution primarily, because when it's very bright, they have a hard time seeing each other's species-specific signal. They can't communicate if they don't have the dark sky.
Yeah, human activity causing fireflies to struggle with reproduction. All right, let's talk about butterflies as well, as they are also seeing decreasing populations across the United States. Here's CBS Evening News from Monday.
We end tonight with the flight of the butterflies. Just where have they gone? Here's Eureka Duncan.
I don't like things that fly, I'll be honest with you. Depending on your tolerance for bugs, walking into this butterfly garden can either be calming or a little creepy. Ooh, oh, Wow. But the
Okay,
future of these
I'm
creatures
sorry.
is up in the air. Jillian Fazio is the director.
Who the fuck is scared of butterflies?
This is ridiculous.
Who has that reaction to butterflies? They're the chillest animal on the planet. Ooh, butterflies. What?
Wow. But the future of these creatures is up in the air. Jillian Fazio is the director of New Jersey's Essex County Turtleback Zoo, which houses more than 1,500 butterflies in this tent.
What is happening with butterflies in the United States?
Butterflies are threatened by habitat loss, pesticides, and climate change, which is causing severe weather events.
From 2000 to 2020, there was a 22% decrease nationwide, and a Michigan State University study released today reveals that butterfly populations in the Midwest are dwindling even faster. No butterfly species has increased in that region in the last 3 decades.
Why is this important?
Pollinators are responsible for a lot of the food we eat. So just at the very basic level, humans rely on pollinators for food.
What is it about them that's so special?
Because they're harmless and they only land on you. They almost look like fairies.
They almost look like fairies. Okay. Oh, there goes one right there.
It's hard to imagine a world without butterflies.
Seriously. Good question, chat. Why did they send her? I don't understand. Why would you send a woman who's afraid of butterflies to a goddamn butterfly conservatory? Seems like a terrible plan. All right. Let's go to Pennsylvania. CBS Philadelphia from 6 days ago. Let's talk about what they're doing with the SS United States. An old wooden ship. All right, it's not wooden. Just an Anchorman quote. An old U.S. What was this? It's not an aircraft carrier. It was a
You are
battleship?
looking at a piece of history.
I can't remember what kind of ship this was, actually. Whatever. They're planning on doing a number of things with this, including creating an artificial reef.
You looking at a piece of history being taken apart. Crews in Alabama spent today removing one of the 65-foot-tall smokestacks from the SS United States. It's all part of the work to eventually turn the historic ship that called Philadelphia home for decades into the world's largest artificial reef. The smokestacks, though, are not headed to the bottom of the sea off the Gulf Coast. They will be saved and used in a new museum in Florida that honors the ship's legacy.
Well, there we go. The SS United States, a former cruise liner, being turned into multiple...
Well, beware of the gator.
Excuse me, sir. I need you to shut the fuck up. It turned into multiple new uses for an old piece of rusty metal. Okay. What do we got next? Yes, right, okay. Let's stay in Pennsylvania, go to Bucks County, where the waters are not safe.
Well, beware of the gator. That's the warning for people in Bristol Township, Bucks County. Police say this small alligator is swimming in the area of Magnolia Lake. That's off Bath Road across the street from the Bristol Township Municipal Park. We're told the Wildlife and Game Commission is coming to try to remove the alligator. But the best advice for those in the area is, for now, to avoid the water at Magnolia Lake. And
my God. What in the hell is that alligator doing all the way in Pennsylvania? Terrifying. Okay. Now, it's Sunday Fun Day, and it's summer. You may be considering going to the beach. Enjoy the weather while it's still here. But there is, of course, a danger in the waters. I'm not talking sharks, I am talking about rip currents. And CBS Philadelphia has some advice for us on how to deal with rip tides.
We're looking live now at Ocean City. The weather is going to be great for a weekend down the shore, but there is a rip current risk. Chief Meteorologist Bill Kelly's in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere.
Yeah, Uke, the rip current risk is actually high, so you want to be careful if you are going down to the shore this weekend. Good evening, everybody. Let me show you. We're going to talk about it for just a moment. Bringing up the map on the floor, widen it out, and here's what's going on. Of course, we're positioned like this. We have a high pressure cell that's to the north. We have this low pressure that's off to our south, and what that's doing is that's driving this easterly wind into our shore locations. So it is a little bit breezy, but it's also causing a high risk for rip currents up and down the entire shore, and it goes past our area as well. We're talking about waves that are anywhere between about 2 to 4 feet. Dangerous rip currents are out there. You want to swim near a lifeguard and mind those signs. In fact, let me bring you on over here and let's talk about it. You might be thinking, well, what is a rip current? What does that mean? Well, let me show you what we're talking about. You go to the beach. What happens is under the water, there's a sandbar and it kind of breaks. You don't see it. But what you're going to notice is it's an area of water that's rushing out to sea. The one thing, they're kind of hard to see, but you want to look for a break in the waves. If you see the waves coming in continually, but there's a break in the middle, there could possibly be a rip current in there. So you go swimming, you get caught in this, and you start getting sucked out to sea. Now, a couple things about it. If this happens to you, don't fight the current. Even the best swimmer is not going to be able to swim against the rip current. You start getting sucked out to sea, you go, okay. You want to turn and swim parallel to the shore to escape that current. I've never been in one, and I know this third tip would be incredibly difficult, but try to stay calm and don't panic.
Yeah, it is incredibly difficult, actually, as it turns out. And I used to, I was once sucked into a rip current one time, and it was terrifying. And at the time, I was a competitive swimmer, and I was like, honestly, I was shocked at how powerful it was. Thankfully, I was with somebody at the time. I was a kid, and they were nearby and not in the rip current, managed to help me get out of it. It is terrifying, and this kind of information could save your life, people. It is. So the next time you're at the beach, do be aware of those spots where you don't see waves. That's where the rip currents are hiding. All right, now we do talk about transportation and things like that, public transportation, especially during the environmental portions of this stream, and that's just what we're going to do right now. Strong Towns from 2 days ago, the biggest scam in transportation history.
It actually is taking out people who lived, did commerce, and had businesses. They're now gone.
Highways caused tremendous social rifts in communities and just tore people apart.
For decades, highways were sold as progress. A promise to connect America, to drive prosperity to our cities. But in places like Rochester, New York, that promise came with a cost. One they're still recovering from today. And a warning for every city considering the same mistakes. Because once you realize what happened here, you might start to wonder, were we all scammed?
This is ridiculous!
The inner loop was built to connect, to modernize. But it ended up dividing.
The inner loop was constructed primarily as a sort of circulator to be able to access downtown. If you lived in the suburbs, you could access downtown really without having to go through the street grid. So from
otherwise known as let's give the white suburbanites the ability to avoid all of the undesirable people downtown, so they can still come downtown, but they don't have to, they don't have to go around and mingle with them in traffic and stuff.
1952 to 1965, in sections, they built the inner loop to allow people basically to do that.
Like so many neighborhoods across America, Rochester sacrificed its thriving neighborhoods for the promise of progress through modern highways. The result? Decades of economic stagnation, social fragmentation, and the exodus of residents that left their once vibrant neighborhood abandoned.
Who really was displaced?
Yeah.
And we looked at the database, city directories. We could find names of people, a lot of immigrant names, Mrs. So-and-so, a lot of widows, a lot of names from all over the world. You had Italian, Polish, you had black and brown, but mostly, it was a real mixture. And it was, I think, honestly, they created blight so they had an excuse to destroy some of it.
That tore apart communities. And those are rifts that are still being felt today. Those are wounds that are still being felt today. The inner loop created a moat, basically, in neighborhoods such that, they used to be able to just cross the street and go to a friend's house, and now they had to, walk a mile to a bridge and circle back, right? That's what these projects did. They caused tremendous social rifts in communities and just tore people apart.
You would see people trying to run across the depressed highway to get from one side to the other because there are relatively few crossings.
Planners at the time decided, well, we're going to prioritize getting cars in and out of the city center. And they literally ripped up the fabric of what downtown was.
First you built this ditch, then you took away our neighborhood schools, you took away our grocery stores, our businesses, and you could see them all being closed.
Rochester certainly wasn't the only city to fall victim to this idea of progress.
One segment of a great national system of highways that one day soon will connect the major cities of our land.
Across the country, highways were sold as the future, the key to better cities.
And yes, in some places, the interstate highway did bring along economic growth by connecting major metropolitan areas. But in many ways, we overbuilt, bringing more economic decline in the long run, and for the most vulnerable.
Those affected by these decisions, that price was steep. And the thing is, that price is still being paid today.
These houses have the highway in their backyard, literally in their backyard. So you can see there's houses here, there's neighborhoods, there's people, so you can get a feel. This is still the sort of feel that was here prior to the inner loop.
Even now, highway expansion projects are happening in cities across the U.S. Not because the people of those cities are asking for them, but because the federal government is paying for them.
And a controlled access highway is based on these traffic count figures.
This federal money isn't allocated based on the needs of local communities or the impact on neighborhoods. It's simply a continuation of the system to force these cities to accept these projects as progress. The Highway Trust Fund, originally designed to help build the interstate highway system, continues to push cities to build and widen roads they don't need. Since 2014, the U.S. public interest groups found 73 unnecessary or wasteful highway projects slated to cost at least $173 billion in taxpayer money. As long as the federal government continues to write those checks, cities are incentivized to keep expanding highways, even when they don't want them, and when they can't afford the long-term consequences. But these highways aren't just costing us in dollars. They're paying for the same mistakes we made decades ago. We're repeating history. But here's the real question. If federal money is keeping the cycle alive, What will it take to break it? What will it take for cities to reject endless expansion? To turn away from a policy that destroys neighborhoods and damages communities? In Rochester, the fight to reverse this mistake didn't begin with a wave of federal money, but with local visionaries and advocates who realized it was time to change course. It took decades of disinvestment, suffering, and abandonment to get to this point. A city scarred by a highway that should never have been. But in Rochester's story, we see the possibility of renewal, a chance to reclaim what was lost. In 2014, Rochester took its first significant step towards reconciliation, a $24 million project to fill in an eastern portion of the Inner Loop.
The Inner Loop East project here, where we removed a 2/3 mile segment of grade-separated highway on the southeast side of downtown Rochester. Our goal was, if you remove the highway and you come back in 10, 15, 20 years, you'll never know that there was a highway here because we built a community here. And there's people out walking and biking and grabbing coffee and living life, right?
An effort to reconnect neighborhoods that had been severed for decades. It wasn't a quick fix. It was a necessary correction.
A recognition that the damage done could never be undone.
But at least could begin to heal.
These highways cast a pall on the communities that they land within. As we look to eliminate these highways, you should be able to do the exact opposite, which is return some wealth back to the communities that suffered when these highways were built. And at the same time, as you look at what can be built on lands that replace it, you have to think about how that land can be productive for residents that have lived or were.
Okay, hold on. We're not going to watch the whole thing. But let's move this up a little bit. There we go.
Into a store that was sitting on top of the Inner Loop. Oh, morning. As we come inside, we can tell this is actually it's a community hub here, fresh fruits and vegetables, fresh meats. So it's great to have this hub in a community that, once again, that didn't exist. This was a highway, so now we've got a great store owners, and people that are invested and connected.
And the expansion of the Strong Museum, which is a great family resource. This expansion into the Inner Loop space was meant to increase their yearly visitorship from 600,000 to 1 million people.
But as with any major change, questions loom over the impact on the people who have lived here the longest.
1 in 4 households here doesn't have access to a private vehicle. In some of the neighborhoods adjacent to Inner Loop, it's 1 in 2. So it's a real problem. So part of what we're trying to accomplish is knitting back together a street grid, kind of similar to what was here before the Inner Loop was constructed.
And so we've been advocating to the city and everyone else who's involved in making those decisions from the county, state, and federal level that we need to continue to build the network together. And we call it the bike spine network. Once we get done with this, we'll have a spine of interconnected, safe, protected infrastructure that will be accessible for people of all ages and abilities to enjoy. And then that will be supported by a lot of supportive bike corridors that connect neighborhoods and destinations.
Before we continue, we want to thank our partner at the Center for Civic.
Okay, all right. Well, what they have done is, pretty good. Pretty good. They have filled in the Inner Loop, and they have built out bike lanes, things like that, reconnected communities. It is absolutely a good project going on here. But Rochester has actually made a lot of bad infrastructure choices over the years, as it turns out, including destroying what was once a very effective mode of public transportation. As at one time, Rochester built a subway, and then they destroyed it. Thanks to that highway project, actually. Come on! It's true.
When you think of American subway systems, cities like New York, Chicago, or Boston probably come to mind. But what if I told you that Rochester, New York, once had its very own subway system? Built in the 1920s and operating for nearly 3 decades, it aimed to modernize the city's transportation network and repurpose the old Erie Canal bed that once ran straight through downtown. Today, most people have no idea it ever existed, but the story of the Rochester subway is a fascinating one. In the early 20th century, Rochester was a booming industrial city. It was home to major companies like Kodak, Bosch & Lomb, and Gleason Works, and its population was rapidly growing. But with that growth came a familiar problem for many American cities: traffic congestion. Adding to the challenge was the Erie Canal. For nearly a century, the canal had run directly through the center of Rochester, serving as a vital transportation route for goods and passengers. But by the early 1900s, the canal had become obsolete. Commercial shipping had largely shifted to railroads and highways, and the canal's narrow waterways and numerous bridges had become obstacles to the city's development. In response, state officials decided to reroute the Erie Canal south of the city, leaving behind a wide, empty canal bed running through downtown. Instead of letting it go to waste, Rochester's leaders saw a unique opportunity: convert the abandoned canal trench into a modern subway system. It was believed the subway would provide several key benefits to the city. In addition to offering a cross-town commute for residents in the northwest and southeast parts of Rochester, the subway would also serve as a beltline, connecting the 5 major freight railroads that pass through the city. Railroads which, until then, have operated independently without direct links. This connection would streamline freight movement and improve industrial logistics. On top of that, interurban trolleys, electric streetcars that connected Rochester to nearby towns, would be rerouted into the subway, helping to reduce traffic congestions on the increasingly crowded city streets. Construction of the Rochester subway began in 1922, just a few years after the Erie Canal was officially rerouted. The project made use of the old canal bed, which conveniently cut through the heart of the city, reducing the need for expensive land purchases or new excavation. The original plan called for a 7-mile route, stretching from Rowlands on the city's eastern edge to a General Motors plant on the west side. The line would pass beneath downtown Rochester, with several underground stations along the way and a section of open-air track on either end. Work crews faced a number of challenges during construction, including stabilizing the old canal walls and building new infrastructure to support both passenger, platforms, and freight siding. Despite the difficulties, the project moved relatively quickly, fueled by public enthusiasm and the promise of a more modern, efficient city. The first section of the Rochester subway officially opened for passenger service on December 1st, 1927. In the years that followed, additional sections were completed, and interurban railroads began running their trolleys through the system. At its peak, the subway featured a mix of underground and surface-level stations, serving both local commuters and long-distance travelers. But what made the Rochester subway unique was how it seamlessly blended passenger service with industrial and freight operations. The subway's beltline design allowed the city's 5 major freight railroads, which previously had no direct connections, to interchange goods through a single shared corridor. This helped streamline freight traffic, reducing congestion in busy rail yards and improving efficiency for local industries.
Yup, and then unfortunately the great highway projects, happened, and it was all shut the fuck down, even though it was a terrible idea.
Or repurposed for other uses. It was a quiet end to what had once been seen as a bold and visionary project, a casualty of changing times and shifting priorities in mid-century America. Today, most of the Rochester subway is gone. After its closure in the 50s, large portions of the tunnel were filled in or repurposed. Part of the old route became new roads, parking lots, and highway interchanges as the city adapted to an automobile-centered future. But if you know where to look, traces of the subway still remain. Sections of the original tunnel can still be found beneath Broad Street, particularly near the old Court Street station site. For years, these abandoned tunnels became a popular spot for urban explorers, photographers, and graffiti artists, drawn to the eerie, decayed remnants of Rochester's forgotten underground. One of the most
Very sad. Very sad. Until they got rid of the inner loop, people in the city, in terms of getting around, very difficult, especially if you didn't have a car. It's unfortunate that we decided to, instead of doing mass transit, just sort of give in back then to putting cars on every fucking spot, like literally across the country. Oh, we have to make sure we can get everywhere in a car. No, we don't need mass transit. That hasn't at all kicked us in the butt. Now, here in the current present day... Oh, wait, I'm sorry. It has. It's actually made things terrible. Okay, let's continue talking about railroads, as apparently Amtrak is launching a next-gen train. Here's CBS New York from 3 days ago. We are so far behind on public transportation compared to other major economies, it's pathetic.
If you ride the rails, you'll soon see something new on the tracks. Amtrak is launching its next-gen Acela trains August 28th. The high-speed trains reach a maximum of 160 miles per hour. That's actually 10 miles per hour faster than current models. They will travel the northeast corridor between Washington, New York, and Boston. That's good for the tri-state. Amtrak says the new trains will have individual power outlets, reading lights, and also Wi-Fi as well.
Ooh, Wi-Fi. Very nice. 170 miles per hour, you say. Not bad. Not bad. All right. How are we doing on time? Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good. All right. Where are we now? Lost my place. Oh. There we are. Okay. Yeah, let's go to Canada and talk about why Parks Canada is warning visitors to stay off of the sand dunes of Prince Edward Island. CBC News from 2 days ago. Yeah. Good point, Jerry. A whole 10 miles per hour faster. It's incredible. The savings.
Mike Kelly says the beach is his happy place. He lives nearby and spends a lot of time in the national park. But it becomes a lot harder to enjoy when he sees other people disrespecting the environment.
When I see people in the dunes and digging holes, it sends shivers down my spine, really. I'm just a proud islander that spends an awful lot of time at the beach, and mostly at the park beaches. I live so close, and I just don't like seeing disrespect.
PEI National Park is seeing a record number of visitors this year. It says there are signs and barriers on its beaches to keep people off the dunes, and information is available in visitor pamphlets and online. But even still, officials say some might not know much about the sandy ecosystems, how important they are here on PEI, or that it's actually illegal to walk on them.
One person might think, well, my footprints aren't going to make any difference, but we have hundreds of thousands of people literally going onto our beaches every season, and if we get a large number of those people doing it, then it'll make a big impact negatively on the dunes.
Parks Canada says just a couple footsteps on the marram grass is all it takes. Once the grass dies and the root system isn't there to hold the dune together, it could blow out. That's a problem for more than just the shoreline, since dunes are the first line of defense against winter storms.
If you're a tourist here, you may never been here before. You may think that's the way it's always been, but it's not the way it's always been. Fiona made a real mess of the parks here, and they're doing their best to try and fix it, but everybody that comes here needs to know what they're doing.
These are the kind of tracks in the sand Parks Canada wants to see. Campbell says they're likely from wild animals like foxes, mice, and caterpillars. But these ones are a problem. That's because people's footsteps are heavy and cause damage to the natural environment.
Parks Canada says it does keep an eye out for people on the dunes. It has enforcement officers on the beach, and if you get caught, you could get a ticket for $150. Gwyneth Egan, CBC News, Brackley Beach.
Okay. All right, let's leave Nova Scotia. Although, is Prince Edward Island its own province? I always forget.
It was...
I always see it as being a part of Nova Scotia. I gotta Google this. No, it's its own province. Right? Yeah. According to Google, Prince Edward Island, Canadian province. Yeah, I'm always forgetting that. Okay. Let's not leave Canada. Not quite yet. Let's talk about another creature you might see near the beach in Nova Scotia. A number of researchers were doing some science stuff.
It's science.
And a great white shark popped up out of the blue.
It was a very unique encounter. We're not normally looking for great white sharks in the Halifax waters, and we were just obsessing over this blue shark that came by. And within a split second, I just see a great white shark go through my screen, and we freaked. All the guests got their gear on, and we were in that water so quickly. One of the guests screamed, "Oh, it's coming up, it's coming up." All of a sudden, I just have this great image of the moment where I fell in love with that shark. It was amazing.
This individual was, in the true sense, massive, close to approaching 15 feet long, and just an extraordinary animal. It was pretty much ignoring the bait for the most part, lifting its head out of the water to look what's happening above the water. And it was, those types of encounters are special.
I really want him to be seen the way that he actually was, which is just beautiful, graceful, elegant, and powerful. So powerful.
Dun dun. Grace and power. Okay. Now let's go across the pond to the United Kingdom, where a herd of cows took over the streets after Storm Floris hit the United Kingdom. Here's The Guardian with some footage from Monday.
Out their way, guys. Look, there's the rest of them.
There we go. British streets taken over in Lancashire by bovine creatures. Now, much of Europe has been on fire. Alright, not much of Europe, but southern Europe certainly has been getting hit by wildfires this summer, including France, which just got done with a massive fire in the south, which I think surpassed like 50,000 acres, something like that. Close to it. Let's go here to France 24.
Temperature warnings have been issued in 17 departments. This Friday, some places will see temperatures as high as 39 degrees Celsius. Now, officials warn that everyone should be careful, but the risk is greatest to children, the elderly, and people suffering from chronic diseases. Scientists say human-induced climate change is making extreme weather like this more intense and more frequent. That hot weather has made it difficult for firefighters in the southern department of Aude, but they say the massive wildfire there is finally contained. The blaze, which is larger than Paris, killed at least one person and injured more than a dozen. Around 2,000 firefighters have been working to extinguish the blaze. We can speak to our reporter, Karis Garland, standing by now. Hello to you, Karis. Tell us a little bit about where you are at the moment.
So I'm standing in the middle of the Corbière forest. On the way here, we were able to drive through an area normally closed off to the public and journalists, and we were able to see the extent, the sheer amplitude of this disaster, blackened hills and valleys, power lines too, as completely snapped off or still smoldering even, with the odd pocket of vineyards still seemingly intact. Then we drove to this village called Corbière. It was basically cut off from the rest of the world after that fire struck. Flames literally reached the very edge of the village where the welcome sign was. Just to the right of it was the blackened bushland and the bright red welcome sign to the village. Firefighters focused their efforts particularly on this area because there is an aged care home there where if they were forced to evacuate, that would have been very difficult for these people who are in a vulnerable or delicate states. So firefighters really paid more attention to this area. The network there, for example, has now been restored, but also on the way to this village, we passed through another one where we saw how people there are organizing themselves and trying to serve as the link between other residents and security officials so that they know what information to pass on using walkie-talkies, for example, in the absence of phone lines. So this is how people are organizing here with the sheer destruction still coming to light.
Yeah, and what can...
All right. Well, thankfully, after like almost a full week of this fire, it has finally been contained by French firefighters, although it is still technically burning. But I do believe they have a what do you call it? A full containment on, at least on the line of the fire, right? In terms of the spread of the fire. But like I mentioned, a whole bunch of countries in Europe have been getting hit by wildfires this summer. Let's go here to France 24 English once again. This video is from 19 hours ago.
Southern Europe is grappling with a series of devastating wildfires. At least 14 people have died in Turkey. Extreme heat making conditions more difficult. Turkey just reported its hottest July in 55 years. Scientists warn climate change making extreme weather events occur more frequently. Fires have also broken out in Greece, France, and Spain. Cami Knight has more.
In northwestern Turkey, firefighters run from their fire engine as they struggle to contain the blaze. Hundreds of residents have had to evacuate from this province as it grapples with exceptionally high temperatures. Turkey recorded its hottest July in 55 years, with a record 50.5 degrees Celsius reached by the end of the month. It's a similar situation in Greece, where violent winds are making matters worse. They've disrupted ferry traffic, forcing boats to remain docked in Piraeus, near Athens. Just a few dozen kilometers away, the landscape has been turned to ash, with some residents forced to watch their houses burn down.
Honestly, I don't even know what to say. I am completely distraught. We live in fear. It is a truly desperate situation, and it's not just me, it's the whole neighborhood.
Aside Turkey and Greece, most of southern Europe is suffocating. Parts of Spain have experienced temperatures of up to 44 degrees Celsius. It comes as the country has already recorded over 1,000 heat-related deaths since mid-May, more than a 50% increase compared to 2024.
Well, for more, we can speak to Lyndon Pronto, a former firefighter, currently a wildfire management expert at the European Forest Institute. Hello to you, Lyndon. He joins us from Bonn, Germany. In 2025 alone, this year alone, more than 350,000 hectares have been burned. That's a 114% increase from last year. Why has 2025 been so bad?
Well, it's hard to say when any given year is so bad. What basically happens is you have a compounding effect of multiple years of heat waves, of drought conditions, and these build up, and eventually the conditions line up just right to where you do have an area that's exposed enough, has a wind event, has an ignition, or fire responds topographically, as we're seeing on the screen right now. So that really just depends on the conditions, but they do compound, and there are many factors which add to that compounding effect.
Yeah, and if wildfires are becoming more frequent, is there any way to reverse that trend?
Not really. The best thing we can do is adapt our landscape.
I mean, one way to reverse the trend is to solve the global warming situation. That would be one way. Just an idea.
Adapt our settlements too, and this is where we talk about resilience to fires. So even the most well-trained firefighters, the most technically equipped fire brigades and services, they obviously will at some point reach their limit of span of control. And so this is where we cannot leave this problem to the response agencies. This is a challenge that needs to be addressed at landscape level. It needs to be addressed with a number of different stakeholders before it ever gets to the response arena.
You're originally from California, if I'm not mistaken. You're working in Germany now, so you might have a unique perspective on this. But are there conflicting strategies on fire management?
Essentially, no. I mean, basically we have the same issue in Europe and in the Mediterranean area as we do in, for instance, North America. And it's not, the causes are not the same. So in North America, we had very, very aggressive fire suppression for over a century, which led to a buildup in these in the landscape of vegetation, of fuel, as we like to call it. In Europe, we have the same outcome. It's just for different reasons. And here we have a lot of land abandonment. We have issues where human activity has gone away from managing these landscapes in terms of agriculture, in terms of grazing, in terms of historical activities. And so these landscapes have become overgrown, basically creating the same hazard, which is this overabundance in available material to burn.
And this happening, of course.
Yup. Hotter and drier the climate gets, the worse these things become. All right, let's go to Italy. This was quite a video here. This is the AP from 6 days ago. Twin water spouts captured side by side in Po River Delta, Italy. What just happened? What?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Noem.
Hold on, Amy. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. How did that happen? many fish you figure in this freaking thing? Okay, let's talk plastics pollution. Democracy Now! From 3 days ago in the wake of the UN plastics... What was the... I can't remember the name of the fucking summit. It was like UN Plastics Pollution Summit or something like that. Amy Goodman had on a researcher to discuss the impacts of plastic pollution in our environment on human health. It's a
This
Sharknado.
is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
Exactly, it's a Sharknado. It's a goddamn Sharknado. Unacceptable.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Negotiations are underway in Geneva, Switzerland, on a legally binding global plastics treaty as the crisis of pollution from plastics worldwide has grown more acute. An estimated 8 billion metric tons of plastic waste now pollute the planet. Without changes, plastic production is expected to triple by 2060, much of it driven by single-use plastics. Only 10% of plastic can be recycled. Representatives from 184 countries are participating in the UN negotiations that will conclude next week.
Also this week, the medical journal The Lancet published a countdown on health and plastics, which begins, quote, "Plastics are a grave, growing, and under-recognized danger to human and planetary health." In the study, Dr. Philip Landrigan and an international team of co-authors outlined the latest in what's understood about the dangers of plastics through its entire life cycle. They estimate $1.5 trillion a year in health-related costs are due to plastics. We go right now to Dr. Philip Landrigan, one of the co-authors of the review. He's also a pediatrician, an epidemiologist, and director of the Global Observatory on Planetary Health at Boston College, joining us from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Dr. Landrigan. Why don't you summarize the Lancet findings and how serious this global threat is?
Thank you, Amy. So the global plastics threat has been quietly worsening now for 3 or 4 decades. Global plastic production has increased 250 times since it began in the 1950s. And as you said a moment ago, it's on track to double by 2040 and triple by 2060. The reason plastic production is growing so rapidly, and the reason it's the focus especially is on the production of single-use plastics, is that the fossil fuel industry, which produces most plastic, 99% of plastic is made from oil, gas, and coal. The fossil fuel industry is pivoting to plastic manufacture as they see the market for fossil fuels declining. Maybe not as fast as we would like, but nonetheless, they see the long-term trend for the fossil fuel market going down. And so they're putting enormous resources into plastic manufacture. For example, just completed a $6 billion facility outside Pittsburgh to transform fracked gas from Appalachia into plastic. And what our Lancet report showed is that plastic harms human health at every stage of the plastic life cycle, starting with the fracking, then through the manufacture and the fabrication of plastic products, and then finally on when plastic is discharged into the environment. That waste plastic contains thousands of toxic chemicals that cause human exposure and result in disease and disability and premature death.
So
my colleagues and I,
Just to clarify that 10% of plastic is recycled at the moment, not that that's what can be recycled. If you could speak specifically about the impact of plastic on children.
Sure. The reason so little plastic is recycled is not that people don't care. It's that plastic is so complex and so toxic it cannot be recycled. Recycling rates for plastic are way below glass or steel or cardboard or aluminum. Plastics are children, infants in the womb and young children are very vulnerable to plastics because they're going through these incredibly complicated, tightly choreographed processes of early development. And plastic contains thousands of chemicals ranging from phthalates to bisphenols to brominated flame retardants. Those chemicals get out of plastics, they get into pregnant women and then pass through to their children. They get into little kids. And in children, they can cause a whole range of diseases that encompass brain injury, resulting in decreased IQ, injury to the reproductive organs, resulting in decreased fertility when today's child becomes tomorrow's adult, and damage to the liver, which interferes with cholesterol metabolism and increases risk for obesity, for diabetes, for heart disease, and stroke.
Dr. Landrigan, we just have 30 seconds. Plastics and climate change are both born of the fossil fuel industry. Talk about how they're connected.
Well, they both originate from fossil fuels, and the other connection is that plastic production is energy intensive. It liberates 2.4 gigatons of greenhouse gases to the atmosphere every year. That's more CO2 than comes out of Brazil or Russia.
And finally, what you're hoping to come out of the report in 20 seconds, if you would.
We need two big things out of the negotiations in Geneva. Firstly, a cap on global plastic production because the current trend is not sustainable. And secondly, strict regulation of the more than 16,000 chemicals in plastics, which currently are responsible for most of plastics' known hazards to human health.
Well, there we go. Got some real problems with the fucking plastics. And we're not in the... Thanks to Donald Trump. I mean, we are heading in the exact wrong direction on all this stuff. Not that things were going super well before him, but we are actively going in the wrong direction intentionally. Like, he's like, oh, no more paper straws. Illegal. Drill, baby, drill. Like, that's what we're doing now. Reversing any and all, even minute changes in our behavior as humans that we're at least doing something. Not that paper straws were the solution to everything, but I'm just saying, Donald Trump and his allies like Lee Zeldin are determined to ruin the rest of the planet. Okay, let's go here. Associated Press. We've been talking about this for quite a while. There has been a long... I don't even know when... I can't remember when this started. But, like, we have been watching little snippets of these performances being put on from Africa to Norway of life-sized cardboard puppets of wildlife that is under threat from climate change. And it has finally completed its journey. Here's the AP from 3 days ago.
Activists behind an awareness-raising project about the climate crisis are wrapping up a 12,400-mile trek by life-size wooden puppet animals and their puppeteer escorts from Africa. The project, known as The Herds, has taken the crews and their animals from Kinshasa, Congo, through over 24 cities, across African jungles and deserts, and along European coasts to reach Norway. The venture has involved some 1,000 trained puppeteers who manipulate the wooden animals with lifelike articulations, gestures and movements.
Push on to the middle of the river!
The herds began in the rainforest and has ended in the Arctic Circle, meeting the British King along the way. The parade started with 15 puppets, including elephants, giraffes, gorillas and lions, and grew to 65, including wolves and reindeer.
Honestly, I've always thought this was a cool project. I just, I'm not sure what it achieved. That's one thing that I've been asking myself this whole time, is what is it actually achieving? I think it's a cool art project, I'm not gonna lie. But I feign to think that the Republicans and just the right-wing, anti-environmentalists out there are going to be swayed by any of this. And those are the people that need to be brought on board, right? You see what I'm saying here? Those people don't care. I don't know what it's going to take for them to care. I really don't. I keep asking myself that over and over again, because we talk about climate change on this stream literally every single day that we do it, and I just keep racking my brain. What's it gonna take? Is it is it gonna take mass migration internally in the United States, where the entire South has to abandon their homes because they're underwater, whether it's in on the coast of Texas or in Florida or Louisiana or wherever else. I don't even think I honestly don't think that even that's gonna do it. I genuinely do not know. It is something that's really been troubling me lately. Because, it's obvious to me that leftists care about it, right? Generally speaking, people on the left, pretty much from the center left all the way to the far left, all kind of agree that we need to do something about this. Whereas on the right, it is just pretty much blanket denial of all of this stuff. Or if it's not blanket denial, it's just, I don't give a shit. Let it burn down. Let the apocalypse come and all this other stuff. And it's just, God. It's so frustrating to me. They're already getting upset about the migration. Are they? Which migration? The migration of people from the global south to to the country? Is that what you're talking about? Have I seen the shape of the lower Mississippi Delta lately? All the marshes are disappearing. Yeah, the marshes are absolutely under threat. Yeah, I have not looked at the coastline of Mississippi lately, but that's not just a Mississippi problem. It's happening all over the East Coast as well. Places like South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, lower than that too. It's all happening as we speak. They care about what it does to them. Yeah, but they do care about that. But then they don't attribute it. Most of from what I can tell, because of all of the videos I've watched of people's reactions to these incredibly devastating weather events, right? Like whether it's the tornadoes we saw ravaging the South, this spring, or Hurricane Milton, Hurricane Helene last year. Like, it utterly devastates the region, and then the people are like, I don't know. I still don't believe in climate change, and Trump is great. That's the vibes I get every single fucking time one of these things happen. And believe me, I would like to believe that at some point that dam is going to break. Not literally, but figuratively. The dam that is holding back the logic from these people's brains. But, you know, if I'm worried that's going to be much, much, much too late. We have serious timelines ahead of us, right? That we should be addressing right now, and instead Donald Trump and other right-wingers are pushing us faster and faster towards the precipice rather than doing everything we can to avert catastrophe. Speaking of catastrophe, let's talk about what's been going on at the Great Barrier Reef. Well, yeah. Last year, the Australia's Great Barrier Reef suffered record coral decline. And we covered most of it while it was happening last year.
Australia's Great Barrier Reef has suffered the largest decline in coral cover in 2 of its 3 regions over the last year. That's according to a new report released by the Australian Institute of Marine Science on Wednesday.
The sharp decline was due to the mass coral bleaching event that was driven by the global marine heat wave that actually affected coral reefs all around the world.
Daniela Ceccarelli is an ecologist with the Institute's long-term monitoring program. She said in the northern Great Barrier Reef, coral cover dropped by about a quarter between 2024 and 2025. In the southern reef, almost 1/3 of high coral cover was lost.
So in the northern and southern regions, this is actually the largest decline we've ever seen in 39 years of annual monitoring.
The reef is the world's largest living ecosystem. It stretches for some 1,500 miles off the coast of the northern Australian state of Queensland. Since 2016, the reef has experienced 5 summers of mass coral bleaching. Large sections of the reef turn white due to heat stress, putting them at greater risk of death. The new report shows the 2024 event had the largest footprint ever recorded on the reef, with high to extreme bleaching across all of its 3 regions. The Great Barrier Reef.
Yeah, this is so depressing. You know, like, having covered all of this stuff day in, day out around here, watching all of this happen, you know, something about it is like, it's like watching the apocalypse unfold in slow motion and feeling like I'm doing everything I can to avert the collapse of human society, you know, civilization, and the entire planet, honestly. And feeling like somehow I'm just somehow I'm not doing enough, and that nothing we do here matters. And that's a depressing thought to me. And I know that's not true technically, probably, but you know, in terms of the greater picture, the big picture, I just feel like I'm still not doing enough, because it's like we're still in the same spot. We're still just it's just getting worse every freaking day, every week, every month, every year. And there's just so much evidence that it's just it's fucking mind-boggling to me. Every time that somebody says, "Oh, but what about this?" or like, "Oh, climate change isn't real," or "Oh," like when Joe Rogan came out earlier this year, having not read a paper and claimed that somehow actually climate change isn't happening because he's too much of a fucking moron to read. Like it's just insane. Like it's fucking insane. You know, the coral have been evolving alongside the planet for hundreds of millions of years, and now they're being destroyed in such a blink, such a fraction of the earth, of the history of the planet. It's just so frustrating to me. Okay. We're going to take a quick break. And we still got a little bit more stream to go through here today, although the last half is going to be pretty short. Don't worry though, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Sorry, I gotta get an idea out of my brain before I do the break, because like I was just talking about Joe Rogan, and it's like, that's the thing, right? It's like Joe Rogan has, I don't know exactly how many followers across platforms, but something like, if you combine YouTube and Spotify and whatever else, he's got to have over 10 million people, like in terms of his audience size, right? At least, maybe higher. I honestly don't know, but it's way up there. And he puts out a video like that saying, look, I didn't read this paper, but it says that actually global warming is not real, and it's actually not happening. And that goes out to millions of people, you know. And I'm certainly not able to keep up with that, even though we talked about it. Sorry, people. I'm having an existential crisis. It's fine. Everything's fine. Alright everybody, hope you're enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you get the latest notifications from the Galactic News Network. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the show if you enjoy it, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. A lot of great ways for you to contribute: YouTube Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Just a few dollars a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, for the low, low price of 10 cents a day. You get yourself an avatar on the stream, shoutouts at the end, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. All right, everybody. You know what that sound means. It means it is time for us to get back to the stream with the fifth and final half of the night. So get back in your seats unless you want to miss it, Space Fams.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Alright, we ended the stream talking about the destruction of coral reefs across the planet, but specifically in the Great Barrier Reef. Now it's time for the final half, the Earth half. But before we do that, we gotta do a little space news. So, let's go to the moon and talk about a very stupid plan. Trans 24 English, 5 days ago. NASA races to put nuclear reactors on the moon and Mars.
Would you drum up?
A new space race, this time to be the first country with a nuclear power plant on the moon. NASA is moving ahead with plans to build a small lunar reactor. For the acting head of the U.S. Space Agency, Sean Duffy, time is of the essence.
To properly advance this critical technology to be able to support a future lunar economy, high-power energy generation on Mars, and to strengthen our national security and...
This is fucking idiotic. This is fucking a future lunar economy. Does Sean Duffy actually believe that people are going to start living indefinitely on the moon or something? Like, what are we talking about right now? What in the actual fuck are we talking about? The future lunar economy. What does that even mean? What the fuck does that even mean? First off, what economic opportunities exist on the fucking moon? Can anybody list one for me in chat, please? Because I can't think of a single economic opportunity on the fucking moon. Seems real stupid. Seems like a real stupid thing to say. I'm not saying Sean Duffy's a smart guy, but even for Sean, this seems extra stupid.
It is imperative the agency move quickly.
Duffy wants the reactor launched by 2030. That urgency driven by concerns that China and Russia could beat the U.S. to the punch. They're currently working on their own lunar nuclear plant that NASA fears could lead to the U.S. being denied access to certain areas of the moon. The planned American reactor would be required to generate at least 100 kilowatts of electricity, enough to power about 80 U.S. households. A modest output, but crucial for long-term stays, as one lunar night lasts for 2 Earth weeks. It's part of NASA's Artemis mission, a multi-stage program aimed at establishing a permanent human presence on the moon as a
Permanent
stepping
human
stone
presence.
for further exploration.
Not just go to the moon and come back, but be able to go there and stay there for a while, and then eventually, use what we learned going to the moon to get to Mars.
It comes though as NASA.
Fucking idiotic. Oh god, I hate to tell you people, but living on Mars, not gonna happen. Not at all. For a multitude of reasons. Not just because of how far away it is, or the fact that it has no water, or atmosphere, or protection from the solar radiation. There is a literal sea of reasons not to live on Mars. Or that not even not to live on Mars, but that would make it basically undoable. Also, just the moon, if anything, should be for scientific research, maybe for planetary protection. Like, I can understand us putting an array of satellites on the moon, perhaps, to detect, objects entering our solar system or whatever else. That's fine. I think that's fine. I don't see that as being an economic opportunity. It's just so fucking stupid. Alright, now a father-daughter duo in New York have created a space-based card game. Let's talk about that. Little Sunday Fun Day space action for you folks. Here we go.
A local father-daughter duo started a Kickstarter campaign to get their card game off the ground, and so far they have raised over $44,000 to make Kittens in Space a dream come true.
Hell
Aram
yeah.
Spitzer tells us how it all
Hell
works.
yeah. Kittens
Riley
in
and Jeff
space.
Wallace.
What a great plan. Come on. I mean, this is a good game right here. Kittens in Space.
Tells us how it all works.
Meet Riley and Jeff Wallace. They're a father-daughter game design duo that created the card game Kittens in Space.
Literally, it was just something fun to do around games. And there was a game design competition that we're like, hey, what the heck? Just for fun, we'll give it a shot. 2 here or 1 there.
Jeff, being the patriarch, was always into gaming, and when he had kids, keeping that tradition going was a no-brainer. The Wallaces entered a game design competition last year, which they won. The one rule was that you had to use a deck of cards. The sponsors were publishers, and they were interested, but it would take a while, so they encouraged Jeff and Riley to seek other publishers, which they did, and Dead Alive Games was ready to go.
I wasn't expecting anything. I was just like, this is just something fun to do. And then when they're like, oh, we're signing this, I was like, oh, they actually see something.
The Wallaces took quite some time to figure this out. They started out with cards and Sharpie. They moved on to a game about pancakes. That turned into a game about cats, which ultimately turned into Kittens in Space.
Kittens in Space. Let's go. Did he call himself the patriarch? Settle down, buddy. Settle down. I did not hear that. I was not paying enough attention. I was too busy thinking about kittens in space. Meow. What is this ad that I'm getting right now? What in the fuck am I looking at? Right? I'm sorry, I'm distracted, chat. I just got some ridiculous ad. I think it's AI. I got an AI ad. Coal-fired Ferrari? What the fuck am I looking at? That's dumb. Okay. Whatever. Alright, let's go to the Earth news portion. Now, of course, recently we talked about how the Trump administration, of course, and in recent months we've talked about how they dismantled USAID And in July, they decided to literally light on fire over 500,000 pounds of food that was intended to be used for feeding needy people across the world with USAID. After incinerating that food, you would think that this next story would not be a thing, but prepare yourselves. If you didn't see this one, we got to do this twice this week because this one is just that fucking ridiculous. Let's go here. CBS News from 5 days ago. State Department puts out request for foreign nutrition aid.
What you talking about?
Now to a CBS News exclusive. We're learning that the State Department put out a request for more than 11,000 metric tons of foreign nutrition aid. This after the administration halted aid under DOGE cuts earlier this year. So CBS News correspondent Lana Zak is live in South County, Rhode Island. And Lana, you were with the head of one of the manufacturers of foreign food aid when she got this news. So tell us what that was like.
It was absolutely incredible, Juliet. We had no idea that this was going to happen today. And there's only 2 manufacturers of this food aid in the United States. And I happened to be with one of them at the moment that she learned how many kids would be saved. Take a listen. You've waited for this how long?
Since January 20th.
And you just kept this factory going.
Yep.
With the belief that you would again be able to save lives. And literally,
this is so fucking stupid. Also, see the way the CBS is talking about this is incredibly frustrating. They're like, oh, this is amazing. They're like, this is amazing. I'm like, dude, this is not amazing. This is insane. This is insanity. This is utter fucking Nutburgers crazy town shit. Like, what? It's amazing, CBS. Stop trying to glaze Trump. The Paramount deal already went through. Settle your fucking asses down. This is not amazing. This is completely paradoxical to everything the Trump administration has been saying. And it makes no sense. And why did they burn all of that food in the first place if they were just going to ask for more? We were told we were going to get efficiency, competence, merit, and all of this shit. They burn 500,000 pounds of food to ashes. And then weeks later, they're like, maybe we shouldn't have, maybe we should get some food aid for people. It's like, what are you talking about? I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't do that, but why did we burn the food? Why didn't we just distribute it? That's the question I keep asking myself. How is this a thing? How is this a thing? I don't understand. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna settle down. Everything's fine. Let's go to Africa, to the Ivory Coast, where thousands are protesting over the leader of Côte d'Ivoire, who happens to be seeking a 4th term in office. People aren't thrilled about that, as it would seem. Here's the AP from 22 hours ago. Shit. I gotta do subtitles. Okay. Damn, that's a lot of people. We are... Wow. It would seem like... I mean, it's hard to tell from some of these angles, but it would seem like tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people in Côte d'Ivoire all coming out demanding free and fair elections, and that the current president of Côte d'Ivoire does not attempt to run for a 4th frickin' time. Now let's go north to Germany. talk about the business of gummy bears. Haribo, the world's #1 gummy bear manufacturer. So, I mean, let's be real. These bears in the golden baggage, they are delicious, and there's no reason for Haribo. I always called it Haribo. I think I'm going to keep doing that, but they've found their niche, they found their lane, and they've stuck to it, and it's been working for quite a long time. All right, now let's go to one German man who is a little weird, I guess you might say. Has a very strange relationship with his pet. Let's just say that. Let's go here to Reuters from 5 days ago. Meet the German who cuddles and swims with his 8-foot 2-inch American alligator.
In the past, when other children were playing with teddy bears, I was always with Frau Mayer. Frau Mayer was my XXL cuddly companion, my conversation partner, my buddy for doing homework. So I lay next to her and did my homework. Of course, my parents always watched me, kept an eye on me, so I was never alone. But still, I trust her. She's like a big sister to us. She's a wild animal, an alligator, no question about it. But I trust the animal 100%, and she knows what I'm doing. Nothing will happen to her, so I can do anything with her because I won't cross her boundaries. I respect her boundaries, and I think that's very important in this matter.
Christian's father bought Frau Mayer when she was 2 and they performed in the circus together. Jesus Christ. Weighing 15.7 stone, she only needs 1 meal per week of chicken legs, beef, or fish. Jesus Christ. It's a very strange relationship these two have. Let's hope it doesn't end badly. Fun for some, terrifying for others. Cannot imagine cuddling with a crocodile, not gonna lie. But apparently they're lifelong friends. Does this end with him getting eaten? Let's hope not. Stay hopeful that we don't get another story later about Frau Mayer having a human snack. But you are basically inviting it by doing that, I gotta say. That's just, maybe I'm just too, healthily afraid of apex predators. I don't know. Okay, let's go. Let's go here to Gaza. Unfortunately, on this Sunday Funday, things are no better in Gaza. People are still starving and struggling to find things to eat. Here's the Associated Press from 4 days ago with some images of what it is that families in Gaza are eating, if they have food at all. What did we eat? Each person gets a bite of bread with a little dukkha once a day at noon. Wow. There's no dinner or breakfast. Today we had eggplant stew for lunch. We eat this food day after day. Not every day. The children remain hungry. Tomorrow, we won't have any food to eat. Today we ate mujadara. Here it is. If there's a charity kitchen, we can eat. If not, we remain hungry. I don't have any flour or food. Oh, Jesus. Today there is no food. There's no food available. There is nothing. Sorry with that painful reminder on this Sunday Funday stream today, chat, but I think it's something we absolutely have to continue to do. Because while we try to have fun Sundays over here, it's nearly impossible for anyone in Gaza to even consider fun. Hard to have fun when you have no food to eat. Now, let's go here to CNN. Miss Rachel went on to speak with Christian Amanpour.
28. That is how many children are being killed every day on average in Gaza, according to UNICEF, who says Israel's bombardments, its siege, malnutrition and starvation are taking the innocent lives of an entire classroom every day. And for many, it has now become impossible to contain their anguish. But one loud and far-reaching voice has been speaking out for a long time. Listen.
Hi, friends! I'm so excited to learn with you today.
Rachel Accurso, known by millions as Miss Rachel, has emerged as a powerful and courageous advocate for Gaza's children. Her platforms have amassed 16 million subscribers and over 10 billion views. She's been called the Mr. Rogers of our era. But it comes with a major backlash. And Miss Rachel joined me from New York to talk about it all. Rachel Accurso, also known as Ms. Rachel to, I know, millions and millions of children and their parents around the world. Welcome to our program.
Thank you so much for having me, Christiane.
So we are really interested, not just because you're such a powerhouse in the, children's programming and the connection with children, but because of how you've stepped out and stepped up for some of the world's most, suffering children, and most particularly in Gaza recently, although there are others as well. You probably know this new acronym that came up because of this conflict, WCNSF, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. What was it that made you step out and support these children in Gaza?
How could I not, seeing what was happening on our screens, hearing from Save the Children who had firsthand accounts, knowing that so many children were losing their lives. It's up to over 18,000 children. So.
Miss Rachel is a saint. Chad is right. The thing that's most frustrating to me about this CNN piece that we're watching right now is CNN has had some of the worst fucking coverage of this. They have not given a shit about Palestinians, Palestinian children, for 2 years. Okay, Christiane Amanpour hasn't been any better than any other CNN anchor, and it's just there's something in this situation, this sort of, and I think that to some degree, outlets like CNN are starting to see that the tide is shifting out there. Hundreds of thousands of people in Sydney earlier, or last weekend actually, I think, coming out walking the Sydney bridge, things like that. But it's just so empty, coming from them. It's so frustrating, do you get what I'm saying? I'm glad they're having her on, but it's this doesn't solve it. Okay, this is not at all what's the word? It's not exculpatory. What is the word? This does not excuse you of having had some of the worst coverage on the fucking planet of all this shit.
And firsthand accounts, knowing that so many children were losing their lives. It's up to over 18,000 children. So as an early childhood educator, I know what children need. They need food. It's being blocked. They need water. It's being blocked. They need to be in school. Their schools have been bombed. They need medical care. I know what children need to thrive, and I know what holds them back. And it was very clear to me, along with so many others in our country and around the world, that it's so critical to speak up.
Did you ever doubt, because this is such a political, you'd think that the humanitarian would be an issue on its own, but even the humanitarian catastrophe has been so terribly politicized. Were you ever worried? Because even before you spoke up, it was a hornet's nest of controversy, the idea of speaking up for, let's face it, Palestinian children after October 7th.
Yeah, I was worried, and I was worried that I'm not an expert in that area, but I knew that I'm an expert in child development. I have 2 masters in education. I've worked with children my whole life for 20 years. So I knew that what I was seeing was wrong, and I had to say something, and I did pray about it. I learned everything I could, and seeing the images of the children, there was no question that it was the right thing to say something.
I want to play this piece of video, which is deeply, deeply affecting. And it's 2 kids, Celine and Sila, watching your show from Gaza, surrounded by the rubble of their home. And it's just the most incredible image, really. What did you think? And they've got joy on their faces, too, when they see it and they can communicate, and maybe for a second they forget where they are. How did that move you?
Oh, it moves me beyond words, that I could bring a little bit of joy in the midst of unimaginable suffering, that I could be there for them during a genocide. Every day, kids message me voice memos. One little girl said, "Will you stay with me? I lost my whole family." So seeing that and seeing the little ones watching in tents and watching in the rubble, I'm just so grateful that I can be there for them. And I know what my responsibility is as somebody who has this platform to stand up for them. So I'm doing everything I can.
I want to play a little video again, a soundbite really, with people talking. It's a video of the brothers. I know you know this well, Maha and Malik, who posted this video, talking to them from their tent after their homes had been completely, obviously devastated. I can see your smile. I mean, you just communicate and feel without me even having to go into it. So here's this little piece of their sound.
Hi Maher, hi Malik. Hello Mr. Rachel, how are you? Cinderella from Gaza.
Thank you for the love. I really appreciate that. I'm sending you love back.
Can you tell our story?
Okay, Miss Rachel, this obviously still brings you to tears.
I see them like I see my son, and the fact that they could have everything they need and it's miles away, it's so frustrating. And I just wish we could wrap them all up in love and give them everything they need, and we could. That's what's so painful. They should be in school. You know, he's so bright. He should be in school.
Okay, so tell me, because you yourself are an educator, you know what it means when children aren't in school, and these children haven't been in school for, 21 months. Yesterday, you wrote on Instagram, "I'm coming to the excruciating realization that people haven't seen everything I've seen and aren't moved to do so. My heart is broken." Tell me about that.
Well, I think in your advocacy journey, sometimes you get really frustrated because it feels like you're in a nightmare saying, hey, 18,000 kids have been killed. They're the highest cohort of child amputees in modern history. You just try so hard to get people to move. And so I was frustrated, but I have to hold on to hope for them. And there was a beautiful quote I read recently about how we need to hold on to hope for children of the world. I also think a lot about child development, being an expert in that area. So 0 to 3, the brain, it's such a critical time. So if you're exposing children to trauma and malnutrition during that time, it can have effects for a lifetime. And I'm thinking about all those little ones who aren't getting that chance. And don't we as grown-ups in this world have a responsibility to give all children that chance? I don't believe that deep care and that responsibility ends at our own children.
So talking about our own children, you know, there has been a backlash to you. And of course, you've spoken out about the Israeli children, the infants and the toddlers who were wounded, who were kidnapped even on October 7th. And that doesn't seem to satisfy the critics. Tell me about how you've suddenly found yourself and how you're dealing with empathy for all children, but some people don't want to see it for some children.
It's so tough. I was talking to James Elder from UNICEF, and he was telling me about having to start at square one with Palestinian children, that they're human. And I feel like I've had that experience, and it is beautiful to see that, and sad, but also beautiful that some people see the kids on my Instagram and see them laughing to the show and hopping like bunnies, and they say, oh, this made me realize that they're like our kids. So the dehumanization is so painful. And then I have so much empathy for an Israeli mom waiting for her child to come home. And I have so much empathy for the people of Gaza losing their families and these little ones, this little girl, Maha, who's lost her entire family, another little boy, Adam, who lost his entire family. These aren't numbers. These are little ones who are so sweet. I have videos of both of them. They're just like the sweetest kids. And I think that the numbers are so vast, and we think, oh, that's a number, that's a number. It's like, look at my Instagram, look at Rahaf's joy, look at her sweet innocence. She's just a delight. That little girl's incredible. And
it's just so depressing. It's just, I don't know, it's just so frustrating to me to watch this right now, for this to still be going on and have it be on this network right now that has laundered the Israeli war crimes from day one. And maybe Christian Ampur has been incrementally better than others, but they have not even been close to perfect on it. Like, I've watched too many of these things to know that, like, it's just, you know, over at CNN, speaking up for Palestinian rights is basically a no-go. And I mean, sure, it's great that this is, you know, that they've had her on now twice in the last 6 months. But it doesn't change the fact they basically helped Israel from the very beginning of this, and we wouldn't be where we are right now. In my not just, I'm not going to blame CNN entirely. The entire mainstream media has been, you know, laundering the, you know, propaganda of Israel and ignoring the humanity of the people that we're talking about right now, that Miss Rachel is talking about. You know, because it's like, CNN is one of the reasons why people in America don't have fucking empathy for the people in Gaza, right? Because they've treated them as being second-class citizens. And of course, as all this is going on, Israel is essentially moving forward with taking over the entire Gaza Strip. You can see here, Reuters from 2 days ago, Israeli tanks seen near Gaza border as the cabinet approves the takeover of Gaza City. Israeli tanks are seen near the Gaza border as the cabinet approves a plan to take control of Gaza City. Ah, my God, that's a lot of fucking tanks. Now, people in Israel have been protesting this takeover plan. Let's go here to TRT World. Thousands rally in Tel Aviv over Israel's Gaza City takeover plan.
In the heart of Tel Aviv, a sea of protest. Families of Israeli captives joined by thousands of others. Their message to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu: stop the war, bring them home. Many here fear Netanyahu's latest military plan to occupy Gaza City will put captives and troops in greater danger. They warn they'll hold him personally responsible if harm comes to those still being held in Gaza.
We will end with a direct message to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. If you invade parts of Gaza and the hostages are murdered, we will pursue you in the town squares, in election campaigns, and at every time and place. We will remind the people of Israel day and night that you could have secured a hostage deal and you chose to have them killed.
The anger isn't only aimed at Netanyahu. Some here are calling on U.S. President Donald Trump and his Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, to press Israel into accepting a ceasefire deal with Hamas. Inside Netanyahu's own fragile coalition, new cracks. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich says the cabinet's approval of a plan to take Gaza City is a half measure. He wants the army to occupy the entire Gaza Strip and ban future negotiations with Hamas. The UN calls Netanyahu's plan a dangerous escalation. Germany has imposed a partial arms embargo. Arab states issued a joint rejection. Hamas calls it a new chapter in a war of extermination. And in Spain, U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff meeting the Qatari Prime Minister over what's being described as a workable ceasefire proposal that could delay Netanyahu's military push, at least for now. The United
Yeah, you think it's going to delay it? That'd be interesting. Because it does seem like they're just pushing forward with it regardless. Alright, here's a flashback from the past. Okay, let's go to Reuters from 2 days ago. Anybody remember when an Iraqi chucked his shoe at President George Bush? Well, Reuters spoke to that man now 15 years later.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on...
This is the moment Iraqi journalists...
Shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
This is the moment Iraqi journalist Muntaza al-Zaidi hurled his shoes at President George W. Bush during a news conference in Baghdad. It was December 14th, 2008, nearly 6 years after US-led forces invaded Iraq. Al-Zaidi's act was meant to show his anger at the corruption and chaos that's marred his country following the invasion. Now, looking back at the footage almost 15 years later, he is still furious.
The scene stands as proof that one day, a simple person was capable of saying no to that arrogant man with all of his power, tyranny, arms, media, money, and authority. And to say that you were wrong, you killed many people, and changed the fate of several countries, including Iraq, Afghanistan, Lebanon, Syria, the whole region.
In the Arab world, throwing shoes at someone is considered a deep insult. Bush, standing next to the then Iraqi Prime Minister, Nouri al-Maliki, ducked to avoid the footwear.
There's an understandable debate over whether the war was worth fighting.
The US president had been criticized across the Middle East for his decision to oust Saddam Hussein, an action launched based on faulty US intelligence that the Iraqi leader had amassed weapons of mass destruction. Al-Zaidi ended up serving 6 months in prison for assaulting a visiting head of state. He says he has never regretted throwing his shoes at Bush.
When I was released from prison, I didn't feel any different. Yes, of course I missed my personal freedom, a breath of fresh air, and the ability to live life normally. But I was released from prison to a bigger prison. Like when they move you from solitary confinement to a cell with 20 inmates. I had been moved to a bigger cell with 30 million people, and this is why I was in grief.
Al-Zaidi also blames Washington for installing a political elite that plundered Iraq's wealth. 20 years after the invasion, he says the same corrupt elite continues to ruin the nation.
All right. Yep, George Bush certainly destabilized the entire Middle East region in a way that we are still living with right now, to this day. I mean, we basically never left the Middle East, right? Like, since this happened, I mean, especially if you consider just, you know, all the money that we've been funneling towards Israel, amidst all of this. We've been ruining the Middle East for decades. And, you know, we could go back further too, of course. But we don't got time for that right now. Let's go here. All right. Wow, we are running out of clips very quickly here, people. Very quickly. Let's go here. This is from last week. I figure we just talk about this again. Remember when Donald Trump said that he was moving U.S. submarines, nuclear subs, to Russia?
I don't understand your question. Say it? Where are being deployed nuclear submarines. Oh yeah, well we had to do that.
Had to do it.
Be careful. And a threat was made and we didn't think it was appropriate, so I have to be very careful. So I do that on the basis of safety for our people. A threat was made by a former president of Russia, and we're going to protect our people.
Hillary Clinton finally be investigated for election fraud?
I hope so. I hope so. I don't know
Will Hillary Clinton finally be investigated for election fraud? What are you talking about?
I think her numbers...
What an idiot. All right, let's go here. On this same topic.
President Donald Trump was making a rare appearance on the White House roof as he toured the site he's planning to renovate. He was asked by reporters what he plans to build.
Mr. President, why do you swing up there? Taking a little walk.
As he turned and left, he uttered nuclear missiles. He may not have been serious, but it comes after a recent war of words between Trump and the former Russian president Dmitry Medvedev, who suggested Trump was pushing the US and Russia towards war with a threat of new sanctions and reminding Trump of Russia's nuclear capabilities. President Trump responded by repositioning 2 nuclear submarines closer to Russia.
And a threat was made and we didn't think it was appropriate, so I have to be very careful. So I do that on the basis of safety for our people. A threat was made by a former president of Russia, and we're going to protect our people.
The Kremlin has since tried to defuse tensions, but announced it will stop abiding by a decades-old nuclear missile treaty with the US, raising fears of a return to a Cold War-style arms race. Sharon Squassoni worked for several years at the US Arms Control and Disarmament Agency and the State Department. She says there's always a danger of a miscalculation.
every single country with nuclear weapons is now engaged in a major modernization program. We are pouring, the US, Russia, China, North Korea, even the Brits and the French, they are pouring billions of dollars into new nuclear weapons. And so it's not just a potential nuclear arms race. We are standing right on the edge of the cliff, I think, and that is a much riskier world.
Recent military clashes between the US, Iran and Israel have also threatened to derail diplomacy. Talks with Tehran remain stalled, with Iran saying it won't submit to Washington's demand for zero uranium enrichment. New US sanctions targeting Iran's oil sales and shipping network are seen by some as a serious impediment to nuclear talks.
Yep, Donald Trump not being at all careful with his words and or actions, and bringing us closer and closer to nuclear war. And certainly all this, NATO, you better spend more money on weapons and all this other stuff. I mean, we were supposed to be working on denuclearization of the entire planet. Now we're on a new nuclear arms race. That seems shitty. If you ask me, I'd prefer a different timeline, please. All right, let's go to China.
China! I have to have my China.
Have to have my China.
Have to have my China.
And Chinese tourists have to have their rafting, unfortunately for some. That did not go according to plan. Here's South China Morning Post from 6 days ago. Chinese tourists stranded while rafting in valley. It's summer, and many in China are looking to cool off. For these stranded tourists, rafting trips in a valley didn't go according to plan. On another river, rafts piled up and crashed into each other. The visitors were stuck in the valley due to winds, site officials said. The crowd dispersed in a few minutes after the wind direction changed. The number of visitors reached up to 6,000 on weekends in July, according to the site. Here you are, you're just trying to cool off in the summer heat. Then you're stuck in some sort of ridiculous raft traffic jam.
This is ridiculous.
There's been a lot of Sunday fun day stories where people are trying to have fun and it's gone awry today. What's the deal? What is the deal? Why can't we have nice things? Okay, let's talk about this. This is a development that occurred while we were streaming, but I felt that it would be a good idea to talk about this real quick. This is a very strange development. I'm not gonna lie. I honestly wasn't expecting this next story at all. But here we are. Here we are. Now, we've been hearing all year that we're in an AI arms race with China. But you know, we've had limitations on exports of chips since the Biden administration to China. Trump talking about how great the American AI is gonna be, and all this investment's gonna happen in this country. We're gonna be number one. However, this next story might really complicate that. Not that I feel like we need to be number one in AI, but this certainly is gonna make things a little weird. Because apparently the Trump administration has approved of NVIDIA to go back to sending its AI chips to China. It's very strange. It's very, very strange. And what is it that NVIDIA is going to have to do in order for them to send all those advanced AI chips to China? Well, they're just going to have to pay 15% to the U.S. government.
A what now?
Yes, correct. What just happened? Oh, there we go. Huh? Why is it not clicking? There we go. Good God.
NVIDIA and AMD have agreed to give the U.S. government 15% of revenue from sales to China of advanced computer chips. That's according to a U.S. official who spoke to Reuters on Sunday. It includes chips like NVIDIA's H20 that are used for artificial intelligence applications. Citing national security concerns, U.S. President Donald Trump's administration in April blocked sales of H20 chips to China, but last month reversed
Hello?
course, saying it would allow sales to China to resume. China represents a significant market for both companies, with sales there accounting for 24% of total revenue for AMD for 2024 and 13% of total sales for NVIDIA in the fiscal year ending in late January this year. When asked if NVIDIA had agreed to pay 15% of its China revenues to the U.S., a company spokesperson said, quote, "We follow rules the U.S. government sets for our participation in worldwide markets." China's foreign ministry did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The U.S. official said the Trump administration did not feel the sale of H20 and equivalent chips was compromising U.S. national security. The official did not know when the 15% agreement would be implemented or exactly how, but said the administration would be in compliance with the law. The Financial Times said the chip makers agreed to the arrangement as a condition for obtaining the export licenses for their semiconductors. The report said the Trump administration had yet to determine how to use the money.
I love this story. Just because of how much it contradicts everything the Trump administration has said about China and AI and all this stuff. Because it walks it all back in one go. It's like, yeah, all right, just give us 15%, that'll solve it. Wild. Well, that was the second to last story of the evening, everyone. Great job to everyone who made it this far. Final story, let's talk about a major Japanese export. Matcha.
Sarah, matcha is having a moment, and the market also knows it. As TikTok turns tea to gold and globe-trotting tourists sip supplies dry, the social fuel demand has matcha prices soaring and supply chains scrambling. Local suppliers here are also feeling the steep.
We've had many customers like really upset, and we're like, "Oh, we're so sorry, we don't have any more matcha today." Like upset. The amount that we would go through in maybe a week and a half or 2 weeks is now a week. So like we're going through so much supplies.
Raquel Dang. Owner of Filipino Market and Cafe Babies, says her wholesaler in California stopped supplying matcha back in April, citing a shortage. They pivoted to another supplier, but that also took time to find the right match. Right now, the thirst for matcha has skyrocketed thanks to social media, specifically TikTok trends. In fact, Japan, where matcha is grown, reports that 78% of all its powdered green tea exports, which includes matcha powder, went to the U.S. in 2024. So experts fear supply could become more unstable with Donald Trump's 15% tariffs that have now gone into effect.
I think there's probably more conversation we need to have on, do we need to limit when we serve matcha? It's just really tough because we also don't want to add to like the overconsumption.
So tariffs aside, matcha is already expensive, and experts are warning that you could see prices for your favorite blends increase or even be watered down to minimize the sticker shock.
Good God. Green tea lovers everywhere. Under threat by Trump's tariffs, as well as increased demand for matcha. A horrible dichotomy. All right. Well, that was your last video of the evening. Morning. Excuse me. Well, depends on where you are. Some places it's evening. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noeb, Nadia, Choki, Scalts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, and Will in Detroit. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Alright, I see a hell of a lot of ones in chat already. My gosh, it's like a dozen ones. That does mean we have to start immediately, if not sooner, the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. Brandon live. Brandon. No, not live. Let's go, Brandon. Come on. We're up late, early enough. I could be raiding Brandon Sutton, but this guy's not live right now. What the fuck? Fuck, buddy. Alright, everyone. Well, I'll see you soon.